Chapter 206. Su Yan wasn't sure how strong an attack the Dragon Fire Ice Fire Shield could withstand. However, the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Shield could become stronger along with the spiritual energy. Su Yan was confident that as long as he was strong enough and had sufficient spiritual energy, the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Shield could withstand an attack of the same level. Thinking of such a powerful defense, Su Yan's heart was filled with joy. However, Su Yan soon realized a serious problem. The invincible golden body has merged with the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Shield. Does that mean that the invincible golden body will no longer exist? Su Yan frowned as he thought of this. Su Yan had obtained the invincible golden body from the Su family's ancestral pagoda. Many times, he had relied on the invincible golden body to turn danger into safety. Su Yan already had a certain level of affection for the invincible golden body. If the invincible golden body disappeared because of this, Su Yan really couldn't bear to part with it. Moreover, the power of the invincible golden body would always surpass the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Shield. If he really had to choose one of the two, Su Yan would rather have the invincible golden body than the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Shield. As Su Yan thought about it, the cultivation method in his body suddenly changed and a majestic spiritual energy surged. In an instant, a layer of golden light was added under the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Shield's frosty light. The two layers were added together and shone like a thick wall of light. It didn't disappear. The invincible golden body didn't disappear. Su Yan looked at the golden light and the corners of his mouth immediately surged into an excited smile. Under this laughter, Su Yan quickly saw that the invincible golden body seemed to be different from before. Su Yan looked at it and couldn't help but be stunned. Why is the invincible golden body different from before? Su Yan thought about it and hurriedly used the cultivation method in his body to check the situation. At a glance, he found that the invincible golden body had merged with the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Shield. The reason why it emitted a golden light was because Su Yan's spirit chi was abundant enough. When it erupted, it emitted a golden light. In other words, the invincible golden body had actually disappeared and had mutated into this Dragon Blood Ice Fire Shield. However, the characteristics of the invincible golden body had not been lost. As long as Su Yan followed the incantation and surged his spiritual chi, he could still release the invincible golden body. In other words, the invincible golden body had already fused with the Dragon Blood Ice Fire barrier and become a skill. However, this skill could be controlled by spiritual energy. When Su Yan sacrificed this skill, Su Yan's body would be covered by this frost-like barrier to protect himself. When Su Yan unleashed his full power, the ice shield would reach its peak. However, this peak would not last as long as the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Shield. It would only last for a moment. This was similar to the characteristics of the invincible golden body. Su Yan carefully observed for a while, but he still couldn't figure it out. The combination of the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Shield and the invincible golden body gave birth to a new skill. This skill can be divided into two layers. One layer is the original form of the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Shield, and the other layer is the original form of the invincible golden body. As Su Yan muttered to himself, the corners of his mouth surged into a smile. The previous worry had completely disappeared. After all, although the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Shield and the invincible golden body had changed forms, both of their characteristics still existed. Su Yan looked at this frost-like barrier and became more and more satisfied. He licked his lips and said, "This barrier is the combination of the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Shield and the invincible golden body. It also has such an icy color. In addition, it is in the mysterious ice-cold pond. In the future, it will be called the Mysterious Ice-Cold Shield." Mysterious Ice-Cold Shield. With that, Su Yan nodded with satisfaction. The cultivation method in his body changed again. Countless spiritual chi surged out and directly poured into the mysterious ice-cold shield. The frost on the mysterious ice-cold shield suddenly lit up with a bright light. Looking at this bright light, Su Yan became more and more satisfied. Originally, Su Yan wanted to try the second layer of the mysterious ice-cold shield. However, thinking that the second layer of the invincible golden body consumed too much spiritual chi, he had already used it once. If he used it again, the spiritual qi in his body would not be enough. Although Su Yan was happy, he did not forget that he was still in the mysterious ice-cold pond. The coldness of the mysterious ice-cold pond could take Su Yan's life in an instant if he did not have the mysterious ice-cold shield to protect his body. Of course, Su Yan did not only know this time. He also knew that this new skill, the mysterious ice-cold shield, could actually increase with his strength. This was also Su Yan's favorite part. Su Yan was very clear that although he was now a saint, however, with such strength, he was just a newborn in the vast thousand world of warriors. Su Yan wanted to stand at the peak and restore the prestige of the Buddha sword sect. With his current strength, it was definitely not enough. If the mysterious ice-cold shield stopped at this level, it would obviously pale in comparison. This was also the reason why Su Yan abandoned the previous two names of the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Shield and Invincible Golden Body and named it the Mysterious Ice-Cold Shield. Of course, this was not something that Su Yan casually changed out of boredom. After all, the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Shield and Invincible Golden Body had been merged into one. It was only one skill. If it was divided into two layers, it would obviously be inappropriate to call it by its previous name. Moreover, the characteristics of the previous Dragon Blood Ice Fire Shield were different from the current Mysterious Ice Cold Shield. If it was called by its previous name, it would naturally be a little useless. However, after thinking about it carefully, Su Yan felt that since the Mysterious Ice Cold Shield was divided into two layers, 1 and 1. If the first layer was called the Mysterious Ice Cold Shield, then it would be better to have a name for the second layer as well. Originally, Su Yan felt that he should use the Invincible Golden Body, but after thinking about it, he felt that it was inappropriate. After all, this was the second layer of the Mysterious Ice Cold Shield. When the two were merged, it would be called the Invincible Golden Body. The difference was too great. Su Yan looked at the frosty light on his body and narrowed his eyes. Then, he opened them and smiled. If the first layer is called the Mysterious Ice Cold Shield, then the second layer will be called the Mysterious Ice Shield. Mysterious Ice Cold Shield, Mysterious Ice Shield. Su Yan repeated it twice and nodded in satisfaction. He looked at the frosty light flashing on the Mysterious Ice Cold Shield and suppressed the excitement in his heart for a long time. After suppressing the excitement in his heart, Su Yan immediately thought of the strange change that happened when the Mysterious Ice Cold Shield and the Mysterious Ice Shield were created. At that time, the two were constantly absorbing the spirit qi in Su Yan's body. Su Yan could not control the circulation of the spirit qi in his body at all. Until the last moment, the spirit qi in Su Yan's body had completely disappeared. At that time, Su Yan almost fell into despair. He, Su Yan, a peak sword saint, would die in the mysterious ice-cold pool because of the exhaustion of his skill's spirit qi. And at the end of this despair, suddenly, a majestic spirit qi surged out from Su Yan's dantian. It was because of the influx of this spirit qi that the mysterious ice-cold shield and the mysterious ice shield were formed. At the same time, it also saved Su Yan's life. Just now, Su Yan had been immersed in the excitement of the mysterious ice-cold shield and the mysterious ice shield and neglected this matter. Now that he thought about it, Su Yan felt that it was quite strange. And thinking about it carefully, Su Yan clearly remembered that this spirit qi had saved him more than once. Every time, it was almost at the end when he fell into despair that this spirit qi would be produced. What is this spirit qi? Su Yan couldn't help but frown as he thought about it. Although Su Yan knew that this spirit qi had saved him many times, it obviously wouldn't harm him. However, thinking that there was a secret in his body that he didn't know, Su Yan couldn't ignore it. Where did such a strange power come from? Su Yan frowned. He slowly sorted out his memories from the moment he stepped into this world. The Su family's ancestral pagoda, hidden sword tomb, sacred beast mountain, sword well, Hengduan mountain, myriad ghost cave, sea dock, and now the mysterious ice-cold pool. Thinking about the countless dangerous places he had passed through, Su Yan couldn't remember where he obtained this power. Thinking about this hidden power, Su Yan couldn't help but think of the 2 restrictions placed by the Princess of Chu in his body. Su Yan couldn't help but smile bitterly. Forget it, forget it. I didn't even notice the 2 restrictions placed by the Princess of Chu in my body. Now, this strange power is obviously stronger than the restrictions placed by the Princess of Chu. How can I notice it? Thinking about it, Su Yan felt a burst of helplessness. But this burst of helplessness quickly disappeared. This was because Su Yan was very clear about what he lacked right now. Strength. Only by constantly improving his strength, as long as he stood at the peak, all these problems could be easily solved. Thinking of this strength, Su Yan immediately thought of the condensation of his 5th holy meridian. Although the spiritual qi in the mysterious ice-cold pond was several times more than the outside world, it was a pity that Su Yan was cultivating one thing at a time. He had yet to comprehend the element required for the 5th Saint Vein. Even if there was more spiritual qi, it was useless for Su Yan. So now what Su Yan needed to do was to quickly find the element to condense the 5th holy meridian. Originally, Su Yan thought that the cold air in the mysterious ice-cold pool could help him condense the 5th holy meridian. Unfortunately, when Su Yan operated the sun-colored glazed sword scripture, Su Yan couldn't feel the existence of the cold air at all. This meant that he couldn't condense the 5th holy meridian. The reason why Su Yan came to the martial arts training hall was to find the element to condense the 5th holy meridian. Su Yan entered the mysterious ice-cold pool not only because he wanted to compete with Ratley, but also because the mysterious ice-cold pool had been described by Yin Xiang, Ratley, and the others. At the same time, Su Yan also had a hope. He wanted to see if the element to condense the 5th holy meridian would reappear in the mysterious ice-cold pool. Now that he knew that the cold air in the mysterious ice-cold pool wasn't the element to condense the 5th holy meridian, Su Yan's interest in finding out the secrets of the mysterious ice-cold pond also became flat. I heard from Yin Xiang that there are 9 levels in the mysterious ice-cold pool. Although I don't know that I'm at the 4th level now, it seems that the mysterious ice-cold pool is still bottomless. Obviously, I haven't reached the 9th level yet. Then should I go down or not? Chapter 207. Although Su Yan didn't know if this was the 9th level of the mysterious ice-cold pond. But judging from the decrease in temperature of the mysterious ice-cold pond every time, Su Yan could roughly guess that he had entered the 6th level of the mysterious ice-cold pond. It was also because Su Yan knew that this was the 6th level of the mysterious ice-cold pond. In this 6th level, Su Yan didn't find anything important. Now Su Yan knew that the cold air of the mysterious ice-cold pond wasn't the element that he needed to form the 5th holy meridian. There wasn't anything that could move him under the mysterious ice-cold pond. Su Yan naturally didn't want to waste time here. But thinking that he had already reached the 6th level of the mysterious ice-cold pond, Su Yan felt a little regretful if he left now. The mysterious ice-cold pond is divided into 9 levels, and I have already reached the 6th level. Could it be that I'm not going? Su Yan narrowed his eyes and quickly made a decision. I have already comprehended the mysterious ice-cold barrier. The mysterious ice-cold shield's resistance to the cold air is always better than the dragon blood ice-fire shield. As long as I have enough spiritual qi in my body, the cold air of the mysterious ice-cold pond won't be a threat to me. In this case, why don't I try the 9th level of the mysterious ice-cold pond and see what's the mystery of the mysterious ice-cold pond that can emit such cold air? Su Yan didn't hesitate at all and instantly swam to the bottom of the mysterious ice-cold pond. Because of the combination of the dragon blood ice-fire shield and the invincible golden body, Su Yan spent a lot of time in the 6th level. It was a full day and night. This day and night was nothing to Su Yan. But for the onlookers above the mysterious ice-cold pond, it was a difficult day and night. The disciples of the East Palace who could enter the 6th level of the mysterious ice-cold pond were definitely few and far between. Not to mention that there were very few disciples who could stay in the 6th level of the mysterious ice-cold pond for such a long time. During this day and night, the onlookers almost thought of everyone they could think of. Unfortunately, they couldn't think of who it was. It was precisely because of this doubt in his heart. When they were watching, there was always a layer of barrier covering their hearts, and they always felt a wave of discomfort. Who do you think this person is? Why would he stay in the profound ice-cold pond for so long? I think there's an 80% chance that it's those few senior brothers from our eastern palace who have always been elusive. Yes, other than them, no one else has the strength to enter the 6th layer of the profound ice-cold pond and stay there for such a long time. That's right. It must be a senior brother who comprehended something and wanted to cultivate in the profound ice-cold pond. That's why he stayed in the profound ice-cold pond for so long. I think so too. As the crowd chatted, they all agreed that it was a powerful disciple of the Eastern Palace who was cultivating in the Xian ice-cold pond. Right at that moment, someone asked, "Say, this senior brother has already entered the 6th step. Would he be able to enter the 7th step?" Just as this question was being raised, the entire crowd was in an uproar. There were many different opinions, and everyone had their own opinions. Someone said, "I don't think he'll be able to enter the 7th step." Someone else said, "That's not necessarily true. This senior brother has stayed in the 6th layer for so long and still hasn't come out. It's clear that he wants to prepare to enter the 7th step." The moment this was said, someone immediately retorted, "Prepare for what? It's not that easy to enter the 7th step. You have to know that in the history of our Eastern Palace, only a few people have reached the 7th step. This senior brother has stayed in the 6th step for so long. It's clear that he doesn't have the ability to reach the 7th step. I say it's definitely to prepare to enter the 7th step." I say it's definitely not. The crowd immediately split into two groups and continued to argue. In this debate, even Xu Sang, who had always had a gloomy expression, joined in. When Xu Sang saw that someone had reached the 4th step, his heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. He was very unconvinced. However, when he saw the light of the 6th step light up, he calmed down. This was because Xu Sang knew that the expert who had the ability to enter the 6th step was definitely one of the top 10 senior brothers in the Eastern Palace. Since it was one of those senior brothers, they were all above Emperor Tianxiang and would always surpass him. Thinking of their strength, Xu Sang's heart calmed down. Among them, only Ratli listened to their argument and frowned. Who is this person? Is it really one of those senior brothers? But why did those senior brothers suddenly come to the profound ice-cold pond? If it's not those senior brothers, who is it? The 7th step. Will this person reach the 7th step? Ratli looked at the red light on the stone wall. The longer time passed, the gloomier his face became. These people were constantly debating and guessing. No one would have thought that the person in the profound ice-cold pond would be Su Yan, who was only a saint of 4 bloodlines. In the entire Eastern Palace, only the Princess of Chu knew. Although the Princess of Chu was wary of Su Yan, when Su Yan's dragon blood ice fire barrier and invincible golden body merged, Su Yan had almost fallen into the abyss of death. It was also during that moment of hesitation. The Princess of Chu had thought it through. She had no other choice but to believe in Su Yan. Since she had chosen to believe, she had to completely trust him. At the same time, she had to help Su Yan increase his cultivation as soon as possible. After all, the Princess of Chu knew that there was not much time left until the agreed date. If Su Yan could not grow to the point where he could take charge by himself before the agreed date, in the end, all of this would be a waste of effort. Therefore, even though the Princess of Chu still had some suspicions about Su Yan, when she thought about the 2 restrictions she had placed in Su Yan's body, all of her suspicions were suppressed. Now, she saw Su Yan diving into the 7th level of the profound ice-cold pond. The Princess of Chu could not help but nod in admiration. As the palace master of the Eastern Palace, the Princess of Chu naturally understood the mysteries of the profound ice-cold pond better than anyone else. Although each level of the profound ice-cold pond brought about different cultivation effects. However, the cultivation effects only existed on the physical body. Only by reaching the 7th and 8th level would one truly begin the path of cultivation. When Su Yan entered the profound ice-cold pond, the Princess of Chu had been observing Su Yan through the ancient demon pearl. At that time, when she first saw Su Yan, the Princess of Chu was worried that Su Yan could not withstand the cold air of the profound ice-cold pond. When she saw that Su Yan could enter and exit the profound ice-cold pond, the Princess of Chu was even surprised that the water of the profound ice-cold pond had no effect on Su Yan. After observing for a while, the Princess of Chu realized that Su Yan had a shield that could absorb the cold air. Of course, at the same time, the Princess of Chu also noticed the changes in the dragon blood ice fire shield. At that time, the Princess of Chu was still worried about Su Yan. Then, when she saw the dragon blood ice fire shield fuse with the invincible golden body, the little bit of worry in the Princess of Chu's heart disappeared. Instead, she was rather interested in Su Yan's profound ice-cold barrier. This kid is indeed a dragon among men. With this profound ice-cold barrier, who among those of the same level can withstand it? As the Princess of Chu spoke, she glanced at Su Yan's figure in the ancient demon pearl and smiled. Su Yan, this 7th level is incomparable to the previous 6 levels. I'd like to see what ability you have to withstand it. As the Princess of Chu spoke, Su Yan, who had just stepped into the profound ice-cold pond's 7th level, suddenly felt the surrounding temperature decrease. Suddenly, he felt that the surrounding cold air had dropped a lot. Even with the protection of the profound ice-cold cover, he could still feel a bone-piercing cold pain coming from all over his body. Su Yan couldn't help but be shocked. This 7th level is indeed extraordinary. As he spoke, Su Yan didn't dare to be negligent. He quickly circulated the great sun-colored glazed sword scripture in his body. Soon, the spiritual energy in his body surged, and the frost-colored profound ice-cold barrier suddenly emitted a burst of light. At the same time, the coldness on Su Yan's body also disappeared. What accompanied it was a warm current. Su Yan couldn't help but smile. So what if the coldness is bone-chilling? I have this profound ice-cold barrier. What can you do to me? In the East Palace's main hall, the Princess of Chu saw Su Yan's face through the ancient demon pearl. She couldn't help but smile. Su Yan, I don't know if I should say that you're arrogant or confident. Now that you're in such a dangerous place, you can still smile so naturally. As the Princess of Chu spoke, she originally wanted to use the ancient demon pearl to send a voice transmission to Su Yan from 1,000 miles away, telling him the mysteries of the 7th level. However, after thinking about it, the Princess of Chu immediately dispelled the thought in her heart. Using the ancient demon pearl to send a voice transmission to Su Yan from 1,000 miles away would naturally allow Su Yan to be on guard against what would happen next. However, at the same time, she was also telling Su Yan that she had been watching him all this time. Although the Princess of Chu had chosen to believe in Su Yan, there were some things that the Princess of Chu didn't want to expose in front of others. Not only that, but the Princess of Chu also wanted to let Su Yan experience some hardships during this period. As she thought about it, a smile appeared on the Princess of Chu's beautiful face again. Su Yan, I'd like to see how you're going to handle this hurricane that's about to appear. Bang, just as the Princess of Chu finished speaking. Su Yan, who was in the glacial ice pond, suddenly felt a powerful energy attack from the surroundings. Although he hadn't seen it yet, Su Yan could feel the powerful energy. He couldn't help but be shocked. What is this? Bang, at the same time, a huge wave suddenly appeared in the glacial ice pond, which wasn't very wide. Countless whirlpools surged, forming countless airflows that surged towards Su Yan's body. That whirlpool seemed to be moving slowly, but it formed a powerful current of air. That current of air attacked like countless sharp blades. Chapter 208. What the hell is going on? Why are there suddenly so many whirlpool attacks here? Su Yan hurriedly dodged the attacks formed by the whirlpools. Looking at the increasing number of whirlpools around him, he frowned. The whirlpools looked ordinary. However, Su Yan knew that the whirlpools were not so simple. From the power they condensed, the attack power of the whirlpools was comparable to that of an expert at the peak of the holy bloodline. If not for the slow speed of the whirlpools, Su Yan would have been hit by the whirlpools by now. Although Su Yan had the profound ice-cold cover to protect his body, this profound ice-cold cover was not like the dragon blood ice fire cover from before. It could only defend against cold and heat, and at the same time, it could also defend against spirit chi attacks and physical attacks. However, Su Yan was not arrogant enough to think that the mysterious ice-cold shield could resist the whirlpool attack that was comparable to that of an expert at the peak of the holy bloodline. Facing the whirlpool attack, although the speed of the whirlpools was slow, Su Yan did not dare to be careless. The blood dragon pupil rotated and pushed its speed to the extreme, carefully dodging the whirlpool attack. If that was all, Su Yan was not afraid. However, Su Yan soon found that the speed of the whirlpool attack was getting faster and faster, and the number was increasing. He, who could have easily dealt with it with his speed, suddenly felt a burst of pressure. While continuously dodging, Su Yan's spirit chi was depleted. Even in the bone-chilling profound ice-cold pool, beads of sweat still appeared on his smooth forehead. The whirlpool attack is getting more and more. It can't go on like this. Su Yan carefully dodged the whirlpool attack. At the same time, he patted his storage bag and instantly took out the ghost howl sword. As soon as the ghost howl sword was taken out, a shrill ghost howl spread. However, it was quickly suppressed by the water of the mysterious ice-cold pool. Su Yan did not have the time to care about this. When he took out the ghost howl sword, he held it with one hand and suddenly rushed forward. The ghost howl sword in his hand followed by a horizontal slash, quickly attacking the surging vortex attack. When the sharp sword light slashed across the profound ice-cold pool, countless light screens suddenly erupted, causing a burst of ripples at the bottom of the pool. Bang! At the same time, the ghost howl sword collided with the vortex attack, causing a loud explosion. That whirlpool attack was shattered. Su Yan couldn't help but chuckle. Even though this vortex attack is ferocious, possessing the might of a peak saint bloodline expert, its defense isn't that strong. If that's the case, when Su Yan said this, his eyes suddenly narrowed, and a bright light burst out. Looking at the vortexes that constantly attacked him, Su Yan no longer dodged. He raised the ghost howl sword and instantly rushed forward. He held the sword with one hand, and as his spirit energy surged, he immediately swept the sword away. Bang! 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 With a loud bang, the 5 or 6 vortexes that rushed towards Su Yan instantly turned into a mist and drowned in the mysterious ice-cold pool. It seems that it's just a so-so. When Su Yan saw these vortexes being repelled, the corners of his mouth could not help but curl up into a smile. However, before his smile bloomed, Su Yan's eyes suddenly shrank as he looked ahead. A powerful vortex was surging towards him. Not only that, behind this powerful vortex, there were more vortexes, one wave after another, constantly rushing towards him. These vortexes had not yet approached Su Yan's body, but Su Yan felt a powerful fluctuation of power. Just what the hell are these things? Why are there so many of them and why are they getting stronger and stronger? Su Yan could not help but curse in his heart. However, Su Yan also knew that it was pointless to complain now. Instead of complaining, it was better to think about how to defend against these attacks. When Su Yan saw these endless vortexes, the first thing that came to his mind was that this was a formation. Unfortunately, Su Yan looked around, but he did not see any formation core, and this vortex did not look like a formation. If it was a formation, he could just find the formation core and break it. This was not a formation at all, and he did not know what was going on with these vortexes. This made Su Yan frown for a while, looking at the vortexes that were getting closer and closer. Su Yan gritted his teeth and shouted, "In that case, I will fight with you today. I want to see how many vortexes you can produce." While speaking, Su Yan stepped up in the water, his body was like a swimming dragon, and the ghost howl sword in his hand struck out. It was like a bolt of lightning exploding in the water, setting off countless waves. Bang! With a loud bang, Su Yan suddenly shattered a vortex attack. After one vortex was shattered, a second one followed. Su Yan did not slow down at all, once again raising his sword and instantly shattering another vortex. Just like that, in just a few breaths, Su Yan had already shattered dozens of vortexes. However, the vortexes were still endless, constantly surging. Su Yan did not stop at all, but instead fought more and more fiercely. When a vortex came, he would smash it, and when 2 vortexes came, he would sweep them both. This stalemate lasted for a few hours. The constantly surging vortexes finally stopped. At this moment, Su Yan was so tired that he was panting heavily. This long battle had consumed too much of Su Yan's spirit qi. After all, Su Yan not only had to deal with the vortexes, but he also had to support the ice-cold shield. This was also because Su Yan had abundant spirit qi in his body. If it was an ordinary saint of the four bloodlines, he would have already lost his life. Su Yan clenched the ghost howl sword in his hand, obviously still in a state of battle. The blood dragon pupil emitted a blood-red light, and his eyes were still staring in the direction of the vortexes, panting heavily. After a few breaths, Su Yan finally recovered, took a deep breath, and smiled slightly. No matter how fierce the vortexes are, they can't do anything to me. Rumble. Before Su Yan could recover from his joy, a loud bang reverberated. This loud bang was like a sudden explosion of thunder in the sky, and Su Yan could not help but be startled. Quickly looking forward, Su Yan was stunned when he saw the scene in front of him. This is... Su Yan could not believe what he saw in front of him. Countless vortexes densely packed together and surged over, causing a series of loud explosions. Not only that, these vortexes were not directly attacking Su Yan. Instead, they were constantly changing and merging. In just the blink of an eye, the countless vortexes quickly merged together, turning into a huge water dragon. As the water dragon surged, the water of the entire ice-cold pool seemed to suddenly become extremely cold again. The coldness invaded Su Yan's body, and Su Yan suddenly felt his whole body go numb. Su Yan panicked in his heart and hurriedly operated his internal cultivation method to strengthen the profound ice-cold shield. Only then did he feel a little better. The moment the spirit qi poured into the profound ice-cold shield, Su Yan suddenly felt that his body was empty. The spirit qi in his body was almost exhausted. As for the water dragon, it had already arrived in front of Su Yan in an instant. Su Yan wanted to avoid it, but unfortunately, the water dragon was faster than the vortexes just now. It was already in front of him, and there was no way to avoid it. Su Yan was overwhelmed with shock. At the same time, he gripped the ghost howl sword in his hand tightly and activated the cultivation method in his body. Using the last bit of spiritual qi in his body, he shouted, "Break!" Suddenly, the ghost howl sword swept out, and the sound of the ghost howl burst out, and countless sword rays surged past. Bang, bang, the ghost howl sword hit the water dragon, and burst out loud sounds. Sensational. Unfortunately, the water dragon was obviously much stronger than the vortexes just now. The moment the ghost howl sword hit, Su Yan felt his arm go numb, and a strong force attacked. Suddenly, he and his sword were hit by the water dragon. Immediately, Su Yan's body was hit and flew dozens of meters away. Poochie. At the same time, a mouthful of blood spurted out from Su Yan's mouth. The blood spread in the mysterious ice-cold pond, and dyed a large area red. Su Yan did not have time to check his injury, but hurriedly stood up, holding the ghost howl sword in his hand, and looked at the water dragon with a slightly worried look. However, when his eyes met the water dragon, Su Yan was stunned. Just now, the water dragon kept attacking Su Yan. However, at this moment, the water dragon began to spin in the cold pond. As the water dragon spun, the surrounding water began to spin as well. In an instant, large water whirlpools began to form in the mysterious ice-cold pond. Su Yan looked at the formed vortex, and frowned slightly. Suddenly, he realized something, and secretly said, "Not good." He wanted to avoid it, but it was too late. The huge vortex quickly rotated. It produced an unprecedented suction force. Su Yan suddenly felt that his body could not stand stably, and his whole body was sucked into the vortex. Within the whirlpool, Su Yan simply did not have the slightest resistance. Following the whirlpool's continuous rotation, Su Yan soon felt a bout of dizziness. Poochie. Su Yan spurted out another mouthful of blood. His whole body seemed to be falling apart in the rotation of the vortex. The mysterious ice-cold shield on his body was also broken in the rotation. Fortunately, in the rotation of the vortex, countless hurricanes were formed. Su Yan floated in the hurricanes, and could not touch the water of the mysterious ice-cold pond. Otherwise, if the mysterious ice-cold shield was broken, the bone-chilling cold water in the mysterious ice-cold pond would instantly take Su Yan's life. This was a blessing in the misfortune. However, Su Yan did not feel happy about this, because Su Yan knew that the situation he was facing now was the real door to hell. Chapter 209. Why is there such a change in the seventh layer of the mysterious ice-cold pond? While Su Yan was in a state of shock, his entire body felt as though it was being torn apart amidst the spinning vortex. Every single joint felt as though it was going to be torn apart in the next second. He did not dare to think too much about this matter. His eyes suddenly shrank. He suppressed the shock in his heart and quickly thought of a way to get out of here. The whirlpool's rotation caused my mysterious ice-cold shield to break. Without the defense of the mysterious ice-cold pond, even if I go out now, I will be instantly frozen to death by the bone-chilling cold water of the mysterious ice-cold pond. However, if I don't go out, I'm afraid that within a few breaths, I will be smashed into pieces in this whirlpool. Thinking of this, Su Yan immediately could not help but smile bitterly. Now, my body is lacking in spiritual qi. In this whirlpool, I can't even muster a trace of strength. How can I talk about the cold water of the mysterious ice-cold pond? No matter what, I have to get out of here first. Only then will I have a chance to survive. Otherwise, I will definitely die here today. Su Yan thought. Although he still could not think of a way, his eyes continued to rotate, emitting a bright light. It was not that Su Yan was not afraid of death. But in this period of time, Su Yan had experienced too many life and death escapes. Su Yan had long been numb to it. After experiencing the baptism of death time and time again, Su Yan understood that so what if he was desperate? Even if Su Yan died, he would die with a backbone. In just this rotation, Su Yan's entire body felt like it was being torn apart. Endless pain spread, but Su Yan had long been numb to it. In this numbness, Su Yan also kept calm for a while. His mind was spinning rapidly. Get out. Now the only way for me to get out is to restore my strength and spiritual qi in my body. But in this situation, I can't absorb spiritual qi at all, so how can I get out? Except for this, I can now comprehend the fifth holy vein, so there is a slight chance. But where is the fifth Saint Meridian? As Su Yan thought about it, he couldn't help but frown. The moment he frowned, Su Yan suddenly felt a chill invading his body. Because of this whirlpool, Su Yan couldn't touch the water of the profound ice-cold pond. Originally, he couldn't feel the coldness. Why do I suddenly feel this chill? Su Yan frowned as he thought about it. Suddenly, he realized something and said, "It's the wind. It's the wind produced by this vortex. It makes me feel cold." Wind. With this thought in mind, Su Yan was stunned for a moment before he seemed to have thought of something. A resplendent light once again gushed out from his rotating eyes. Wind, my saint bloodline is comprehended by one bloodline. Every bloodline requires a different element. Why can't this wind become the comprehension of my fifth saint bloodline? With this thought, Su Yan immediately stopped thinking about it. Enduring the endless pain brought by the whirlpool, he gritted his teeth and silently chanted the incantation in his heart to circulate the great sun-colored glazed sword scripture. The moment the great sun-colored glazed sword scripture revolved, Su Yan instantly felt a familiar force invading his body. A gust of wind entered his body. Su Yan was immediately overjoyed. Wind, that's right. It's the hurricane produced by this whirlpool that can form my fifth saint bloodline. Ha ha ha, the heavens really don't want me to die. Su Yan laughed. The great sun-colored glazed sword scripture in his body was circulated to the extreme. The countless hurricanes that formed around him constantly entered Su Yan's body. Under the circulation of the great sun-colored glazed sword scripture, it turned into a warm current that flowed into Su Yan's blood vessels. Strangely enough, the moment Su Yan inhaled the hurricane, the whirlpool also gradually slowed down. Of course, Su Yan obviously did not care about this at this moment. He closed his eyes tightly and enjoyed the fifth saint bloodline. The hurricane power exploded in his blood vessels. In the East Palace, the Princess of Chu could not help but be stunned when she saw this scene. When she was at the 6th level, the Princess of Chu had already thought things through very clearly. She had kept all her suspicions and wariness towards Su Yan in her heart. The moment she saw Su Yan spinning in the whirlpool, the Princess of Chu had already decided to save him. And it was also at this moment that the Princess of Chu was about to save him. Seeing that Su Yan had already exhausted all his spiritual energy, a strange force came from his body. This force was so familiar, yet so foreign. How could the Princess of Chu not be stunned? However, after a closer look, the Princess of Chu quickly understood what was going on. Looking at Su Yan's figure, she nodded in appreciation. Su Yan, you really did not disappoint me. You were actually able to absorb the hurricane of the mysterious ice-cold pond and turn it into spiritual energy. As Chu Wangfei spoke, her eyes narrowed as a longing expression appeared in her eyes. The mysterious ice-cold pool. In the past few hundred years, not a single disciple of my Supreme Demon Palace has been able to enter the 8th layer because of this hurricane vortex. Now that you can actually absorb the hurricane power, I think that the 8th level of the mysterious ice-cold pond will be opened because of this. The mysterious ice-cold pond, in the understanding of the disciples, had always only had the effect of tempering the body, and the abundant spiritual energy in the mysterious ice-cold pond, which was suitable for cultivation. In fact, the real mystery of the mysterious ice-cold pond was in the 8th level. Others did not know, but as the palace master of the Monster Palace, Princess of Chu naturally knew about this matter. Of course, with her strength, and some elders of the Monster Palace naturally had the strength to enter the 8th level of the mysterious ice-cold pond, but the Monster Palace had always had a rule that only the disciples of the Monster Palace could enter the mysterious ice-cold pond to cultivate. This also caused the 8th level of the mysterious ice-cold pond, which had not been opened for hundreds of years. And because everyone had only reached the 7th level, many of the leaders in the Monster Palace had forgotten about its existence. Even the Princess of Chu, if not for spying on Su Yan today, was afraid that she would not have remembered about the mysterious ice-cold pond. After all, it had been too long since anyone had opened the 8th level. Bang, just as the Princess of Chu was recalling. A bright light was emitted from the Taiyao ancient pearl. Su Yan, who was still struggling in the hurricane whirlpool, suddenly surged with countless rays of light on his body, and majestic spiritual energy flowed out. The strength of a 5-meridian saint is indeed incomparable to that of a 4-meridian saint. Su Yan felt the strength in his body and could not help but lick his lips. Now he was confident that when he met Wu Yang, he would certainly not be afraid of him, and it would be impossible for him to fight to a draw with him. Even if Su Yan met an 8-meridian saint now, Su Yan felt that he would have the strength to fight. Even if he could not resist, at least he could escape with his speed. As Su Yan was feeling excited, a wave of coldness suddenly assaulted him. It was as though countless sharp blades had pierced through Su Yan's body. Su Yan was stunned for a moment, then quickly came to his senses. He smiled slightly, and the solar-colored glazed sword scripture in his body rotated, and majestic spiritual energy burst out. Suddenly, a frost light curtain surged up, and protected Su Yan's body. Now I have abundant spiritual energy. How can I be afraid of your chill? Su Yan smiled, but when he thought of the bone-chilling cold of the ice-cold pond, he felt rather disappointed. The 5 meridians in my body are the power of sword intent, the power of heavenly fire, the power of myriad poisons, the power of ghosts, and the newly formed Saint Meridian and the power of hurricane. The 5 meridians are all different elements. And the cold of the ice-cold pond should also be a type of element, but why can't it transform into spiritual energy? Su Yan shook his head helplessly, and at the same time looked down into the ice-cold pond, and fell into a moment of hesitation. If it was the moment of the 6th layer, Su Yan would definitely continue down without hesitation. However, this time, Su Yan hesitated. It was because of this hurricane vortex. Although the hurricane was absorbed by Su Yan's solar-colored glazed sword scripture, and turned into spiritual energy, and successfully resolved the crisis. Su Yan clearly remembered that if he had not been lucky enough to realize that the hurricane could transform into spiritual energy, and condense the Saint Meridian, Su Yan would have been beheaded. Death was always the most terrifying thing. Although Su Yan had been on the verge of death countless times, and had forgotten that fear, it did not mean that Su Yan was not afraid at all. He was afraid of this meaningless struggle of death. Now, he did not know what was in the 8th level. If there were any treasures, perhaps Su Yan would give it a try. However, if there was nothing else in the 8th level other than danger, then it would be against Su Yan's style of doing things if he were to attempt it. Forget it, I came here to condense the 5th Saint Meridian. Now that the 5th Saint Meridian has been condensed, it's fine. Today's trip is over, and the 8th level is obviously only rich in spiritual energy. I still have to take the blame. After hesitating for a moment, Su Yan decisively chose to continue to the 8th level. After all, Su Yan came to the ice-cold pond to find the condensed elements needed to condense his 5th Saint Meridian, and now that the 5th Saint Meridian had been condensed, Su Yan did not think that there would be any treasures in the 8th level of the ice-cold pond. So, he dismissed the idea of going down. Of course, Su Yan did not know that the 7th level of the ice-cold pond was the 8th level, and the 8th level was the 7th level. Reaching the 7th level was the 8th level. Su Yan was now at the 7th level, which was the 8th level. Just when Su Yan chose to leave, a loud bang came. Having just been stimulated by the hurricane whirlpool, Su Yan was suddenly startled and hurriedly looked back. As soon as he turned his head, Su Yan was immediately stunned on the spot. The ice-cold pond, which was not vast, suddenly expanded and pushed out layer by layer, turning into a huge ocean in an instant. What the hell is going on? Looking at the strange phenomenon in front of him, Su Yan was puzzled. At the same time, at the moment when the ice-cold pond expanded, a chill suddenly attacked him. Su Yan was suddenly shocked and hurriedly operated the Virokana-colored sun swordsmanship in his body, urging spiritual chi into the ice-cold shield. Unfortunately, the surrounding chill was too strong. Su Yan still pushed his spirit energy to the extreme. He was about to use the second layer of the profound ice shield, the profound ice divine shield, but he could still feel the waves of coldness invading his skin like countless sharp blades. What the hell is going on? Chapter 210. Not only did Su Yan not understand what was going on, even the Princess of Chu was puzzled when she saw this scene. The Princess of Chu was the palace master of the Eastern Palace, the palace master in charge of the entire monster palace, but she also did not understand the mysterious ice-cold pond. It was not that the Princess of Chu was incompetent, but that in the past 100 years, the 8th layer of the mysterious ice-cold pond had never been opened. At this moment, the 8th layer of the mysterious ice-cold pond was opened. The Princess of Chu was also at a loss. Seeing Su Yan trembling, she frowned, and the spirit in her body surged, ready to save Su Yan at any time. After all, the Princess of Chu had completely chosen to trust Su Yan. At this moment, Su Yan had been tacitly recognized by the Princess of Chu as the next palace master of the Eastern Palace, and also her husband. How could the Princess of Chu let Su Yan fall in this mysterious ice-cold pond? Su Yan naturally did not know that the Princess of Chu was spying on him. The surrounding cold air was like countless ice blades piercing through. No matter how Su Yan resisted, he could not stop the invasion of the cold air. Why is it like this? Under the pressure of the cold air, Su Yan's entire body trembled. At the same time, he realized that if the mysterious ice-cold barrier could not resist the cold air, then he was afraid that he would not be able to escape today. After all, Su Yan was only a saint with 5 veins. The reason why he could enter this mysterious ice-cold pond was entirely because of the mysterious ice-cold barrier. Only under the protection of the mysterious ice-cold barrier, Su Yan could resist the cold air. Without the mysterious ice-cold barrier, Su Yan had no power to fight back in this mysterious ice-cold pond. This was the sudden change of the 8th layer of the mysterious ice-cold pond. The sudden drop of cold air was always beyond Su Yan's expectations. The mysterious ice-cold barrier could not resist the cold air. Even though Su Yan still operated the mysterious ice-cold barrier to the strongest state. However, he was still unable to resist the cold. Su Yan's entire body was frozen under the pressure of the cold air of the mysterious ice-cold pond. The pain in his body also turned into numbness. Even the thoughts in his mind seemed to have frozen at this moment. Looks like he's going to make a move. The Princess of Chu was slightly disappointed when she saw Su Yan's appearance. Even though the Princess of Chu didn't understand the mysteries of the 8th layer of the frozen ice pond, she still didn't understand. However, the Princess of Chu was still the palace master of the East Palace. She was in charge of the Monster Palace. She didn't know what was in the 8th level of the mysterious ice-cold pond. However, she knew that the 8th layer was the most important part of the entire ice-cold pond. In other words, the 8th layer of the mysterious ice-cold pond was the real beginning of a warrior's trial. Not only that, when the Princess of Chu saw that Su Yan had entered the 8th level, she also had some selfish motives in her heart. After all, the 8th level of the ice-cold pond had not been opened for 100 years. Moreover, in the records of the Monster Palace, the records of the mysterious ice-cold pond were also quite vague. The Princess of Chu only knew that there was a treasure in the mysterious ice-cold pond that could be of great help to the warrior's cultivation. Unfortunately, the Princess of Chu didn't know what this treasure was. In her early years, the Princess of Chu had also thought of entering the mysterious ice-cold pond to explore. However, when she thought of the rules of the Monster Palace, the Princess of Chu finally gave up. Similarly, many elders and almighty in the Monster Palace had also thought of entering the mysterious ice-cold pond to explore. However, because of the rules of the Monster Palace, in the end, nothing was done. This time, the Princess of Chu saw that Su Yan could reach the 8th level. The Princess of Chu also wanted to see what was in the 8th level. Now that she saw that Su Yan could not withstand it, she was naturally a little disappointed. Sigh, I originally wanted to see the true secret of the mysterious ice-cold pond today, but now it seems that I will be disappointed again. The Princess of Chu smiled bitterly and shook her head, looking at Su Yan's figure between the Taiyao ancient pearls. She was about to make a move to save him. Although she was looking forward to seeing the secret of the 8th level of the mysterious ice-cold pond. However, now she was more concerned about Su Yan's safety. After all, at this moment, she had already sealed all of her doubts about Su Yan. Su Yan had already become her first son-in-law, and he was also a candidate to take over the Monster Palace and the position of the East Palace Palace Master in the future. The Princess of Chu had been looking for this candidate for dozens of years. Unfortunately, all this time, there had not been a disciple who could catch the eye of the Princess of Chu until Su Yan appeared. This was a person that she finally had her eyes on, so the Princess of Chu naturally could not let him die in the mysterious ice-cold pond. Just as the Princess of Chu was about to make a move to save him, she turned her head to look at the Taiyao ancient pearls. When she saw Su Yan's figure, she was stunned. Not only her, but even Su Yan, who was in the mysterious ice-cold pond, was stunned. In this bone-chilling cold, Su Yan was almost frozen stiff. Even all of his thoughts were numbed, so Su Yan could not think at all, and could not resist at all. At this moment, Su Yan felt the existence of a familiar aura, and that was spiritual energy. That's right, it was spiritual energy, where the holy meridian elements were condensed. Feeling this existence, Su Yan, who was originally numbed to thoughts, suddenly woke up. Spiritual energy, this is produced by the surrounding cold air. Su Yan felt the existence of this cold air. At first, he was stunned, then a surge of excitement surged in his heart. What was surprising was that when Su Yan first entered the mysterious ice-cold pond, he had already tried to feel the existence of this cold air, and tried to use the cold air in the mysterious ice-cold pond to condense his 5th holy meridian. Unfortunately, at that time, Su Yan could not feel the existence of this cold air at all. Su Yan also gave up on using the cold air in the mysterious ice-cold pond to condense his holy meridian. Now that he suddenly felt the existence of this cold air, how could Su Yan not be surprised? Of course, this surprise was only temporary. Suddenly, a surge of excitement surged in his heart. This was because he could feel the existence of this cold air. This meant that he could use this cold air to condense his 6th holy meridian. Not only that, if he could feel the existence of this cold air, he would no longer be afraid of the coldness of the mysterious ice-cold pond. Thinking of this, Su Yan smiled slightly, withstanding the invasion of the cold air in all parts of his body, withstanding the tearing pain of his whole body, and quickly operating the cultivation method in his body. As the cultivation method was operating, the surrounding cold air suddenly turned into countless spiritual energy, and poured into Su Yan's blood meridians. As the cold air surged, the pain brought by the surrounding cold air to Su Yan was also alleviated. When Chu Wangfei saw this scene, she finally understood and nodded her head in satisfaction. Su Yan, you really didn't disappoint me. You were actually able to absorb the cold air of this ice-cold pond. Didn't this kid just absorb the hurricane? How can he absorb this cold air? Thinking of this, Princess Chu suddenly trembled. Didn't Su Yan just absorb the hurricane? How can he absorb this cold air? At the 7th level, Princess Chu was not surprised to see Su Yan absorb the hurricane. At that time, Princess Chu only thought that Su Yan's holy meridian had something to do with the hurricane. After all, stepping into the holy meridian realm at the pinnacle of the life-soul realm, every martial artist had to comprehend their main holy meridian. As for the main saint bloodline, there were all kinds of strange things. There were all kinds of cultivation methods. When Princess Chu saw that Su Yan could absorb the hurricane, she only thought that Su Yan was lucky. Since he just happened to cultivate the hurricane saint meridian, it was not surprising that he could absorb the hurricane. Now that she saw that Su Yan could absorb the cold air, she was quite surprised. Does this kid have a dual holy meridian? Chu Wangfei murmured to herself, her eyes shining. She nodded slightly and said, I think so too. But I'm really glad that this brat is so lucky to have dual holy meridians. Both of them are the same as the 7th and 8th level of the mystic ice-cold pool. Dual holy meridian. When a martial artist stepped into the saint's world at the pinnacle of the life-soul realm, he would comprehend the main holy meridian. However, there were also people who could comprehend another element under the main holy meridian. Of course, this was also an existence that was 1 in a million. Although Princess Chu was surprised, she could accept it. After all, there were experts who had dual holy meridian among the Eastern Palace disciples. Thinking that Su Yan had dual holy meridian, Princess Chu's doubts were dispelled. She was just glad that Su Yan's dual holy meridian was related to the 7th and 8th level of the elements. Now that she knew that Su Yan could absorb the cold air of the 8th level, Princess Chu was not worried about Su Yan's safety. After all, the real danger of the 8th level was the irresistible cold air. And since Su Yan could absorb the cold air, the danger of the 8th level did not exist for him. Right now, Chu Wangfei was more concerned about the secrets of the 8th level. I didn't expect to feel the cold air at such a critical moment. Su Yan muttered to himself as he absorbed the cold air around him. At that moment, he thought that he might not be able to get out of here today. And before Su Yan could think of a way, Su Yan was already numbed by the bone-chilling cold air. At the last moment, Su Yan was actually able to feel the existence of this cold qi. How could Su Yan not be happy? At the same time, Su Yan was also a little confused. I've been trying to absorb the cold air before, but unfortunately, I couldn't feel its existence. Now that it's at such a critical moment, why did I suddenly feel it? Su Yan frowned. Could it be that the cold air I encountered earlier was not cold enough? Thinking of this, Su Yan's eyes suddenly emitted a bright light. At the same time, the corners of his mouth rose into a smile. I understand. So that's why. Sword Essence Saint Meridian, Heavenly Fire Saint Meridian, Poison Saint Meridian, Ghost Saint Meridian, Hurricane Saint Meridian. Every time I comprehend these 5 Saint Meridians and feel the existence of these elements, all of them are the strongest in the world. Su Yan had just comprehended the sword essence. It was because of Cho Bo's Scorching Sun Holy Sword and countless spiritual swords. Although the Scorching Sun Holy Sword was a divine weapon refined. However, its sword intent was the strongest among all the swords. This was also why Su Yan could comprehend the Sword Essence Saint Meridian. Chapter 2:11. Not only the Sword Essence, but also the Heavenly Fire, Poison Gas, Hurricane, and Ghost Qi were the most powerful elements in the world. The poisonous gas was formed by the poison of the 4 great poisonous creatures in the 10,000 Ghosts Cave. Not to mention the 4 great poisons, just this one poison alone was the most poisonous existence in the world. As for the ghost chi, Su Yan first absorbed the ghost chi in the 10,000 Ghosts Cave to create the Saint Meridian. The 10,000 Ghosts Cave was one of the 3 most dangerous places in the 5 counties. Where else could the ghost chi in the cave be more powerful than the ghost chi in the cave? Then there was the hurricane element. When Su Yan reached the 7th level, the hurricane vortex formed could destroy anything in the world. The hurricane vortex was also the most powerful thing in the world. Now, even Su Yan's mystic ice-cold shield could not withstand the cold chi in the mystic ice-cold pool, so where else could the cold chi compare to it? This was also where Su Yan felt the cold chi in the mystic ice-cold pool. Su Yan thought carefully and finally understood. However, when he thought of this, he was a little disappointed. The Saint Meridian that I condensed is the most powerful in the world. Doesn't that mean that if I want to condense the 7th, 8th, and 9th Saint Meridian in the future, I need the most powerful thing in the world? If it were the ordinary elements in the world, it would be much easier for Su Yan to condense the Saint Meridian. Unfortunately, it required the most powerful thing in the world, so the difficulty was naturally much higher. After all, it was difficult to find the most powerful thing in the world. Su Yan was able to condense the Saint Meridian quickly. In addition to Su Yan's hard work, many other factors were Su Yan's luck. Of course, a martial artist's luck was also the key to cultivation. Of course, luck and hard work were inseparable. If not for Su Yan's perseverance, going into the sword well, the sea dock, and the mystic ice-cold pool, no matter how great Su Yan's luck was, he would not be able to condense the Saint Meridian. Forget it, forget it. My meridian is already as strong as an ordinary cultivator. Now that I have to find the strongest item in the world to condense a Saint Meridian, it can't be considered the heavenly Tao. Su Yan smiled bitterly and shook his head. He did not dwell on it any longer. He needed to find the strongest thing in the world to comprehend his Saint Meridians. After all, Su Yan's spirit chi contained in his body was much stronger than ordinary martial artists. If his cultivation speed was faster than other martial artists, it would definitely go against the natural order. The sky, the firmament, was where the supreme beings of the world resided. Although no one had explored the secrets of the heavenly Tao for such a long time. However, no one dared to go against the heavenly Tao. Although the heavenly Tao did not exist. But who would dare to ignore his existence? Even Su Yan, who had always been arrogant, did not dare to ignore the existence of heaven and earth. Thinking about the existence of the heavenly Tao, Su Yan did not dwell on the matter of the elements needed to comprehend his Saint Meridians. He immersed himself in a new state of cultivation. As the sun-colored glazed sword scripture in Su Yan's body continued to rotate, it transformed into countless spirit chi and poured into Su Yan's blood. Then, a new Saint Meridian burst forth from Su Yan's blood. This was Su Yan's 6th Saint Meridian. When the Saint Meridian was created, Su Yan suddenly felt a huge pain in his body. However, Su Yan's expression did not change at all. Instead, his eyes were like torches. Because this pain was a path that a saint had to go through when he was creating his Saint Meridian. Only by enduring the pain in the world could one comprehend the world of the strong and achieve a hegemony. As time continued to pass, another day and night passed. Su Yan, who was narrowing his eyes to absorb the cold air of the mysterious ice-cold pool, finally opened his eyes. With a wave of his hands, a powerful force suddenly burst forth. This force was much stronger than that of a saint of the 5 meridians. Although Saint Meridian experts were all in the Saint Meridian realm. However, every martial artist was clear about this. There was a divide between the 5 meridians and the 6 meridians. Many saints of the 5 meridians had been stuck in the 5 meridians realm but could not step into the 6 meridians because of the existence of this divide. However, this divide did not exist for Su Yan. Because Su Yan comprehended one meridian at a time. Every meridian was a divide, and every meridian was a brand new epiphany. It had nothing to do with ordinary warriors absorbing the spirit chi of heaven and earth to stimulate their Saint Meridian. Therefore, this divide did not affect Su Yan at all. However, it was also because of the existence of this divide. Su Yan stepped into the 6th meridian saint realm. The strength that he comprehended was not something that a saint of the 5 meridians could compare to. At this moment, Su Yan not only had the spirit qi in his body dozens of times more than that of a saint of the 5 meridians. At the same time, Su Yan felt that he had a better understanding of the situation in his body. At the moment of inner vision, Su Yan could even clearly feel the flow of his blood and the fluctuation of the spirit qi in his body. Now that I am a saint of the 6 meridians, I wonder if I can find the restriction that Princess Chu placed in my body. Su Yan thought to himself and immediately activated his spirit qi to search for the restriction that Princess Chu had placed in his body. Even though Su Yan was a saint of the 6 meridians and his abilities were much stronger than that of a saint of the 5 meridians, it was a pity that he still could not find the restriction that Princess Chu had placed in his body. An expert of the perimeter realm is indeed not someone that I can compare to now. Su Yan had a premonition of this result. After all, Princess Chu was an expert of the perimeter realm. How could it be so easy to find the restriction that she had placed in his body? Since he was mentally prepared, Su Yan was not too disappointed. However, the desire for strength in his heart had once again become stronger. A warrior who had just advanced would be immersed in excitement and would even be eager to try his strength at this stage. His desire for strength would also decrease. Unfortunately, due to the pressure of various things. Su Yan knew that this little bit of strength was not enough to make him excited. There was only desire. Su Yan was very clear that only by standing at the peak could he laugh at the world. Only by continuously increasing his strength, only by reaching the peak of the strong, would he be able to undo the seal that Chu Wangfei had placed in his body. Restriction. Although from these days, Su Yan knew that Princess Chu did not deliberately suppress him. Not only did she not deliberately suppress him, but she had also been helping him, assisting him in his cultivation, and even opened a big back door for him. Moreover, Su Yan could also see that Princess Chu did not intend to harm him. However, no matter what, someone had placed a restriction in his body. Su Yan could not feel at ease no matter what. Of course, Su Yan also knew that more haste, less speed. Therefore, after thinking for a while, Su Yan quickly recovered his calmness. Looking at the surroundings of the ice-cold pond, he muttered to himself, "This time, the 7th level of the ice-cold pond has given me great benefits." Su Yan did not know that this was actually the 8th level of the ice-cold pond. Because the 7th level of the ice-cold pond was the 8th level, and the 8th level was the 7th level. At the moment of entering the ice-cold pond. Although Yin Xiang had told Su Yan some things about the ice-cold pond, Yin Xiang did not tell him how to distinguish which level of the ice-cold pond was. Therefore, after entering the ice-cold pond, Su Yan only judged which level of the ice-cold pond was based on the pond water that was constantly becoming cold. In this place, even though the temperature of the mysterious ice-cold pond was lower than any other layer, because Su Yan had been here all this time without moving, he didn't think that this was the 8th layer of the mysterious ice-cold pond. Su Yan didn't know, but the spectators above the mysterious ice-cold pond were clear about it. Counting, Su Yan had been in the ice-cold pond for several days and nights. However, in these days and nights, the people watching above the ice-cold pond did not leave. Not only did they not leave. On the contrary, there were more and more people watching here. No matter if it was the holy bloodline experts, Emperor Tianxiang, or even some fate soul experts, they all poured into the ice-cold pond palace to watch. The entire palace of the mysterious ice-cold pond was densely surrounded. Even though it was so crowded, there were still people constantly squeezing in. Because in these days, the news that the 7th and 8th levels of the ice-cold pond had been opened had already spread throughout the Eastern Palace. When everyone learned of this matter, their faces were full of surprise. The 7th level, for the disciples who were familiar with the ice-cold pond, was already an insurmountable gap. Not to mention the 8th level. The 8th level, that had been opened for hundreds of years. Some people even thought that the 8th level of the ice-cold pond did not exist at all. Of course, even if some disciples knew about the existence of the 8th level of the ice-cold pond, they also did not believe that the 8th level would be opened. If it were not for the 8th red light on the stone wall, which was emitting a bright light, no one would believe this fact. Of course, when everyone accepted this unbelievable fact. More than that, they were puzzled. Who is the person in the 8th level of the ice-cold pond? This was different from the moment when Su Yan had just entered the ice-cold pond. Because of the opening of the 8th level. Except for some disciples who were in seclusion, the rest of the disciples all gathered here. Some disciples who had the ability to break into the 6th level of the ice-cold pond and even the 7th level all gathered here. Among them, there were several top 10 disciples in the Eastern Palace. Although the entire ice-cold pond palace was crowded, the strength of these people could not be compared with other disciples. Floating in the air, looking at the ice-cold pond, it was not crowded. But when they looked at the red light on the stone wall of the ice-cold pond, they all frowned. Ratley, as the first top 10 disciple here, naturally became the subject of other people's inquiry. Ratley, you have been active in the ice-cold pond. Do you really not know who opened the 8th level of the ice-cold pond? A young man in white asked Ratley. Chapter 212. As Ratley spoke, he glanced at the youth and said, Senior brother Nangong, do you think senior brother Qin Luo is inside? Impossible. The person immediately shook his head and denied Ratley's idea. It turned out that this person was none other than Nangong Xiangming, who Su Yan had met once before. Nangong Xiangming saw Ratley's confusion and did not hide it. He coldly glanced at the red light on the stone wall and said, Qin Luo is in seclusion in the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda. He can't be here. Oh. Ratley nodded and lowered his head, muttering to himself, that's strange. Today, among our top 10 disciples, other than a few who are in seclusion in the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda, the rest of us are already here. Then, who in our East Palace has the strength to enter the 8th level? Nangong Xiangming and the other 2 top 10 disciples of the East Palace frowned when they heard Ratley's words. They could not figure out who had the strength to enter the 8th level of the Mystic Frost Pond. Do you think it's junior sister Chu? Don't forget that she is also one of the top 10 disciples of Monster Palace. Furthermore, she is not in seclusion in the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda. The person who spoke was also one of the top 10 disciples of Monster Palace. His ranking was 1 level higher than Ratley's. He was ranked 9th and was called Geng Ji. This was because Geng Ji was ranked 9th among the top 10 disciples of the East Palace. As Ratley was ranked 10th, Geng Ji was the person that Ratley wanted to challenge. He was also the key to whether Ratley could enter the 2nd level of the Monster Palace. Therefore, the two of them were usually at odds. However, after hearing Geng Ji's words, Ratley nodded his head and agreed, that's right. We have neglected junior sister Chu. She is ranked 6th among the top 10 disciples of the East Palace. Furthermore, she is the daughter of the palace master. She has a rare treasure on her. Naturally, she has the strength to enter the 8th level of the Mystic Frost Pond. Chu Linger had always been the favorite of all the disciples of the Monster Palace East Palace. Although Chu Linger's strength was stronger than many people's. However, Chu Linger liked everyone to call her junior sister. Moreover, everyone was willing to call Chu Linger junior sister. Not only that, every martial artist, besides being in awe of those who were stronger than them, would more or less have some jealousy and hatred. The only exception was Chu Ling-er. Xu Li was not an exception. When he talked about Chu Ling-er and her qualifications to enter the 8th level of the mysterious ice-cold pond, he did not feel the slightest bit of jealousy. Instead, he felt joy. Of course, she wasn't the only one. The others were no exception. This was especially true for Nangong Xiangming. After hearing Ratley's words, his eyes suddenly lit up. He laughed and said, right, we've been calculating here and neglected junior sister Chu. Junior sister Chu has always been talented and intelligent. She has the ability to enter the 8th level of the profound ice-cold pond. Yes, that's right, that's right. The other 2 top 10 disciples of the East Palace echoed. At the same time, the few of them were certain that the person in the 8th level of the profound ice-cold pond was Chu Linger. This profound ice-cold pond is so cold. Why would I want to cultivate in it? At this moment, a proud snort was suddenly heard. Hearing this proud snort, everyone was stunned. This was because the top 10 disciples of the East Palace were related to the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda. Many disciples did not know of the existence of the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda. Therefore, when they were chatting, they had already set up a restriction. Only the top 10 disciples of the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda, or disciples who had not obtained the qualifications to enter the top 10, could hear what they were saying. Now that they suddenly heard this proud snort, everyone was clearly stunned. However, they quickly reacted. When they turned around and saw the graceful figure appear, they all revealed sincere smiles on their faces. Who else but Chu Linger could make the top 10 disciples of the East Palace, who were usually proud and aloof, reveal such expressions? What are you guys guessing blindly? How can I enter the profound ice-cold pond? However, Chu Linger's words immediately made the smiles on their faces disappear. Originally, they all thought that it was Chu Linger who entered the profound ice-cold pond. Now that they heard Chu Linger's words and saw Chu Linger's figure appear, this conjecture was obviously self-defeating. The few of them immediately frowned again. If it's not junior sister Chu, then who is in the profound ice-cold pond? Chu Linger looked at the few of them frowning and chuckled. What are you guys guessing blindly for? Call out all the East Palace disciples and see who's not here. Won't we know? Chu Linger's words could be said to be a wake-up call. The few of them used their chi to float down and found their respective followers. In the world of warriors, strength was respected. When one's strength reached a certain level, there would naturally be some followers around them. Nangong Xiangming, Ratli, Gengji, and the others were the top 10 disciples of the East Palace. They were the best among the East Palace disciples. Naturally, they had their own followers. In fact, to put it nicely, they were their followers. To put it bluntly, they were their followers. After they heard Chu Linger's words, they immediately woke up and found their own followers, asking them to investigate who was not in the East Palace. In an instant, the followers immediately dispersed and went to investigate this matter separately. In an instant, the entire East Palace disciples' palaces became lively. Su Yan naturally did not know that because he entered the profound ice-cold pond, the entire East Palace would become so lively. In fact, Su Yan did not enter the profound ice-cold pond on purpose. With a thought, Su Yan entered the profound ice-cold pond. Moreover, Su Yan did not want to hide from anyone and secretly enter the profound ice-cold pond. It was just that when Su Yan entered the profound ice-cold pond, everyone's eyes were on Rat Sang. No one noticed that Su Yan entered the profound ice-cold pond, which led to so many people's guesses. At this moment, Su Yan did not think of these. Of course, he did not have time to think about it. He was more concerned about whether he would enter the 8th layer of the profound ice-cold pond or not. That's right, Su Yan still thought that he was only in the 7th layer of the profound ice-cold pond, not the 8th layer. After absorbing the 7th layer's hurricane storm, Su Yan originally intended to leave. After all, at that time, Su Yan thought that the cold chi of the mysterious ice-cold pond was useless to him, so entering the 8th layer of the mysterious ice-cold pond was also useless. Moreover, he didn't know what treasures were in the 8th layer of the mysterious ice-cold pond, so he didn't want to waste time here. However, who would have thought that when Su Yan was about to leave, the 8th layer would suddenly appear and let Su Yan feel the location of the cold air. Absorbing the cold air. It could be said that Su Yan's trip to the profound ice-cold pond this time was already perfect. However, it was also because he absorbed the cold air of the profound ice-cold pond that Su Yan was tangled again. If he did not absorb the cold air of the profound ice-cold pond, Su Yan would have left without hesitation. However, after absorbing the cold air of the profound ice-cold pond, Su Yan successfully formed the cold air Saint Vein. Now, Su Yan did not need the profound ice-cold shield and could rely on the spirit chi of the cold air Saint Vein to resist the cold air. Because of this, Su Yan was tangled about whether to enter the 8th layer or not. However, this tangled problem was solved quickly. Now that I have formed the cold air Saint Vein, the cold air of the profound ice-cold pond is useless to me. What do I have to be afraid of? There are 9 layers in the profound ice-cold pond, and I have only entered the 7th layer. Why not enter 2 more layers and explore the secrets of the profound ice-cold pond? While speaking, Su Yan immediately operated the cultivation method and swam down. Because Su Yan had formed the cold air Saint Vein, he was no longer afraid of the cold air of the profound ice-cold pond. In this profound ice-cold pond, his speed was naturally much faster than when he had just entered the profound ice-cold pond. After a while, Su Yan encountered a stone wall. What's going on? Su Yan could not help but be stunned. He stopped and looked around. There was no way forward. This made Su Yan very confused. Why is there no way forward? Could it be that I have already reached the 9th layer of the profound ice-cold pond? Impossible. Although the cold air of the profound ice-cold pond is useless to me, I can feel the temperature change of the cold air through the spirit qi. The temperature has not changed, which means that I am still in the 7th layer. Doesn't this profound ice-cold pond have 9 layers? Then why is there no way forward here? Not only was Su Yan confused, but even the Monster Palace's manager, Princess Chu, was also confused when she saw the image transmitted from the Supreme Demon Ancient Pearl. Of course, Princess Chu knew that Su Yan was in the 8th layer of the profound ice-cold pond, not the 7th layer. However, it did not matter if it was the 8th layer or the 7th layer. The profound ice-cold pond had to have one more layer. The 9th layer. If this profound ice-cold pond does not have 9 layers, why is it only 8 layers? Where is the last layer? And where did the treasure in the 8th level go? Why didn't it appear? Chu Wangfei frowned as she looked at the image transmitted from the Supreme Demon Ancient Pearl. Although she had never entered the profound ice-cold pond, she knew that there was a treasure in the 8th level of the pond. As long as someone could withstand the cold air of the 8th layer, the treasure would appear. Su Yan had absorbed the cold air and was able to move freely within the Xian ice-cold pool. Clearly, he had resisted the cold air. However, she did not see the appearance of the treasure. This caused Chu Wangfei to be puzzled. Of course, Princess Chu did not deny that the treasure in the profound ice-cold pond had been taken away by some disciples who had entered the 8th layer. After all, it was not that no one had ever entered the 8th layer of the profound ice-cold pond. It was just that in the past 100 years, no Eastern Palace disciple had entered it. However, Princess Chu was more confused about the 9th layer. Where did the 9th layer of the profound ice-cold pond go? Even if Princess Chu had not entered the 9th layer of the profound ice-cold pond, she was still the Monster Palace's palace master. Naturally, she knew that the profound ice-cold pond had 9 layers. It was not only recorded in books. The previous Eastern Palace master had also talked to her about it. However, now that she saw the 9th layer of the profound ice-cold pond end there, how could Princess Chu not be confused? Chapter 213. Bang! Just when the Princess of Chu and Su Yan were puzzled. Suddenly, a loud noise erupted from the bottom of the mysterious ice-cold pond. The Princess of Chu and Su Yan were both startled. Of course, Su Yan was more shocked. When the hurricane came, Su Yan knew that the mysterious ice-cold pond was not as simple as it looked on the surface. At the same time, Su Yan did not think that the mysterious ice-cold pond was a peaceful place. Subconsciously, Su Yan had already classified the mysterious ice-cold pond as a strange place. Therefore, even though Su Yan had condensed the 6th cold qi Saint Meridian, the cold qi of the mysterious ice-cold pond was not a threat to Su Yan. However, Su Yan still maintained his vigilance at all times. Hearing this loud sound, the great sun-colored glazed sword sutra in Su Yan's body started to circulate rapidly. His eyes turned in an instant and shot out a blood-red light, looking towards the direction of the loud noise. What is this? The moment Su Yan's eyes looked over, he saw a faint light emitting from the bottom of the ice-cold pond. Could this be the mechanism to the 8th level? Su Yan immediately thought that this was the mechanism to the 8th level of the mysterious ice-cold pond. After all, the mysterious ice-cold pond was a strange place. Just from the fact that the mysterious ice-cold pond could emit such a strange cold qi, he knew that the mysterious ice-cold pond was not a good place. It was not impossible for there to be some mechanisms here. Although Su Yan did not know that he was already in the 8th level. But for the 8th and 9th levels of the mysterious ice-cold pond, Su Yan did not have much hope. The reason why he wanted to find the 8th level was only because he had condensed the cold chi Saint Meridian. In the mysterious ice-cold pond, the cold chi was not a threat to Su Yan. And now that he was here, Su Yan also wanted to explore the secrets of the profound ice-cold pond, just to satisfy the curiosity in his heart. In other words, there was no need for Su Yan to force his way into the profound ice-cold pond. After all, the main reason Su Yan came to the profound ice-cold pond was to find his 5th saint bloodline. Now, Su Yan had not only condensed the cold air Saint Meridian in the profound ice-cold pond, but he had also condensed the hurricane Saint Meridian. It could be said that Su Yan's trip had been completed. Furthermore, what exactly was inside this profound ice-cold pond? There was nothing that attracted Su Yan. Su Yan didn't want to try at all. When he saw that beam of light, he thought of all the strange things that happened when he came to the mysterious ice-cold pond. Su Yan's eyes suddenly narrowed, and he was ready to dive up and out of the pond. It was not that Su Yan was afraid of death, but every time he fell into despair, it made Su Yan understand that if he wanted to stand at the top, if he wanted to laugh at the world, the most important thing was to survive. Now, there was nothing in the profound ice-cold pond that attracted Su Yan. Su Yan did not need to take this risk at all. This was what a wise man would do, and he was not afraid of death. After all, Su Yan was not familiar with the profound ice-cold pond, and there was nothing he wanted in the profound ice-cold pond. If Su Yan rashly went forward, it would not be bravery, but recklessness. When the Princess of Chu saw Su Yan preparing to come out, although she was a little disappointed, she praised Su Yan in her heart, knowing when to advance and retreat, adapting to circumstances. Not bad, not bad. If it was not because Su Yan had too many secrets, the Princess of Chu valued Su Yan very much. However, in the Princess of Chu's heart, she always had an evaluation of Su Yan. This Su Yan was a reckless person. After all, Su Yan just entered the Monster Palace not long ago, and he dared to explore the sea dock. It should be known that the sea dock was a famous dangerous place in the Monster Palace. Even the Princess of Chu herself did not dare to rashly break into the sea dock. When she saw Su Yan dare to break into the sea dock alone, the Princess of Chu's heart left an impression of a reckless person. Now that she saw Su Yan knew to retreat, she was quite satisfied. After all, Su Yan did not know that in the profound ice-cold pond, the Princess of Chu would not let him have an accident. Just as Su Yan was about to leave, suddenly, the faint light suddenly lit up, and suddenly emitted countless bright lights, as if to illuminate the entire profound ice-cold pond. This is... Seeing this light, Su Yan could not help but be stunned. At the same time, Su Yan felt a strong surge of power. Feeling the existence of this power, Su Yan could not help but be stunned again. This power. Su Yan was stunned for a long time, and looked at the place where the bright light was emitting with a stunned face, and said, "This power is so strong." It was also because of the appearance of this power that Su Yan's heart, which was originally planning to leave, suddenly boiled. The intention to leave in his heart was completely suppressed. With a turn of his eyes, a bright light suddenly surged out from his eyes. Following that, his body slowly dived in the direction of the light as he operated the cultivation method in his body. Su Yan did not know why he suddenly did not want to leave. He only hoped that the place where the light was emitting, and his eyes were surging. He also did not know why. Su Yan only knew that if he left like this today, he would definitely regret it in the future. He, Su Yan, would never do something that he regretted. It was not because of anything, just because his name was Su Yan. Previously, the reason why Su Yan chose to leave was because he thought that there was nothing in the profound ice-cold pond that he wanted at all. Naturally, there was nothing to be reluctant about. But now it was different. With the determination in his heart, Su Yan would definitely not leave just like that. As for those risks, although Su Yan was worried about them, he was not afraid at all. Although Su Yan knew that the most important thing to reach the peak was to survive. But he also knew that a man must have a challenging heart. At this moment, since there was something attracting him, even if there was a big risk waiting for him in front of him, Su Yan would definitely not leave so easily. He also had to work hard. Not because of anything, just because he was called Su Yan. A man who gathered the pride of heaven and earth. A man who carried the mission of the Buddha sword sect. Driven by this determination, Su Yan quickly came to the place where the light was emitting from the bottom of the profound ice-cold pond. Su Yan did not know why the light was emitting here, but just as he approached the light, Su Yan could not help but reach out to the light. Rumble, just as Su Yan touched the light source, suddenly a loud noise erupted in the entire profound ice-cold pond. The entire profound ice-cold pond began to tremble. Not only that, even the profound ice-cold pond began to tremble. But those above the profound ice-cold pond who were also God's favored disciples of the Eastern Palace were not afraid. They were just stunned for a moment, but they did not leave. They did not pay much attention to the trembling of the profound ice-cold pond. After all, they were more curious about who was in the profound ice-cold pond. And Su Yan, who was in the profound ice-cold pond, was naturally more shocked than them. When the trembling sound sounded, Su Yan was immediately stunned, and he instantly woke up from the state just now. He quickly operated the cultivation method in his body, and carefully looked around. He saw that the rocks around the profound ice-cold pond were constantly trembling. Not only that. In the next second, Su Yan suddenly felt a huge movement from the bottom of the profound ice-cold pond. Su Yan was shocked again, and hurriedly used qi to float up, letting himself leave the bottom of the profound ice-cold pond. And the trembling at the bottom of the profound ice-cold pond did not stop because of Su Yan's departure. Instead, it trembled even more violently. Su Yan frowned, and at the same time, he quickly operated the cultivation method in his body. The majestic spirit qi rotated around Su Yan's body. At the same time, Su Yan's hand was also tightly holding the ghost howl sword that had just been summoned, and he cautiously looked at the scene in front of him. And in this trembling, Su Yan could feel that the power that attracted him was getting stronger and stronger. This made Su Yan even more determined that this profound ice-cold pond was not so simple. At the same time, in the Eastern Palace main hall, Princess Chu, who saw this scene through the Taiyao ancient pearl, also frowned slightly, and did not understand why this profound ice-cold pond would have such a change. However, Princess Chu was, after all, the ruler of the Monster Palace. The things that she knew would always surpass the Eastern Palace disciples, and always surpass Su Yan. After a short moment of astonishment, looking at the trembling stone walls around the profound ice-cold pond, and the strange movement at the bottom of the profound ice-cold pond, Princess Chu's eyes suddenly lit up. Seal, this is a seal. Thinking of this, Princess Chu was suddenly tongue-tied. Seal, someone actually sealed this profound ice-cold pond. How did I not know? Although it was only through the Taiyao ancient pearl. With Princess Chu's strength, she could naturally feel the power of this seal. Princess Chu was very clear that to be able to seal the 9th layer of the profound ice-cold pond, even with her current strength, it was not easy to set up such a large seal. However, the profound ice-cold pond now had such a powerful seal. What was more terrifying was that this seal existed in the Monster Palace. As the ruler of the Monster Palace, Princess Chu did not know at all. How could this not surprise Princess Chu? Who exactly set up such a large seal in the profound ice-cold pond? Princess Chu looked at the scene inside the Taiyao ancient pearl. Originally, she had been gentle, and when she looked at Su Yan's figure, her slightly gratified face suddenly darkened. All of the charm, all of the sorrow, and all of the expressions on this beautiful face disappeared. In exchange, a king's aura spread from between her eyebrows. She was expressionless, as cold as ice. At that moment, it was as if the surrounding air had dropped a few degrees. At the same time, the spiritual energy in Princess Chu's body faintly surged, but this time, it was not to save Su Yan. Chapter 214. Although the Xianbing Cold Pond was only a trial ground for the disciples of the Monster Palace. However, because of the special nature of the Xianbing Cold Pond, it had always been a symbol of the East Palace. Although the Princess of Chu had never tried the Xianbing Cold Pond. However, she also knew some of the mysteries of the Xianbing Cold Pond. The cold air of the Xianbing Cold Pond could temper the body of every disciple who entered the Xianbing Cold Pond. Moreover, the spiritual energy contained in the Xianbing Cold Pond was also beneficial to cultivation. Not only that, but because of the special nature of the Xianbing Cold Pond, every level in the Xianbing Cold Pond could give birth to some spiritual objects of heaven and earth every few years. These spiritual objects of heaven and earth were all rare treasures of heaven and earth. Some could be directly absorbed to help cultivation, and some could be refined into pills. It was only because there were too many disciples who entered the Xianbing Cold Pond, and this rare treasure of heaven and earth would only be produced once every few decades or even 100 years. This also caused many people to forget that there were these things in the Xianbing Cold Pond. This was also the reason why the Princess of Chu was filled with anticipation when she saw Su Yan enter the 8th level of the Xianbing Cold Pond. Because others didn't know, but she, the Princess of Chu, knew that this Xianbing Cold Pond would produce the secret of the treasure. From the 1st to the 7th level, there were people who entered every few years. It was fine if there were no rare treasures. However, no one had entered the 8th level for 100 years, so there must be rare treasures. Unfortunately, there was no rare treasure of heaven and earth in the 8th level. Originally, the Princess of Chu only thought that the rare treasure of heaven and earth had not been born because Su Yan did not enter the Xianbing Cold Pond in time. However, it seemed that everything was not so simple. Since this Xianbing Cold Pond was sealed by someone. That meant that within this 100 years, someone had entered the Xianbing Cold Pond. Not only did they seal the Xianbing Cold Pond, but they also seized the treasures in the Xianbing Cold Pond. The Princess of Chu was in charge of the Monster Palace. In this Monster Palace, every inch of land and every plant could be said to belong to the Princess of Chu. Now, someone had seized the treasures that belonged to her Monster Palace under her nose and sealed the Xianbing Cold Pond. The most terrifying thing was that it was difficult to seal the Xianbing Cold Pond, even the Princess of Chu's current strength. However, this person was able to seal the 9th level of the Xianbing Cold Pond without the Princess of Chu noticing anything. Without the princess or anyone in the East Palace noticing anything. How could this not Bing Cold Pond Chu? Of course, Princess of Princess Xianbing Cold? Because Princess of Bing Cold Yang Bing Cold Pond, Bing Cold Pond Bing Cold Pond, directly, she Princess of Ancient Xiang Bing Cold Pond, her Bing Cold Jade Bing. Bing Cold Ice Bing. Bing. Bing Bing Cold Pond Bing. This power, although Su Yan had already activated his cultivation technique to the extreme and even brought out the profound ice-cold shield, Su Yan still felt a sense of oppression when he felt this evil qi. How could Su Yan not panic? Bang! However, before Su Yan could ponder any further, a loud explosion rang out and countless rocks flew into the air. These rocks exploded like a volcanic eruption. Countless amounts of energy suddenly surged out at this moment. Those rocks were like countless bolts of lightning that split open the profound ice-cold pond and exploded in all directions. Su Yan was shocked. He knew that if he was hit by these rocks, even if he didn't die, he would be seriously injured. He hurriedly circulated his qi and stepped forward, quickly dodging these rocks. He did not think too much about the power he felt earlier. Although these rocks came quickly and in large numbers, the sudden attack still put a lot of pressure on Su Yan. Fortunately, Su Yan was still a 6th meridian saint. His speed was incomparable to his previous speed, and with the help of the blood dragon eyes, he was able to avoid the explosion of the rocks. The rock explosion came and went quickly. It only lasted for a few breaths before it stabilized. Su Yan also heaved a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that this rock explosion would continue like the 7th level's whirlpool attack. After all, this rock explosion far surpassed the 7th level's whirlpool attack in terms of strength and speed. Even though Su Yan was now a 6th meridian saint, he used all his strength to avoid the rock explosion. After dodging for a few breaths, Su Yan was already gasping for breath. Seeing the rock explosion stop, the nervous heart also calmed down. Just as they were about to look towards the bottom of the frigid ice pond to see what was going on, at that moment, a slightly aged yet extremely loud voice spread out within the frigid ice pond. 100 years, 100 years, finally, a disciple of my supreme demon palace has stepped into the 9th layer of the frigid ice pond. Su Yan was stunned when he heard this voice. Of course, while he was stunned, Su Yan was more surprised by the power contained in this voice. Although the voice was not aggressive, Su Yan could feel the majestic energy contained in this voice. Based on this energy alone, Su Yan knew that even 10 of him would not be a match for this person. This caused Su Yan to be shocked. Although Su Yan didn't fear death, it didn't mean that Su Yan didn't want to live and would seek death. Every time Su Yan hovered on the edge of death, it was either because he had no other choice, or because he knew that he had the strength to fight. Now that this power had spread, Su Yan knew that he had no strength to fight back at all. Immediately, fear surged in his heart. At this moment, Su Yan felt his vision go dark. The voice was heard again, Su Yan, the successor of the Buddha sword sect? However, this time, this voice did not have the grandeur it had before. Instead, it sounded surprised. He wasn't the only one who was surprised. Even Su Yan was surprised when he heard this voice. Of course, he felt even more fear. How? How does this person know that I am the successor of the Buddha sword sect? Soon, Su Yan thought about the darkness he had felt before and his heart trembled again. Who is this person? How can he use his mind to steal my memories in such a short time? Su Yan was shocked. At the same time, he thought about how this person had stolen his memories without his permission. A wave of anger surged in his body, and he no longer felt the fear from before. He gripped the ghost howl sword and shouted, "Who are you? Come out." This angry shout did not alarm the person who had just spoken. Instead, it made the Princess of Chu, who was standing in front of the Taiyao Ancient Pearl, shake. She woke up from her shock and looked inside the Taiyao Ancient Pearl. The Princess of Chu couldn't help but take a few steps back. No. Impossible. How is this possible? Father died 100 years ago. How? How can his voice appear here? After being shocked, the Princess of Chu saw Su Yan's figure and was also surprised. This person is the successor of the Buddha sword sect? The Buddha sword sect has disappeared for a long time. How can he be the successor of the Buddha sword sect? Of course, while the Princess of Chu was thinking about this question, she was more concerned about the voice from before. Father, is that you? As the Princess of Chu's spirit energy surged, she immediately let out a soft call. The Taiyao Ancient Pearl transmitted into the ice-cold pond. When Su Yan heard this voice, he was stunned. Palace Master Chu. This time, Su Yan immediately recalled the majestic power he had felt before he heard the voice. Just a moment ago, Su Yan had always felt that this power was familiar. It was just that at that moment, the rock exploded. Su Yan didn't have time to think about it. Now that he heard this voice, Su Yan immediately came to his senses. Then, he saw a graceful figure appear in front of him. That graceful figure was so alluring in the ice-cold pond. In particular, there was a trace of worry on that charming face. It was even more tempting. Although the Princess of Chu was old, her unchanged face still exuded an alluring aura. Not only that, but because of the vicissitudes of life, she had a mature charm. In this pond, it could be said that anyone who saw such a beauty would be tempted. However, Su Yan wasn't tempted at all. Instead, when he saw the Princess of Chu's figure, his face suddenly turned gloomy. A murderous intent exploded from his eyes. It was fine that the Princess of Chu had placed a seal in his body. Because Su Yan knew that he wasn't strong enough, he could only endure it. But now, not only did the Princess of Chu place a seal in his body, but she also spied on him. This was definitely a naked humiliation. It was definitely a challenge to Su Yan. This also pushed Su Yan's patience to the limit. As the saying goes, a warrior can be killed, but not humiliated. Even if I die today, I can't endure this humiliation. Su Yan clenched his teeth. The fear in his heart towards the Princess of Chu's strength was completely thrown to the back of his head. There was only dense anger in his heart. The light that flickered in his eyes was also filled with murderous intent. When the Princess of Chu felt the murderous intent, she was stunned for a moment. However, she didn't think too much about it, nor did she pay attention to Su Yan. Instead, she unceasingly spun in the ice-frost cold pond as she shouted, "Father, is it you? Is it you? Princess." Hearing the Princess of Chu's voice, the powerful voice from before resounded once again. However, this time, within the vicissitudes of life, there was a hint of sadness. The moment this voice resounded, a black figure floated over. Although the person who appeared had a face full of wrinkles, it wasn't difficult to see from his outline that when this person was young, he must have been a handsome man. Moreover, if one looked closely, they could clearly see that he was similar to the Princess of Chu. Moreover, there was an irresistible majesty faintly surging between his eyebrows. That majesty was emitted. Even the overlord of the monster palace, the Princess of Chu, couldn't compare. Chapter 2:15. Not only that, in the blink of an eye, Su Yan felt that all the power in his body had been suppressed. His whole body seemed to have relaxed at this moment. If it weren't for Su Yan's strong willpower, he was afraid that even the ghost howl sword in his hand would have slipped. At the same time, Su Yan couldn't help but feel a surge of fear in his heart. This power. Su Yan's whole body trembled. He didn't even dare to look directly at that person. The old man who appeared only glanced at Su Yan and ignored him. Instead, he looked at the Princess of Chu. His eyes showed true feelings and compassion. He reached out and stroked the Princess of Chu's hair and said softly, "Princess, you've grown up. Father, it's really you, it's really you." At this moment, the Princess of Chu had already cried her eyes out. There was no trace of the usual majesty of the Monster Palace's palace master. She reached out to hug the old man, but the Princess of Chu hugged nothing. The Princess of Chu was stunned. When the old man saw the Princess of Chu's appearance, he smiled bitterly and said, "Princess, father died 100 years ago. This is just a remnant of my soul memory left behind." What? When the Princess of Chu heard this, her whole body trembled. She kept shaking her head, obviously unwilling to accept this fact. "Father, how can this be? How can this be? Who in the 5 counties can kill you?" When the old man heard the Princess of Chu's words, his face showed a kind expression. "Princess, the world is so big and there are so many strange things. Father's strength can't be considered strong." As he spoke, one could clearly feel the helplessness in the old man's tone. When the Princess of Chu heard the old man's words, she was first stunned, then more sadness. At this moment, Su Yan, who was standing at the side, also woke up from the various signs just now. Looking at the two of them, he could not help but frown. This old man, Chu Wangfei, actually called him father. Then he is. As Su Yan thought about it, his body couldn't help but tremble. Although he had only been in the Monster Palace for a short time, he was still aware of the important matters in the Monster Palace. The former palace master of Monster Palace, Chu Tianxiong, was a legendary figure in the 5 counties. It was rumored that he had stepped into the legendary level and was fully deserving of being the #1 expert in the 5 counties. The rise of the Monster Palace was due to his existence. However, Su Yan also knew that this person had already fallen 100 years ago. Then why are you here now? Su Yan was shocked. When he heard Chu Tianxiong say that he was just a strand of memory, he was able to accept quite a bit of it. Even so, the shock in his heart did not lessen. Instead, he became even more confused. A legendary level master, then who was the one who killed him? Compared to Su Yan's doubts, the Princess of Chu also had the same doubts. "Father, what happened back then? Why did you fall, and why are you in the frozen ice pond?" The Princess of Chu asked a few questions, but she did not ask about the frozen ice pond being sealed because she was already clear that the frozen ice pond was definitely sealed by her father. Otherwise, her father would not be here. Sigh. Hearing the Princess of Chu's words, Chu Tianxiong sighed helplessly. Then, his eyes revealed the vicissitudes of life. After being silent for a while, he began to speak slowly. "Back then, when I stepped into the peak of the dragon realm, I tried to break the status of the monster palace in this world. Unfortunately, I overestimated myself. The world is so big that it will never be something we can imagine. Chu Tianxiong sighed. Obviously, he did not want to talk about what happened back then. However, this also aroused the Princess of Chu's curiosity about what happened back then. Hearing her father stop talking, she immediately asked, "Father, what happened?" Chu Tianxiong obviously did not intend to talk about what happened back then. Hearing the Princess of Chu's words, he smiled slightly and said, "Princess, seeing you grow to this level, I am extremely gratified. However, there are some things that are not good for you to know with your current strength." "Father," Chu Tianxiong shook his head and interrupted her. "Princess, don't ask about father's matters. Let's talk about yourself. Father hasn't been by your side for the past 100 years. How have you been?" Chu Tianxiong asked. Chu Tianxiong nodded and said, "Princess, don't ask about father. Let's talk about yourself." When Chu Tianxiong said this, there was no trace of a king's aura on his face. There was only that kind of fatherly love. When the Princess of Chu looked at her father's expression, she thought about all the things that happened in the past 100 years. She thought about how she had to bear everything alone for the past 100 years. Suddenly, tears welled up in her eyes. However, the Princess of Chu did not talk about this with her father. Instead, she nodded and said, "Father, I am very good. I am very good. Now, I am the palace master of the monster palace." "Yes." Hearing the Princess of Chu's answer, Chu Tianxiong also nodded with gratification. Bang! At this moment, suddenly, there was a loud explosion from the bottom of the ice-cold pond. Not good. Chu Tianxiong's face suddenly changed. His kind face immediately became serious, exuding a majestic aura. When the Princess of Chu saw her father's face, she could not help but be shocked. She hurriedly asked, "Father, what's wrong?" "Princess, in fact, the ice-cold pond has always been a secret of the monster palace. This ice-cold pond is actually connected to the East Sea. Not only that, but there is also a sea monster sealed at the bottom of the ice-cold pond." When Chu Tianxiong mentioned the sea monster, there was obviously some fear on his face. Seeing Chu Tianxiong's face, the Princess of Chu and Su Yan could not help but be startled. What kind of sea monster can make the strongest person in the 5 counties, Chu Tianxiong, so frightened? What kind of sea monster can make father have such an expression? Su Yan and the Princess of Chu muttered to themselves at the same time. However, Su Yan only hid his thoughts in the bottom of his heart. The Princess of Chu asked Chu Tianxiong, "Father, what is going on?" "Yes." Although Chu Tianxiong didn't mention exactly how he had fallen, he didn't try to hide it. He nodded slightly and said, "This sea beast is called the Jade Ice Crystal Beast. It is the overlord of the East Sea. The reason why the ice-cold pond can have such cold air is because of the existence of this Jade Ice Crystal Beast. Because the Jade Ice Crystal Beast's cultivation has reached the level of a warrior in the dragon realm, it has a certain level of intelligence." "What? The strength of a dragon realm warrior?" When the Princess of Chu and Su Yan heard Chu Tianxiong's words, they suddenly opened their mouths wide. They could not believe how powerful a dragon realm sea monster was. Now, they finally understood why Chu Tianxiong had such an expression when he talked about the sea monster. Yes. Chu Tianxiong had obviously expected Su Yan and the Princess of Chu's expressions. He did not say much and only nodded. He continued to say, "Speaking of our monster palace, although we have the bloodline of the supreme monster clan, we are actually considered to have the bloodline of a monster beast. There is no difference between us and the Jade Ice Crystal Beast. And because of that, the Jade Water Ice Crystal Beast has always been hiding in the profound ice-cold pond. It wants to take over our Supreme Demon Palace. Moreover, the disciples of our Supreme Demon Palace that entered the trial lost their lives in the profound ice-cold pond because they were swallowed by the sea beast. I did not know this secret at first. However, when I was fighting with that person, I was injured by that person's flame saint power. I wanted to use the ice-cold pond to heal my injuries. That's how I found out. Chu Tianxiong obviously did not want to tell the Princess of Chu that he was injured by someone back then. He only mentioned the flame saint power. Although the Princess of Chu felt regretful, she knew her father's character. If he did not want to say something, no matter how she asked, he would not say it. Therefore, the Princess of Chu did not ask about the flame saint power. Instead, she continued to ask, "Father, what happened after that?" After that. Chu Tianxiong could not help but laugh bitterly before continuing. After that, I used my own strength to seal the ice-cold pond and trap the jade ice crystal beast. Father, you were not a match for this sea monster? The Princess of Chu could not help but ask in astonishment. Although Chu Tianxiong had said that the jade ice crystal beast had the strength of a dragon realm warrior, Chu Tianxiong had always been a godlike existence in the eyes of the Princess of Chu. Therefore, she subconsciously thought that the sea monster was not a match for her father. That was why she asked so many questions. Chu Tianxiong's expression did not change much when he heard the Princess of Chu's question. He only smiled and continued, "If I was in my best condition, I would not be afraid of this sea monster. Unfortunately, I was seriously injured when I came to the ice-cold pond. Naturally, I was not a match for this jade ice crystal beast. Therefore, I could only use my own strength to seal the 9th layer of the ice-cold pond so that it could not harm the monster palace and you." Hearing her father's words, the Princess of Chu felt a wave of sadness. So, her father did all this for her and the monster palace. Rumble, originally, the Princess of Chu wanted to ask something. However, at this moment, the loud sound came again. Chu Tianxiong suddenly frowned. His eyes surged with a sharp light. He looked at the Princess of Chu and said, "Princess, the jade ice crystal beast is about to appear. Prepare for battle." "Yes, father." Although the Princess of Chu knew that the jade ice crystal beast had the strength of a dragon realm warrior, there was not a trace of fear on her face. Her body shook and the weakness on her face disappeared. What he got in return was the aura of a king. With a wave of his hand, a long sword appeared in his hand. As soon as the sword appeared, it immediately let out a roar and burst out with dazzling light. It was clearly an extraordinary item. Fish Dragon Sword. Su Yan saw the sword and recognized it at a glance. This was the famous Fish Dragon Sword. Rumble. Chapter 216. Rumble. The moment this sea beast appeared, the entire profound ice-cold pond began to tremble. All the water in the pond began to fluctuate along with it. Countless ripples erupted, and a majestic power erupted along with it. The moment the force undulated, Chu Tianxiong's eyes flashed with a mournful look. He shouted in a low voice, "Be careful, quickly retreat." Who was Chu Tianxiong? He was the former palace master of the Monster Palace. He was recognized as the #1 person in the 5 counties. His strength had already entered the legendary level. Now, even a person like him revealed such a shocked expression when he saw the jade ice crystal beast. It was clear how powerful this jade ice crystal beast was. When the Princess of Chu saw the jade ice crystal beast appear, she did not say a word. She activated the cultivation method in her body. The moment the spirit chi flowed, her figure quickly flashed and retreated a few meters. Su Yan's reaction was also very fast. Unfortunately, his strength was too insignificant in front of the jade ice crystal beast. The moment the jade water ice crystal beast appeared, a majestic power spread out and Su Yan felt his heart churn. Pucci, he instantly spat out a mouthful of blood. No matter how Su Yan used his spirit chi to resist, he was unable to do anything. Unfortunately, in front of such a powerful force, his insignificant spirit chi was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. He was overestimating himself. Under the undulation of the glacial pond, Su Yan felt that his entire body was about to be torn apart. There was no way for him to resist. What a powerful force. In the face of such a powerful force, Su Yan's heart revealed an unprecedented fear. In the face of such a powerful force, Su Yan simply did not have any ability to resist. Under the impact of the force, Su Yan almost lost consciousness. "Su Yan, you're too weak. Hurry up and back off. At this moment, Chu Tianxiong's imposing figure floated in front of Su Yan. All the discomfort and pain disappeared, and Su Yan gradually regained his consciousness. Looking at Chu Tianxiong's back, he wanted to say something. Unfortunately, Chu Tianxiong completely ignored Su Yan. Instead, he turned to the Princess of Chu and said, "Princess Consort, you've grown up. Today, let's fight this jade ice crystal beast together." "Yes." The Princess of Chu nodded slightly as she gripped the fish dragon sword tightly in her hand. The gentleness she displayed when she faced Chu Tianxiong earlier had completely disappeared. Her expression was as cold as ice, and between her brows, the aura of a queen was unmistakable. The moment those eyes turned, countless dazzling lights condensed. Seeing the Princess of Chu's appearance, Chu Tianxiong nodded in satisfaction. Then, he saw the jade ice crystal beast approaching him. Chu Tianxiong's face darkened, and he did not dare to be careless. He hurriedly reminded the Princess of Chu, "Princess Consort, for the past 100 years, I've used my own strength to seal this jade ice crystal beast. Similarly, for the past 100 years, I've been constantly chipping away at its strength. Although this jade ice crystal beast is comparable to a dragon realm cultivator at its peak, it has been trapped by me for 100 years. With the strength of the two of us, we'll definitely be able to take down this beast today." As he spoke, Chu Tianxiong's body suddenly moved. The moment his body floated, it seemed as if there was no movement. However, he had already traversed hundreds of meters, leaving behind an afterimage. Seeing this, Su Yan could not help but be stunned. His eyes were filled with confusion. Is this the strength of a dragon realm cultivator? Bang! Right at that moment, a loud sound rang out, causing Su Yan to wake up from his confusion. He saw Chu Tianxiong wave his hand, and a majestic force surged out, directly exploding on the jade ice crystal beast. This jade ice crystal beast was over 100 feet tall. It had a huge head, a mouth that was like a blood basin, and when it moved its four limbs, it was enough to create a violent storm. In front of the huge jade ice crystal beast, Chu Tianxiong appeared so small and weak. However, it was this small and weak body that directly straddled the jade ice crystal beast. His hands tightly grasped the two horns on the jade ice crystal beast's head. At the same time, he shouted to the Princess of Chu, "Princess Consort, this jade ice crystal beast's weakness is its mouth. I will temporarily restrain it for now. Hurry up and attack its mouth. If you give it a little more time, I'm afraid it won't be as easy to deal with as it is now. After all, we are now in the profound ice-cold pond. The cold water here is the best place for the jade ice crystal beast to cultivate. For the past 100 years, I have only been able to suppress its cultivation. If it is given a little more time, and if it recovers, I'm afraid that even at my peak, I may not be its opponent." Chu Tianxiong used his life to suppress this jade ice crystal beast for the past 100 years. In these 100 years, he fought with the jade ice crystal beast every day. Naturally, he was very familiar with the characteristics of the jade ice crystal beast. And because he was familiar with it, he also knew the terror of the jade ice crystal beast. Although Chu Tianxiong had been fighting with the jade ice crystal beast for the past 100 years, it was a pity that after 100 years, Chu Tianxiong had exhausted all his efforts and only left behind a remnant soul. He was still unable to truly kill the jade ice crystal beast. Therefore, Chu Tianxiong was very clear that if he couldn't kill this beast today, it would be the end of the monster palace. Thinking of this, Chu Tianxiong grabbed the jade ice crystal beast's horns and increased his strength. The powerful force exploded, and a huge pain instantly attacked the jade ice crystal beast. The jade ice crystal beast suddenly let out a low growl in pain. Roar! Seeing this, Chu Tianxiong hurriedly shouted, "Princess, hurry up, now is the time." Princess Chu's expression was grave. Looking at her father's panicked expression, she didn't dare to be careless. The cultivation method in her body revolved, and the powerful spirit energy instantly burst out. The power of his radius realm was undoubtedly displayed at this moment. Holding the fish dragon sword in his hand, he arrived in front of the jade ice crystal beast in a single step. The fish dragon sword in his hand was like a long dragon, emitting countless rays of light, directly attacking the jade ice crystal beast's mouth. At the same time, Princess Chu sternly shouted, "Die!" Her body exuded a powerful aura, and the aura of a queen was undoubtedly displayed. Seeing this, Su Yan couldn't help but be stunned. He secretly sighed in his heart, "Princess Chu, Monster Palace's palace master, you really live up to your reputation." Compared to the strength of the jade ice crystal beast, Su Yan thought that the Princess Chu was more powerful. After all, Su Yan had never heard of the jade ice crystal beast before. However, the strength of the Princess Chu was deeply imprinted in Su Yan's mind. Therefore, when the Princess Chu made her move, Su Yan subconsciously thought that the jade ice crystal beast was about to die. It was a pity that this was only Su Yan's opinion. The jade ice crystal beast was the overlord of the East Sea. It could make a generation's hero, Chu Tianxiong, reveal a dignified expression. How could it be so easily killed by the Princess Chu? If it was so easily killed by the Princess Chu, Chu Tianxiong wouldn't have needed to spend much effort to kill it. Even after 100 years, he still wouldn't be able to kill the overlord of the East Sea. Huh, you want to kill me with the strength of a mere square sphere state? Just as the Princess Chu's sword was about to attack the jade ice crystal beast's mouth, the jade ice crystal beast suddenly spoke in human language and let out a playful voice. At the same time, the jade ice crystal beast's huge four limbs swung up. Its entire body suddenly flew up from the glacial ice pool. After all, the glacial ice pool was a deep pool. No matter what kind of water one was in, one's speed would be suppressed in the water. However, the resistance of the glacial ice pool's water was simply non-existent to the jade ice crystal beast. The jade ice crystal beast's body leaped and quickly flew up from the pool. At the same time, a powerful force surged out, and the bloody mouth suddenly opened. "Princess, be careful." Seeing the jade ice crystal beast's actions, Chu Tianxiong hurriedly shouted. Unfortunately, it was still too late. As the jade ice crystal beast opened its bloody mouth, a powerful force suddenly surged out. A water column like a stormy sea and a powerful water spear directly attacked the Princess Chu's body. Although Su Yan was relatively far away, even at such a distance, Su Yan's heart couldn't help but tremble when he saw the water column released by the jade ice crystal beast. Under this huge force, he felt that his entire body's strength was suppressed and he couldn't move at all. The moment he looked at the Princess Chu, Su Yan couldn't help but worry. Bang! Just as Su Yan was worried, the water column directly hit the Princess Chu. The Princess Chu's entire body was directly sent flying and a mouthful of blood spurted out from her mouth. Princess. Seeing that his daughter was injured, Chu Tianxiong suddenly felt a surge of anger. With a loud shout, a powerful force erupted from his body and a fist smashed down on the jade ice crystal beast's head. Roar! The jade ice crystal beast was obviously in great pain and let out a roar. It suddenly went berserk as it opened its mouth and roared, "Chu Tianxiong, you and I have fought for 100 years. Even with the help of your ancient demon cauldron, you still couldn't kill me. Now that the seal has been broken, what can you, Chu Tianxiong, do to me?" The jade ice crystal beast laughed heartily. At the same time, its body constantly trembled, trying to shake Chu Tianxiong off its body. Humph! When Chu Tianxiong heard the jade ice crystal beast's words, he coldly snorted and shouted, "Jade ice crystal beast, you beast. Don't be so arrogant. If you were at your peak, I might not be able to do anything to you. But now, you are only in a weakened state. Taking your life today is as easy as flipping my hand." As Chu Tianxiong spoke, his body flashed and a ray of light burst out from his chest and landed in Chu Tianxiong's hand. The moment it landed in his hand, Chu Tianxiong waved his hand and shouted, "Princess, catch." Although she was hit by the jade ice crystal beast, the Princess Chu was still in the boundary state. The moment she knew that she couldn't avoid it, she had already quickly mobilized her spirit energy to protect her heart meridian. At this moment, although she was vomiting blood, she wasn't seriously injured. Chapter 217. The Supreme Demon Ancient Cauldron. When the Princess of Chu received the item that Chu Tianxiong threw to her, her eyes immediately lit up. Her frosty face could not help but flash with excitement. The Supreme Demon Ancient Cauldron. I always thought that it had disappeared with the Supreme Demon Ancient Seal. I didn't expect that it had always been with Father. Now that the Supreme Demon Ancient Cauldron has returned, the Supreme Demon Ancient Pearl is in my hands, and the Supreme Demon Ancient Bell is in the hands of the North Palace Palace Master. Only the Supreme Demon Ancient Seal is unknown. When the Princess of Chu said this, she did not deliberately lower her voice. As the saying went, the speaker did not mean it, but the listener did not mean it. Su Yan had three main purposes for coming to the Monster Palace. First, to avoid the Guyu sect's pursuit. Second, to find out the relationship between his father and the Monster Palace. Third, to find the Supreme Demon Ancient Seal. Avoiding the Guyu sect came into being after Su Yan had made up his mind to come to the Monster Palace. Moreover, looking for the relationship between his father and the Monster Palace came into being because Su Yan had obtained the Supreme Demon Ancient Seal. Therefore, it could be said that Su Yan's main purpose for coming to the Monster Palace was to find the Supreme Demon Ancient Seal. Although Su Yan had been in the Monster Palace for a few days and had never thought about the Supreme Demon Ancient Seal, it did not mean that Su Yan had forgotten about it. Instead, Su Yan knew that his strength was the most important thing now. Only when his strength had increased to a certain level could he find what he wanted to do. Su Yan had entered the Monster Palace for the Supreme Demon Ancient Seal. However, after entering the Monster Palace, Su Yan truly realized the power of the Monster Palace. Therefore, Su Yan had not thought about the Supreme Demon Ancient Seal during this period. He did not expect to hear the Princess of Chu mention the Supreme Demon Ancient Seal here today. If the Princess of Chu had only mentioned the Supreme Demon Ancient Seal, it would have been fine. At the same time, the Princess of Chu also mentioned the Supreme Demon Ancient Cauldron, Supreme Demon Ancient Pearl, and Supreme Demon Ancient Bell. Su Yan was not familiar with any of these three items. However, the Princess of Chu was now holding the Supreme Fey Ancient Cauldron in her hand, and the Princess of Chu had an excited expression on her face. Who was the Princess of Chu? She was the Palace Master of the Monster Palace, one of the three major powers in the 5 counties. Even someone like her was moved by this item. It could be seen that this item was not simple. For the Supreme Fey Ancient Seal to be listed here, it was clear that the Supreme Fey Ancient Seal was also an extraordinary item. Looks like this Supreme Demon Ancient Seal is indeed an extraordinary item, Su Yan muttered to himself. Consort, quickly use the Supreme Demon Ancient Cauldron to suppress this beast. Chu Tianxiong shouted when he saw that the Princess of Chu was still staring at the Supreme Demon Ancient Cauldron. Hearing Chu Tianxiong shout, the Princess of Chu suddenly came to her senses. She was still in the middle of a battle. The Princess of Chu came to her senses, and the excitement on her face was instantly suppressed. She returned to her frosty expression. Her body floated, and the spiritual power on her body instantly burst out, turning into a green light that surged into the Supreme Demon Ancient Cauldron in her hand. Bang! At this moment, the bronze cauldron in the Princess of Chu's hand that was only the size of a fist suddenly expanded rapidly. Not only that, but at the same time, a powerful force suddenly burst out from the cauldron. The force spread out like a whirlwind, and the water in the ice-cold pond boiled like hot water. Roar! When the jade water crystal beast saw this force, its bell-sized eyes suddenly surged with a murderous intent. It let out a low roar, and its body shook as it shouted, Chu Tianxiong, 100 years ago, I was at a disadvantage because of your Supreme Demon Ancient Cauldron. Do you want to use this Supreme Demon Ancient Cauldron to suppress me again today? Ha ha ha. After the jade water crystal beast finished speaking, it looked at the force emitted by the Supreme Demon Ancient Cauldron and could not help but laugh. Ha, naive child. Chu Tianxiong, if you were to activate the Supreme Demon Ancient Cauldron, perhaps I would be afraid. But with this little girl, the power of the Supreme Demon Ancient Cauldron is useless against me. As the jade water crystal beast spoke, the domineering aura of the King of the Beasts was unmistakable. Looking at the power emitted by the Supreme Demon Ancient Cauldron, it roared, and its whole body suddenly jumped up, and pounced on the Supreme Demon Ancient Cauldron. It is said that the 4 great treasures of the Supreme Demon clan are shocking. They are indeed extraordinary. Today, I will take your Supreme Demon Ancient Cauldron. When I unify the Monster Palace in the future, I will slowly take the 4 treasures of your monster palace." While speaking, the jade ice crystal beast's entire body suddenly began to rotate. Its body instantly emitted countless amounts of spirit chi, which suddenly exploded in the mysterious ice-cold pond. Sensation. Sensation. Countless noises resounded in the area. As it spun, the jade ice crystal beast's body instantly emitted a powerful cold aura that rushed towards the supreme demon ancient cauldron. Wherever the cold aura passed, the water in the mystic ice-cold pond instantly froze. Not good. Seeing this, Chu Tianxiong could not help but be shocked. He hurriedly reminded the princess of Chu, "Princess, this is the cold air of this beast. It is bone-chilling and can instantly freeze people. Quickly dodge. Dodge." When the jade water crystal beast heard Chu Tianxiong's words, it could not help but let out a mocking laugh. "Chu Tianxiong, you and I have confronted each other for 100 years. Don't you know my strength? With such a child's strength, you want to dodge my 1,000 feet of ice." When Chu Tianxiong heard the jade water crystal beast's words, he was stunned. His eyes instantly condensed, and a domineering aura flowed out, as he shouted, "Beast, don't be so proud. Since I dared to break this seal, do you think I don't have a way to restrain you? Ha ha ha, jade water crystal beast, let me tell you, you must die today." Chu Tianxiong laughed loudly. His laughter was heroic, but there was a hint of misery in it. At the same time, his body suddenly surged with a black air. When the princess of Chu saw this scene, she could not help but be stunned. Then, she realized something and hurriedly shouted, "Father, you can't. Consort, your father's body is already dead. Even if I didn't die today, this remnant soul wouldn't live for long. Furthermore, I underestimated the power of this jade crystal beast, so..." As he spoke, Chu Tianxiong's eyes suddenly widened, emitting a bewitching light. "Supreme Demon Ancestor, Chu Tianxiong, the descendant of Supreme Demon God King, sacrifice my last trace of blood to activate this heaven and earth." Chu Tianxiong's hands moved, and his mouth kept chanting the Monster Palace's secret technique. As he was chanting, the surrounding spiritual energy in the ice-cold pond kept surging toward his body, emitting a majestic spiritual power. In an instant, it condensed into a black air and drilled into the supreme demon ancient cauldron. At the same time, Chu Tianxiong saw the princess of Chu, who was still in a state of grief, and hurriedly shouted, "Princess, quickly activate the supreme demon ancient cauldron to suppress this beast." "Yes." The princess of Chu bit her lip. Although she could not bear to see her father use the supreme demon's secret technique with his last trace of strength. However, she clearly knew that if she hadn't done so, they would have all died at the mouth of this jade water ice crystal beast. Not only that, if they died in the mouth of this jade water crystal beast, the century-old foundation of the monster palace would be destroyed. Therefore, the princess of Chu knew that she had no choice but to kill this beast to avenge her father. As the princess of Chu thought about it, a murderous intent suddenly surged in her eyes as she looked at the jade water crystal beast. The moment the murderous intent surged, the princess of Chu quickly activated the technique in her body. Countless spiritual powers surged out and quickly entered the supreme demon ancient cauldron. After the supreme demon ancient cauldron absorbed the power of Chu Tianxiong's supreme demon secret technique and the princess of Chu's power, it quickly rotated and emitted a powerful force, directly blocking the jade water crystal beast's 1,000 feet of ice. Not only that, but the powerful force emitted by the supreme demon ancient cauldron directly hit the jade water crystal beast. There was a loud bang, the jade water crystal beast's huge body was directly hit, and it was directly knocked back a few steps. Roar, the jade water crystal beast let out a low roar in pain, and its entire body went into a frenzied state, screaming crazily. "Princess, quickly use this opportunity to activate the supreme demon ancient cauldron to suppress this beast." Chu Tianxiong's hands did not move, but instead, they moved and sent power into the supreme demon ancient cauldron. The moment the power was sent, his body became more and more confused. Chu Wangfei's heart ached when she saw her father's expression. However, her expression remained as cold as ice. She knew that if she could not control the supreme demon ancient cauldron to suppress the jade ice crystal beast, then her father's sacrifice would have been in vain. The Princess of Chu gently bit her lips, and her body suddenly floated up. She waved her hands like a fairy, and endless power erupted from her body with her movements. At the same time, the supreme demon Ancient Cauldron also followed the guidance of her power and slowly closed in on the Jade Water Crystal Beast. The Jade Water Crystal Beast was clearly no longer as calm as before. When it saw the supreme demon Ancient Cauldron closing in on it, it constantly roared and its body violently blasted in all directions, trying to break out of the supreme demon Ancient Cauldron's encirclement. Unfortunately, the supreme demon Ancient Cauldron's power was too strong, and the Jade Water Crystal Beast had been in a confrontation with Chu Tianxiong for 100 years. It was already in a weakened state, so how could it resist the supreme demon Ancient Cauldron's power? It could only watch helplessly as the supreme demon Ancient Cauldron pressed down on its body. Under the Princess of Chu's control, the supreme demon Ancient Cauldron grew bigger and bigger. In less than a few breaths' time, it had already surpassed the Jade Water Crystal Beast's huge body and slowly pressed down on it. Roar! The Jade Water Crystal Beast wanted to dodge, but unfortunately, under the supreme demon Ancient Cauldron's power, it could not resist at all. It could only let out continuous roars from its mouth. Die! The Princess of Chu controlled the supreme demon Ancient Cauldron and coldly shouted. At the same time, she waved her hands, and the supreme demon Ancient Cauldron pressed down on the Jade Water Crystal Beast like a 1,000-pound hammer, causing a series of ripples. Ah! Chapter 218. Did it work? Chu Tianxiong and the Princess of Chu both heaved a sigh of relief when they saw the Jade Ice Crystal Beast being suppressed by the great demon Ancient Cauldron. Chu Tianxiong was a remnant soul to begin with, and he had used all of his strength to activate the great demon's secret technique. He had used up all of his soul power, leaving only a sliver of remnant soul floating in the glacial ice pool. It was faintly discernible, as if it would disappear at any moment. Although the Princess of Chu did not die, she was not much better off than Chu Tianxiong. Controlling the great demon Ancient Cauldron required a huge amount of energy. Furthermore, the Princess of Chu had used the great demon Ancient Cauldron to suppress the Jade Ice Crystal Beast. The amount of energy she had used had almost depleted the spiritual energy in her body. At this moment, her face was pale. When she heard that the Jade Ice Crystal Beast had stopped howling, the last breath she had used to support her body was released. Her entire body went limp and fell to the ground. Princess. When Chu Tianxiong saw the Princess of Chu fall to the ground, he floated up and came to her side. He had a sad expression on his face. Princess, are you all right? I'm fine. The Princess of Chu shook her head and looked at Chu Tianxiong. Her frosty expression melted and turned into sadness. Father, you. When Chu Tianxiong saw his daughter like this, he could not bear to see her like this. When he thought about how he was about to leave this world, he felt even more sad. However, he did not want his daughter to be sad. Chu Tianxiong pretended to be calm and smiled kindly. Princess, I'm old. I'll leave this world sooner or later. Don't be too sad. Father. When the Princess of Chu heard Chu Tianxiong's name, her voice immediately became choked up. For a moment, she looked at Chu Tianxiong and did not know what to say. However, Chu Tianxiong kept comforting her. Roar! Just as the two of them were talking, the Jade Ice Crystal Beast that Chu Tianxiong and the Princess of Chu thought to be dead suddenly let out a low roar. What? When Chu Tianxiong and the Princess of Chu heard this voice, their bodies couldn't help but tremble. The two of them simultaneously looked in the direction of the Ice Jade Beast and heard the ferocious voice of the Ice Jade Beast. The supreme demon Ancient Seal is indeed extraordinary. This beast actually didn't die. When the Princess of Chu saw the Jade Ice Crystal Beast open its bell-like laughing eyes, a look of surprise appeared on her face. Not only her, but even Chu Tianxiong was stunned. He muttered to himself, how is this possible? When the Jade Ice Crystal Beast saw Chu Tianxiong and the Princess of Chu's expressions, it could not help but laugh heartily. Chu Tianxiong, oh Chu Tianxiong. Do you think you're the only one who's been thinking about how to deal with me in the past 100 years? Have I not thought about how to deal with this supreme demon Ancient Cauldron? As the Jade Ice Crystal Beast spoke, it suddenly snorted coldly. Chu Tianxiong, let me tell you something. During these 100 years, I have been constantly cultivating my heart meridian in order to be able to resist your supreme demon ancient cauldron. Bang! As the jade ice crystal beast spoke, a bang suddenly sounded from its body, and a layer of frost fell from its body. Chu Tianxiong, you forced me to do all of this. You forced me to use my heart meridian for 100 years just to cultivate this layer of protection. The jade ice crystal beast watched the frost fall from its body, and its expression became even more ferocious. Its already terrifying eyes widened, and its voice was filled with anger. Chu Tianxiong, you forced me to do all of this. I originally wanted to unify the monster palace, but now, it's you. It's you who changed my mind. Chu Tianxiong, I, the Jade Ice Crystal Beast, will definitely flatten the monster palace today. I won't leave a single person in your monster palace alive. Chu Tianxiong was the strongest person in the 5 counties. When had he ever been in such danger? When he heard the Jade Ice Crystal Beast's words, a wave of anger suddenly surged within his body. Even though there was only a sliver of his soul left, Chu Tianxiong leaped up, and an irresistible pressure still spread out. He sternly shouted, Jade Ice Crystal Beast, you bastard. As long as I, Chu Tianxiong, am here, don't even think of taking half a step into my monster palace. This stern shout was mixed with Chu Tianxiong's spiritual energy, and as his voice spread out, it immediately exploded with a sense of majesty. When Su Yan, who was standing in the distance, heard his voice, his whole body couldn't help but tremble. He secretly exclaimed in his heart, this Chu Tianxiong is indeed the strongest person in the 5 counties. Now that he's left with just a sliver of his soul, he can still release such shocking power. Of course, while Su Yan was praising Chu Tianxiong, he looked at the Jade Ice Crystal Beast and frowned. When the Jade Ice Crystal Beast said that it had set foot in the Monster Palace, Su Yan's expression didn't change much. After all, Su Yan had come to the Monster Palace to find out about his father and the Supreme Demon Ancient Seal. As for the Monster Palace, Su Yan had never felt any nostalgia for it. And in the past few days in the Monster Palace, although he had received a lot of favors from the Monster Palace, Su Yan was naturally moved. Unfortunately, this feeling was replaced by anger when Su Yan found out that the Princess of Chu had spied on him and that the Princess of Chu had placed a restriction on his body. Therefore, if the Jade Ice Crystal Beast were to trample the Monster Palace, even if Su Yan had the ability to stop it, he wouldn't care. However, Su Yan understood that today, Chu Tianxiong and the Princess of Chu really couldn't stop the Jade Ice Crystal Beast. If the Jade Ice Crystal Beast were to leave here, it would be difficult for him to escape death. While Su Yan was frowning, the Princess of Chu also forced her body to stand up. Holding the fish dragon sword in her hand, she pointed at the Jade Ice Crystal Beast and shouted, Beast, you're still trapped under the Supreme Demon Ancient Cauldron, and you still dare to speak so arrogantly. I'm trapped in this Supreme Demon Ancient Cauldron. When the Jade Ice Crystal Beast heard the Princess of Chu's words, he wasn't angry. Instead, he laughed and said, I have to admit that this Supreme Demon Ancient Cauldron is a peerless treasure. However, without the support of spiritual power, how long can it trap me? As the Jade Ice Crystal Beast spoke, he looked at the pale faces of the Princess of Chu and Chu Tianxiong. He immediately said in a mocking voice, if I'm not wrong, the two of you are probably at the end of your rope. With your current strength, I don't think you can activate the Supreme Demon Ancient Cauldron. The Jade Ice Crystal Beast's words clearly poked at Chu Tianxiong and the Princess of Chu's sore spot. Just as the Jade Ice Crystal Beast said, the father and daughter duo were already at the end of their rope. Chu Tianxiong only had the last bit of his remnant soul power, so he was unable to activate the Supreme Demon Ancient Cauldron. It was the same for the Princess of Chu. She had exhausted all the spiritual power in her body and could no longer support the Supreme Demon Ancient Cauldron. Beast, don't be so smug. Today, I, Chu Tianxiong, will use up the last bit of my remnant soul power to accompany you in death. As he spoke, Chu Tianxiong suddenly attacked the Jade Ice Crystal Beast. Beast, give me your life. The Princess of Chu also growled. She clenched her teeth and raised the long sword in her hand to attack the Jade Ice Crystal Beast. When the Jade Ice Crystal Beast saw the two attacking at the same time, his mind was shaken. After all, he was still being suppressed by the supreme demon ancient cauldron. Humph! The jade ice crystal beast let out a low snort from its nostrils. Its eyes suddenly emitted a bewitching red light. In an instant, it opened its mouth and spoke. Chu Tianxiong, you said that my mouth is my weakest spot. Today, I will show you the power of my mouth. As he spoke, the jade ice crystal beast suddenly opened his mouth and a large amount of pool water entered his mouth. Chu Tianxiong saw the jade water crystal beast open its mouth and thought of something, so he hurriedly shouted to Chu Wangfei, Princess Consort, you have to back off quickly. The spirit qi in your body has been depleted. You are no match for this sea beast. Back off quickly. The princess of Chu looked at her father's worried eyes and shook her head, saying, Father, if this jade ice crystal beast doesn't die today, our monster palace clan will definitely not survive. How can I retreat? Chu Tianxiong wanted to say something, but when he saw the determination in the princess of Chu's eyes, he swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. Instead, he nodded and said, All right. Today, even if we can't defeat this jade ice crystal beast, we will drag him down with us. Yes. The princess of Chu nodded. The two of them attacked the jade ice crystal beast at the same time. Rumble, unfortunately, the two of them were arrows at the end of their flight. Before they could get close to the jade ice crystal beast, they heard a loud noise. The jade ice crystal beast opened its bloody mouth and suddenly spat out countless water pillars. They directly hit the princess of Chu and Chu Tianxiong. The two of them, who were already weak, were hit by the water pillars. They could not dodge at all. With a scream, they were sent flying and fell to the ground at the same time. Pfft! At this moment, the princess of Chu spat out a mouthful of blood. As for Chu Tianxiong, he was getting weaker and weaker. It was as if he was about to disappear. His entire body could not move. When the jade ice crystal beast saw the two of them, it immediately laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, why do you still want to kill me? Ha ha ha, come on, kill me. Pfft! The jade ice crystal beast laughed proudly. However, it did not laugh for long before it spat out a mouthful of blood and screamed continuously. It was clearly suppressed by the ancient demon cauldron and launched such a powerful attack. The jade ice crystal beast was also heavily injured. When the princess of Chu saw this scene, she immediately picked up the long sword that had slipped from the ground. She gathered her qi and rushed towards the jade ice crystal beast. Unfortunately, she was heavily injured. Just as she stood up, she fell to the ground again. Princess. When Chu Tianxiong saw the princess of Chu's appearance, his heart ached. He looked at the jade ice crystal beast with anger. Unfortunately, he had exhausted all his strength. Now, he only had a trace of his remnant soul left. He could not pose a threat to the jade ice crystal beast. He could not even get close to the jade ice crystal beast. Chu Tianxiong looked and roared unwillingly. Why? Hearing his roar, the jade water ice crystal beast was overjoyed. Even though it was heavily injured, it still laughed happily. Chu Tianxiong, you and I have fought for 100 years. In the end, I am still the one who came out on top. Rest well today. Chapter 219. Hearing Chu Tianxiong's words, the jade ice crystal beast did not show any signs of fear. Instead, it laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, Chu Tianxiong, don't be so arrogant. No matter how powerful this ancient demon cauldron is, without the support of spiritual power, it's just a piece of trash. And now, both of you are injured. Chu Tianxiong, you're about to disappear. Who else can stop me? Who else can kill me? Ha ha ha. The jade ice crystal beast looked at Chu Tianxiong and the princess of Chu's increasingly ugly expressions and became even more proud. Although it was also heavily injured. But for the current these injuries were just small matters. Because the jade ice crystal beast knew very well that as long as it left the suppression of the ancient demon cauldron, it could immediately use the water of the profound ice-cold pond to heal its injuries. Then, it would be the day it trampled over the monster palace. Thinking about it, the jade ice crystal beast's heart was filled with excitement. 1,000 years, 1,000 years, I've waited for 1,000 years. Finally, I can leave this place. Finally, I can defeat the Supreme Demon Clan. Huh, Supreme Demon Clan. Well said. Supreme Demons. Actually, you guys are nothing more than demonic beasts, demonic beasts. Humph. Why can you demonic beasts be above humans while we, the sea beasts, can only live in this dark land of the Eastern Sea? Huh, from today onwards, I'll be above humans. I'll kill all of you Supreme Demon Clan. From now on, there'll only be the Sea Monster Clan. Only us sea monsters will be the overlords of this world. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha, the Jade Ice Crystal Beast laughed more and more happily, more and more excited, and more arrogant. Chu Wangfei and Chu Tianxiong could only watch helplessly as the Jade Ice Crystal Beast ran amok. They could not do anything to stop it. As the power of the Supreme Demon Ancient Cauldron grew weaker and weaker, the two of them sank into despair. When the Jade Water Crystal Beast saw the despair on their faces, it began to laugh even more wantonly. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, whoosh. Just as the Jade Ice Crystal Beast was laughing so arrogantly, it suddenly felt a huge pain in its mouth. Its laughter abruptly stopped, and its entire body shook. Die. A young man wearing elegant white robes and holding a black longsword stood in front of the Jade Water Ice Crystal Beast. His eyes were filled with a resolute light as he looked at the Jade Water Ice Crystal Beast and shouted harshly. Suddenly, he raised the long sword in his hand and attacked the Jade Ice Crystal Beast's mouth again. The sword flashed and a strong burst of spiritual energy directly rushed into the Jade Ice Crystal Beast's mouth. Every sea beast had a weakness. The Jade Ice Crystal Beast was no exception. Its mouth was its weakest point. Now that its mouth had suffered such a serious injury, the Jade Ice Crystal Beast felt as if its entire body had been pierced. It immediately began to howl loudly. Who? The Jade Ice Crystal Beast roared crazily as its limbs twitched constantly. It wanted to break free from the suppression of the Supreme Fey Ancient Cauldron, but the power of the cauldron had yet to dissipate. Now that it was injured, how could it break free? He could only watch helplessly as he was continuously attacked and continuously endured the incomparably great pain. The feeling of complacency from before had completely disappeared. Under the continuous attacks, it became weaker and weaker. Slowly, it fell to the ground and stopped moving. Only its mouth still had a hint of unwillingness. It used its last bit of strength to roar, "Who is it? Who is it?" When it saw the white-robed youth in front of it, its eyes were filled with unwillingness. Sixth bloodline saint, it's actually a sixth bloodline saint. Ha ha ha, I, the Overlord of the East Sea, will actually die in the hands of a sixth bloodline saint today. Ha ha ha. The Jade Ice Crystal Sea Beast laughed miserably. Unfortunately, its weakest point had already been attacked. No matter how strong it was, it couldn't stop its life from flowing away. Bang! With a loud bang, its entire body turned into ashes. The Jade Ice Crystal Beast, the Overlord of the East Sea, had fallen. Only a wave of unwillingness was left. It would never have thought that it would actually die in the hands of a sixth bloodline saint. A sixth bloodline saint. If this person was not Su Yan, who else could it be? Su Yan naturally did not do this to save the Princess of Chu and Chu Tianxiong. The Princess of Chu had pried into his secrets and placed a restriction in his body. This had already crossed Su Yan's bottom line. Chu Tianxiong had even searched his memories. How could Su Yan not be angry? Su Yan could not wait for the two of them to die. Why would Su Yan save them? However, Su Yan knew that if the Jade Ice Crystal Beast did not die today, he would definitely not be able to leave this place. Therefore, at the last moment, Su Yan saw that the Jade Ice Crystal Beast was heavily injured and laughed wildly. He finally mustered up the courage to attack. Su Yan also did not expect that he would really kill the Overlord of the East Sea. Looking at the Jade Ice Crystal Beast that had turned into ashes, Su Yan could not recover for a long time. The excitement in his heart was self-evident. Bang! At this moment, the loud sound of the High Demon Ancient Cauldron falling to the ground instantly woke Su Yan up. High Demon Ancient Cauldron. Su Yan looked at the high demon ancient cauldron with a greedy look in his eyes. He licked his lips. Seeing the high demon ancient cauldron shrink, Su Yan's heart stirred. He quickly reached out and put the high demon ancient cauldron into his storage bag. At the moment of putting the high demon ancient cauldron away, Su Yan saw a jade-colored bead the size of a pearl on the ground. Su Yan knew that this was the jade ice crystal beast's monster core. His eyes suddenly lit up and he put it into his storage bag without any hesitation. Although Su Yan's actions were fast, it did not escape the eyes of the Princess of Chu and Chu Tianxiong. When the two of them saw that Su Yan had killed the jade ice crystal beast, their faces were filled with disbelief because Su Yan was only a 6th bloodline saint. Similar to the jade ice crystal beast's final reluctance, they simply could not accept this fact. When the high demon ancient cauldron fell to the ground, they suddenly came to their senses and saw Su Yan put the high demon ancient cauldron and the jade ice crystal beast's monster core into his storage bag. The two of them could not help but frown. I never thought that I, Chu Tianxiong, who had dominated the 5 counties for a lifetime, would lose to a 6th bloodline saint in the end. Of course, when Chu Tianxiong said that he lost to Su Yan, he naturally did not mean that he had truly lost to Su Yan. After all, if Chu Tianxiong had not exhausted his strength, even if there were 100 Su Yan, he would definitely not have any power to fight back in Chu Tianxiong's hands. What Chu Tianxiong was referring to was that he had confronted the Jade Water Ice Crystal Beast for 100 years. In the end, he had almost been counterattacked by the Jade Water Ice Crystal Beast, but the Jade Water Ice Crystal Beast had died at the hands of Su Yan. In contrast to Chu Tianxiong's bitter smile in his heart, Princess Chu looked at Su Yan and did not feel anything. Instead, she was quite happy. After all, she had already designated Su Yan as the next person in charge of the Monster Palace. Su Yan naturally did not know what the two of them were thinking. After putting away the 2 items, his eyes immediately surged with a murderous intent. The Princess Chu placed a restriction in my body and spied on me. She must know a lot of my secrets. Now that she is seriously injured, it is a good opportunity for me to kill her. Su Yan thought in his heart and immediately turned to walk in the direction of the Princess Chu. Although Su Yan also had the desire to kill Chu Tianxiong, he did not pay much attention to him. This was because Su Yan clearly knew that Chu Tianxiong had only left behind the last trace of his soul remnant. With just him, he would automatically disappear in less than an hour. Therefore, Su Yan was not afraid that he would search his memories. On the contrary, the Princess Chu was the palace master of the Eastern Palace. She was only injured now. If he waited until she returned to the Eastern Palace, it would be a disaster for him. At that time, the one who would die would most likely be him. Moreover, in the ice-cold pond, it was definitely a good opportunity. If he killed the Princess Chu, no one in the Monster Palace would know. Thinking of Su Yan, the murderous intent in his eyes became more and more intense. When the Princess Chu came back to her senses, she was more concerned about her father and did not pay much attention to Su Yan. Moreover, she had already chosen to believe in Su Yan, so she did not think too much about it. Although Chu Tianxiong's eyes were on Su Yan, unfortunately, he only had a trace of remnant soul power left. He could not even speak, so how could he feel the murderous intent in Su Yan's eyes? Looking at Su Yan, Chu Tianxiong frowned and thought to himself, since this person is the successor of the Futu Sword sect, and I am indebted to the Futu Sword sect, I am destined to disappear today. This person only has the power of a saint with 6 bloodlines. Why not help him? Thinking about this, Chu Tianxiong did not hesitate at all. He suddenly jumped up, and the last trace of remnant soul power rushed directly into Su Yan's body. Su Yan was greatly alarmed when he saw this scene. He originally wanted to block it, but it was a pity that Chu Tianxiong's speed was so fast that he was simply unable to block it. Seeing Chu Tianxiong's remnant soul force enter his body, Su Yan felt even more astonished in his heart. Just as Su Yan was surprised, Chu Tianxiong's voice suddenly rang out in his mind, "Junior Su Yan. Although this remnant soul power of mine has been exhausted and only a trace is left, you are only a saint with 6 bloodlines. I believe this power can help you condense a saint bloodline." As Chu Tianxiong spoke, the blood in Su Yan's body suddenly surged. The spiritual qi was the remnant soul power of Chu Tianxiong. Su Yan could not help but be stunned. At the same time, he quickly came to his senses and hurriedly used his cultivation method to absorb the remnant soul power of Chu Tianxiong. It expanded in his blood and quickly condensed his seventh saint bloodline. Because of the help of Chu Tianxiong's power, Su Yan quickly condensed his seventh saint bloodline. 7 bloodline saint. Su Yan successfully condensed his saint bloodline. He opened his eyes and opened his hands. There was not much excitement, only shock and bitterness. Chu Tianxiong, this is only the last trace of remnant soul power, but it can help me condense a saint bloodline. When can I reach this level? Chapter 220. However, the killing intent in Su Yan's eyes only flickered for a moment before vanishing when he looked at the Princess of Chu. The Princess of Chu no longer looked like a queen. Her eyes were filled with tears, and her face was filled with sorrow. Su Yan could not help but frown. The Princess of Chu placed a restriction in my body and looked into my secrets. Now, she's even learned that I'm the successor of the Buddha sword sect. That's already a death sentence. Now that she's heavily injured, it's my best chance to kill her, but, seeing the Princess of Chu's sadness and the power of her father's soul that he had just received, Su Yan felt a multitude of emotions. He did not know what to do. Su Yan had never thought of himself as a kind person. However, Su Yan knew what a conscience and gratitude were. The Princess of Chu had placed a restriction in his body and looked into his secrets. She had clearly crossed Su Yan's bottom line. If it were not for the power of Chu Tianxiong's soul, Su Yan definitely would have killed the Princess of Chu without any hesitation. However, Su Yan really did not know what to do now. The Princess of Chu had looked into his secrets, and Chu Tianxiong had searched his memories and revealed them. Clearly, the Princess of Chu knew that he was the successor of the Buddha sword sect. The identity of the successor of the Buddha sword sect had always been a great taboo for Su Yan. This was because the Buddha sword sect carried far too many secrets. Even Su Yan, the successor of the Buddha sword sect, did not know all of these secrets. It was precisely because of this that Su Yan was unwilling to let others know of his identity. There were far too many secrets hidden within, and every single one of them could lead to a fatal disaster. Now that the Princess of Chu knew of Su Yan's secret, she had clearly violated Su Yan's taboo. However, Su Yan was also indebted to the Princess of Chu's father. This made it difficult for Su Yan to make a decision. Forget it, forget it. Speaking of which, I am indebted to the Princess of Chu. After all, she has saved me several times. If I were to really kill her now, I'm afraid that my conscience would be uneasy. Su Yan bitterly smiled and shook his head. He put away the ghost howl sword, and his killing intent towards the Princess of Chu gradually sank. Seeing the Princess of Chu's sad appearance, Su Yan didn't try to persuade her. Instead, he found a place to sit down and waited for the Princess of Chu's reply. Although the Princess of Chu was saddened by the death of her father. However, she was the palace master of the monster palace after all. Naturally, her wisdom would never be comparable to that of a normal person. After being sad for a moment, she recovered. She regained her usual aura of a high and mighty queen. She turned to look at Su Yan, who was sitting in the distance, and said, "Su Yan, I am heavily injured right now. You can definitely kill me. Why haven't you done so?" Su Yan was taken aback by this question. So the Princess of Chu has already sensed my killing intent. Su Yan bitterly smiled and slowly stood up. He walked towards the Princess of Chu. He didn't try to hide it as he usually did. Instead, he directly said, "Palace Master Chu, I can indeed kill you. However, I am indebted to you, so I can't do it." When the Princess of Chu heard Su Yan's words, she was stunned. In her heart, her evaluation of Su Yan increased. She looked at Su Yan and said, "Su Yan, then you must want to know why I am spying on you." "Yes." Su Yan nodded. He didn't hide his inner thoughts. Instead, he directly said, "Palace Master Chu, although I, Su Yan, am not talented, I have my own secrets. You spying on me like this has clearly offended me. Then, wouldn't I have to apologize to you? When the Princess of Chu heard Su Yan's words, her face suddenly emitted the aura of a ruler. Her usual majesty reappeared on her face. When Su Yan saw the Princess of Chu like this, he couldn't help but laugh in his heart. This time, he could kill her with a raise of his hand. She actually dared to face him with such an attitude. If the Princess of Chu wasn't injured, Su Yan wouldn't mind the Princess of Chu treating him with such an attitude. After all, this was the world of warriors. It was a world where the strong were respected. Only strength was everything. The Princess of Chu wasn't injured. She was in the realm of radius. She could take his life with a flick of her hand. Su Yan naturally couldn't refuse. Now, the Princess of Chu was injured. Su Yan could take her life with a swing of his sword. Yet, the Princess of Chu still treated him with such an attitude. How could Su Yan not be angry? However, Su Yan thought that since he no longer wanted to kill the Princess of Chu, it meant that after today, the Princess of Chu would still be the same Princess of Chu. She was still someone he couldn't reach. Su Yan suppressed the anger in his heart. Instead, he cupped his hands towards the Princess of Chu and said, "Palace Master Chu, this lowly one wouldn't dare." When the Princess of Chu saw Su Yan's appearance, her expression eased a lot. She nodded and said, "Su Yan, I naturally have my reasons for spying on you. This reason, you will naturally understand in the future. Now, you don't need to know." "Oh." Su Yan nodded. Since he had already explained it to the Princess of Chu today, he didn't hide it anymore. He looked at the Princess of Chu and asked, then, "Palace Master Chu, why did you put 2 restrictions in my body?" "What?" When Su Yan said this, the Princess of Chu was suddenly stunned. "This brat actually knows that I put restrictions in his body." The Princess of Chu glanced at Su Yan. She was surprised. However, her expression didn't change. As cold as ice, she looked at Su Yan without the slightest emotion. She said coldly, "This is the rule of my monster palace. Otherwise, how can I ensure the loyalty of every disciple of the monster palace?" "Is that so?" The corners of Su Yan's mouth curled up slightly. Clearly, he didn't believe the Princess of Chu's explanation. However, Su Yan didn't ask any further. This was because Su Yan knew that since he had decided not to kill the Princess of Chu, the Princess of Chu was still the Princess of Chu. She was the Princess of Chu that he couldn't surpass now. She was a mighty figure of the Radius realm, and he was only a small saint. Of course, Su Yan didn't know that the reason why Chu Wangfei was acting like this was only to test him. At the same time, he also didn't know that Chu Wangfei had already decided that he would be the next palace lord of the Supreme Demon Palace. Of course, with the Princess of Chu's identity, she naturally wouldn't tell Su Yan this now. Seeing that Su Yan didn't ask any more questions, the Princess of Chu waved her hand and said, "Okay, Su Yan, that's all for today. When you enter the ancient demon pagoda, there are some things that I will naturally tell you." After saying that, the Princess of Chu's body flashed and disappeared into the mysterious ice-cold pond. This stunned Su Yan. Wasn't the Princess of Chu already injured? How could she disappear into thin air now? If she disappeared, doesn't that mean that it would be impossible for me to kill her just now? Thinking of this, Su Yan couldn't help but feel shocked. At the same time, he felt a wave of doubt in his heart. What is the Princess of Chu trying to do? She didn't ask about the Buddha sword sect or the ancient demon cauldron. The ancient demon cauldron is a rare treasure of the monster palace. Why didn't the Princess of Chu ask me for it? Su Yan frowned and became even more puzzled. After thinking for a long time, he still couldn't figure out that the Princess of Chu wanted to groom him to become the next palace master of the Eastern Palace. In contrast to Su Yan's puzzlement, the people outside the mysterious ice-cold pond were all frowning. Their hearts were condensed into a fog. 9th level. Who is it? Who has the ability to reach this level? The mystery of the mysterious ice-cold pond had spread throughout the monster palace over the past few days. In the past few days, all the disciples in the Eastern Palace who could squeeze in had squeezed in. They were already numb to seeing the red light that constantly lit up on the mysterious ice-cold pond stone walls. This was because over the past few days, the red light on the mysterious ice-cold pond stone walls had already made them unable to be surprised. Especially when the ninth light lit up, only confusion remained in their hearts. Who is it? Who is it in the ninth level? Xu Sang, Nangong Xiangming, Geng Ji, and the other top 10 disciples of the Eastern Palace looked at the red light on the stone walls and frowned. In the past few days, they had their followers check almost the entire Monster Palace, but they still couldn't find out who had entered the Monster Palace. Unfortunately, no matter how they checked, they still couldn't find out who had entered the Monster Palace. After all, those who had the ability to enter the mysterious ice-cold pond were all in the Eastern Palace. Even if they weren't in the Eastern Palace, they were out of the Hidden Demon area to train or to manage the Monster Palace's auction in the Hidden Demon area. No one was in the mysterious ice-cold pond. This made them fall into a state of melancholy. Nangong Xiangming was angry and didn't check on those who had the ability or not. He directly asked them to check one by one and find out which disciple wasn't in the Eastern Palace. There were tens of thousands of disciples in the Eastern Palace. Checking all the disciples was obviously not a small task. The subordinates of the top 10 disciples worked together and spent a lot of time investigating. They didn't come back until now. Found it. The disciple who led the investigation knew that his bosses were waiting anxiously. He didn't care if others heard him as soon as he came in and shouted. Nangong Xiangming saw his subordinate come back and hurriedly asked, "What did you find? Did you find out who entered the mysterious ice-cold pond?" "Yes." The person nodded proudly and smiled. "Senior brother Nangong, we've checked the entire Eastern Palace and all the disciples. Everyone is in the Eastern Palace except for one person. Only one person is not here." "Who is it?" Nangong Xiangming and Xu Sang anxiously asked at the same time. Su Yan, the Su Yan who just joined the Monster Palace. The disciple didn't keep them in suspense. Su Yan. Nangong Xiangming heard the disciple's words and couldn't help but frown. Then, the figure of Su Yan appeared in front of his eyes. He suddenly slapped the disciple's face and shouted angrily, "Bullshit, Su Yan is only a four-vein saint. How can he enter the mysterious ice-cold pond? But he's the only one who's not here," the investigating disciple said with a face full of grievance. "So what if he's not here?" With his strength, I'm afraid he'll be frozen to death before he even comes into contact with the mysterious ice-cold pond." Nangong Xiangming snorted and then waved his hand. "Quickly go and investigate again." "Oh." That person nodded with grievance and left. After he left, the entire profound ice-cold pool hall also boiled with excitement. "Su Yan, how is that possible? That kid is only a four-vein saint." "That's right, I don't believe that he has the ability to break into the ninth layer of the mysterious ice-cold pond. If he can break into the ninth layer of the mysterious ice-cold pond, I dare say that I can open the ancient demon tree." If Su Yan can enter the ninth layer of the mysterious ice-cold pond, not to mention the ancient demon tree, I think I can cross from here to the Nine Provinces continent. Chapter 221. His spotless white robes fluttered in the wind. His handsome face carried traces of coldness, making him look extremely charming. His eyes emitted a brilliant light that made people submit to him. Su Yan. Su Yan. It's really Su Yan. How is this possible? All the disciples looked at the figure and were dumbfounded. They couldn't come back to their senses for a long time. Although the Xian ice-cold pond wasn't the holy land of the Monster Palace, it had always been a good place for many disciples to cultivate. It could be said that almost all the powerful disciples had cultivated in the Xian ice-cold pond. After all, the spiritual qi in the Xian ice-cold pond was incomparable to the outside world. Therefore, many people liked to cultivate in the Xian ice-cold pond before they reached a certain level of strength. Because of this, the disciples of the East Palace of the Monster Palace knew the Xian ice-cold pond very well. It was also because of this understanding that they knew the mystery of the Xian ice-cold pond. Even an Emperor Tianxiang couldn't stay in it for long. How could they believe that Su Yan, who only had the strength of a 4 Meridian saint, could step into the 9th level of the Xian ice-cold pond? This was undoubtedly a fantasy for them. Even if they saw Su Yan's figure and saw Su Yan come out of the Xian ice-cold pond, they couldn't accept this fact. Impossible. How is this possible? Several disciples of the East Palace here were also surprised. They looked at Su Yan's figure and couldn't believe that the person they had waited for a few days and guessed for a few days was a disciple of a 4 Meridian saint. What mission can I have today? Why are there so many people gathered here? Su Yan still didn't understand the reason. Seeing so many people gathered in the Xian ice-cold pond palace, he couldn't help but frown. At this moment, Nangong Xiangming stepped forward and shouted, "Su Yan, why are you here?" Among them, Nangong Xiangming was the one who didn't believe Su Yan the most. This was because Nangong Xiangming had cultivated in the frozen pond of ice before. However, even Emperor Tianxiang could only reach the 6th level of the frozen pond of ice. Now, how could he believe that the person who broke into the 9th layer of the profound ice-cold pond was Su Yan? Nangong Xiangming. Su Yan didn't notice Nangong Xiangming just now. At this moment, when he saw Nangong Xiangming stand out, his face immediately darkened. Su Yan had never forgotten the humiliation that Nangong Xiangming gave him when he first entered the Supreme Demon Palace. Nangong Xiangming completely ignored Su Yan's expression and snorted, "Su Yan, you are only a saint. Why did you enter the ice-cold pond palace?" If someone else had asked him this question, he would not have been able to answer it. Su Yan might be able to answer properly, but Nangong Xiangming, Su Yan naturally wouldn't care about him. Especially when he saw Nangong Xiangming's arrogance, Su Yan was even more disdainful. He raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at Nangong Xiangming with a cold expression. He completely ignored the spiritual pressure emitted from his body. Instead, he said coldly, "Senior brother Nangong, this frozen pond of ice is a place for disciples to train, and I am also one of the disciples of the Monster Palace. I'm afraid I don't need to report to you that I'm here." Although many disciples in the Eastern Palace didn't know about the existence of the Great Demon Ancient Pagoda, they also didn't know about the top 10 disciples. However, everyone knew that Nangong Xiangming was the recognized second senior brother of the Eastern Palace. Moreover, Nangong Xiangming had the strength of a 5-star emperor. Among all the disciples, he was also one of the best. Usually, it could be said that other than the eldest senior brother of the Eastern Palace, Qin Luo, no one dared to disrespect Nangong Xiangming. Now that everyone saw that Su Yan, who was only a 4-bloodline saint, dared to speak to Nangong Xiangming like this, they immediately woke up from their shock and looked at Su Yan. Say, Su Yan is really bold to speak to senior brother Nangong like this. That's right. Senior brother Nangong is the second senior brother of the Eastern Palace. Even eldest senior brother Qin Luo might not dare to speak to Nangong Xiangming like this. Yes, this Su Yan hasn't been in the Eastern Palace for long, and he dares to be so arrogant. He is simply courting death. Nangong Xiangming didn't expect Su Yan to dare to speak to him with such an attitude. His face immediately surged with a murderous look. He waved his hand and shouted, "Su Yan, do you want to die?" Su Yan had never forgotten the humiliation he had suffered that day. Now that he saw Nangong Xiangming's attitude, Su Yan's heart surged with anger. However, Su Yan also knew that Nangong Xiangming was the second senior brother of the Eastern Palace and was ranked 7th among the top 10 disciples of the Eastern Palace. Even though Su Yan had now advanced to a 7-bloodline saint, he still had no power to fight back in the face of Nangong Xiangming. However, Su Yan naturally couldn't be afraid because of this. It wasn't because of anything, but simply because he was Su Yan. Hearing Nangong Xiangming's threat, Su Yan not only didn't have a trace of fear, but his eyes also flowed with a sharp light. He stared at Nangong Xiangming and sneered, "Nangong Xiangming, others are afraid of you, but it doesn't mean that I, Su Yan, am afraid of you. You are courting death." As Nangong Xiangming spoke, the spiritual qi in his body suddenly surged up. Then, a powerful force surged up and directly attacked Su Yan's body. When Su Yan saw this, he was shocked in his heart. However, his reaction was also extremely fast. As the cultivation method within his body quickly surged, the mysterious ice-cold cover instantly protected his body. At the same time, he took a step forward and had already moved dozens of steps back. Just this action alone caused everyone's hearts to involuntarily tremble. What a fast speed! Yes, how is this possible? Compared to Nangong Xiangming, they had already established the image of an overlord in their hearts. But Su Yan. In their hearts, they only thought of him as a weakling, a four-bloodline saint. How could they not be shocked when he suddenly burst out with such a strong speed? Of course, while they were shocked, some people also noticed that there was something wrong with the spiritual energy in Su Yan's body. Ratli was the first to notice it. When he saw the spiritual energy fluctuation in Su Yan's body, his whole body trembled. This is not the strength of a four-bloodline saint, it's a seven-bloodline saint. Ratli's body suddenly trembled as he thought about it. He knew very well that Su Yan was only a four-bloodline saint when he came to the dark ice-cold pool palace with him. And this was only in a few short days. How was it possible to rise from a four-bloodline saint to a four-bloodline saint? Shu Li's face was filled with shock, but when he looked at Su Yan carefully, the aura on his body was indeed the aura of a seven-meridian saint. The power of a seven-meridian saint made him unable to not believe it. Not only him, Nangong Xiangming also noticed the difference when he saw the spiritual energy surge in Su Yan's body. A look of shock flashed across his face. Seven-bloodline saint, how is this possible? The rest who were familiar with Su Yan and the others were all shocked when they saw Su Yan's strength. They could not believe what they were seeing. Su Yan looked at Nangong Xiangming and the others and guessed what they were thinking. He was secretly happy, but did not say anything. He just raised the corner of his mouth slightly. It was not that Su Yan was unhappy. It was because Su Yan knew that this little bit of strength was still too weak. Princess Chu, Blue Water Ice Crystal Beast, and Chu Tianxiong were all top experts, and they were Su Yan's goal. Su Yan was not too excited about his seven-bloodline saint strength. Su Yan was not too excited about his seven-bloodline saint strength. Su Yan, who are you? After Nangong Xiangming recovered from his shock, he immediately suspected Su Yan's identity. After all, it was simply unbelievable for a saint of the four meridians to become a saint of the seven meridians in just a few days. I am who I am. Su Yan maintained his cold demeanor and said. Nangong Xiangming could not help but snort when he heard Su Yan's arrogant attitude. He waved his hand and shouted, "Arrogant man, so what if your cultivation speed is fast? You're only a seven-bloodline saint now. Today, I'll end you. Let's see if you still dare to be so arrogant." As Nangong Xiangming spoke, he leaped up and was about to strike Su Yan with his palm. Su Yan was shocked. After all, Nangong Xiangming was a five-star ruler. Su Yan was not a match for Nangong Xiangming with his current strength. When he saw Nangong Xiangming approaching, his eyes narrowed, and he quickly retreated. He was as fast as lightning and dodged Nangong Xiangming's attack. What? Nangong Xiangming was stunned. Although he had not used his full strength, he had long wanted to kill Ouyangming, so he was not slow just now. A normal seven-bloodline saint would not have been able to dodge it. Now that he saw Su Yan dodge his attack, how could he not be surprised? Everyone below the stage was stunned as well. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. He rose from a four-bloodline saint to a seven-bloodline saint in a few days, and now he has such a rapid speed. If he's not eliminated, he'll definitely be a disaster in the future. Nangong Xiangming's eyes narrowed, and the killing intent in his eyes grew stronger. Although he was usually arrogant and reckless, it did not mean that he was a stupid person. Not only was he not stupid, but he was also much smarter than ordinary people. He knew very well that with Su Yan's aptitude, even if he was not his match now, he would definitely surpass him in a few years. Moreover, there was already enmity between him and Su Yan. If he didn't kill Su Yan today, then he would be the one in trouble in the future. Nangong Xiangming immediately had the intention to kill. He looked at Su Yan, and the majestic spiritual qi in his body slowly surged. He pointed at Su Yan and shouted, "Su Yan, I didn't want to get rid of you, but now it seems that the more merciful I am to you, the more arrogant you are. Don't blame me for being impolite." Chapter 222. Fear, that's right, Nangong Xiangming really felt fear. He was shocked by Su Yan's almost abnormal cultivation speed. He didn't dare to believe that if Su Yan was given a few more days, to what extent would Su Yan grow? Ordinary people might not be able to advance from a 4-meridian saint to a 7-meridian saint even after a few years. On the other hand, Su Yan had gone from a 4-vein saint to a 7-vein saint in just a few days. Nangong Xiangming was not the only one who felt fear at such an abnormal cultivation speed. Some of the disciples present also felt fear from the bottom of their hearts. Therefore, when they saw that Nangong Xiangming wanted to kill Su Yan, no one made a move. Instead, everyone was looking forward to it. This was because Su Yan had given them too many surprises today. They were so shocked that they could not believe that everything was normal. It was like a dream. Only when Su Yan died and everything came to an end would the dream return to normal. When Nangong Xiangming heard Su Yan's words, although he was shocked, he naturally would not admit that he was afraid. Looking at Su Yan's appearance, he shouted sternly, "Arrogant person, you still dare to quibble when you're about to die." As he spoke, Nangong Xiangming quickly circulated his cultivation method, and a majestic spiritual qi was suddenly emitted. The moment the powerful energy surged, the disciples gathered around could not help but take a step back. When Su Yan saw such a powerful spiritual qi, he could not help but frown. He quickly thought of a way to deal with it. Previously, Su Yan might not have known Nangong Xiangming's strength. However, after obtaining the memory of the bone tablet from Consort Chu, Su Yan had always memorized the names of all the disciples in the Eastern Palace who were worthy of being mentioned. Nangong Xiangming was the second senior brother of the Eastern Palace and ranked 7th among the top 10 disciples. Moreover, Nangong Xiangming had a grudge against Su Yan. Su Yan naturally remembered Nangong Xiangming's strength clearly. He was a 5-star ruler. It was also because Su Yan knew that Nangong Xiangming was a 5-star saint that Su Yan knew that with his current strength, he was definitely not a match for Nangong Xiangming. The reason why he could dodge Nangong Xiangming's attack just now was only because Nangong Xiangming underestimated him. Now that Nangong Xiangming clearly wants to kill me, then Su Yan's face was filled with worry. He wasn't willing to submit to Nangong Xiangming only because his name was Su Yan, and because of the arrogance flowing in his body. As a result, he was unable to allow himself to be trampled upon, unable to accept Nangong Xiangming's humiliation. As the saying goes, when a man is alive, there are things he can do and things he can't do. He would rather die than be humiliated. It seems that I can only give it my all. When Su Yan saw the majestic spiritual energy emitted from Nangong Xiangming's body, he frowned. It wasn't that he didn't want to run away, but he was surrounded and had nowhere to run. "Su Yan, die!" Nangong Xiangming let out a fierce shout. His body suddenly became like a long rainbow as he charged forward. His speed was as fast as lightning, and it was incomparable to his previous speed. He directly charged towards Su Yan. Su Yan was shocked. He quickly operated his cultivation method, and a majestic aura suddenly surged. He gritted his teeth and said, "It seems that I can only rely on the black ice shield to block it." Black ice shield. As Su Yan thought about it, he suddenly shouted. The profound ice-cold cover on his body suddenly surged with a burst of bright light. That light suddenly expanded and illuminated the entire profound ice-cold pond shrine. What is this, a defensive combat skill? Everyone saw the light surging from Su Yan's body, and they couldn't help but be stunned again. Not only them, even Nangong Xiangming was stunned when he saw this light, but he quickly recovered, and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Su Yan, in the face of absolute strength, all of this is just an opportunistic trick. Die." Bang! Nangong Xiangming's fist directly hit Su Yan's body, and a loud bang burst out, and a huge energy fluctuation swept out at the same time. What a strong power, worthy of second senior brother. The surrounding people showed a look of horror, and they all stepped back. Su Yan is dead for sure. Everyone looked at Su Yan, who was enveloped by the intense light, and said one after another. There wasn't any pity on their faces, but only a sigh of relief. Su Yan's abnormal cultivation speed had made them unable to catch their breath. Humph. Seeing this, Nangong Xiangming instantly recovered his usual cold arrogance, and he didn't even look in the direction of Su Yan, and sneered in his heart, no matter how fast your cultivation speed is, what can you do? At this moment, you're just a corpse. At this moment, a coughing sound came from within the light. Su Yan's figure slowly appeared. At this moment, Su Yan's clothes were torn, and there was a trace of blood on the corner of his mouth. He looked slightly embarrassed, but in his eyes, there was still a bright and sharp light. Especially the faint sneer hanging on his mouth, it suddenly made people's scalp tingle. No, how is this possible? How can he not die? Everyone looked at Su Yan, their faces filled with shock and bewilderment. They could not believe everything that was happening before their eyes. When Nangong Xiangming turned his head and saw Su Yan, he was also stunned. In an instant, a surge of anger surged in his heart, and he shouted, Su Yan, you can still stand after taking a blow from me. I'd like to see how you can still stand now. Nangong Xiangming suddenly let out a low growl, and it was obvious that he was extremely angry. He, Nangong Xiangming, had always been the pride of the Eastern Palace, and none of the disciples in the Eastern Palace dared to disobey him. At this moment, Su Yan, a saint with only 7 meridians, not only disobeyed him, but also survived after taking a blow from him. This made Nangong Xiangming feel an unprecedented humiliation, and the killing intent in his heart soared to the extreme. The cultivation method in his body surged, emitting a fiery red light. Su Yan, let's see how you're going to dodge this, Nangong Xiangming said. Suddenly, his body flashed as he threw another punch at Su Yan's head. Seeing this, Su Yan's eyes narrowed, and there was not a trace of fear. It was not that Su Yan was not afraid of death, but that Su Yan knew that a man should live with his own pride. No matter what happened today, even if he died, he had to fight for his dignity. He patted his storage bag, took out the ghost howl sword, and was about to meet Nangong Xiangming's attack. Enough. Just at this moment, a loud shout came from outside the ice-cold pond palace. This voice contained a huge amount of power, causing everyone in the ice-cold pond to involuntarily tremble. Then, a figure appeared in front of Nangong Xiangming. With a wave of his hand, Nangong Xiangming instantly retreated dozens of steps. Who dares to stop me? Nangong Xiangming had clearly entered a state of rage. Being blocked by someone, he became even more furious. He instantly took out his magic treasure and was about to attack the person who had appeared. However, when he saw the person who had appeared, Nangong Xiangming was immediately stunned. Looking at the ice-cold expression on the person's face, Nangong Xiangming's body trembled. His legs went soft, and he immediately knelt on the ground, respectfully shouting, Palace Master. The person who appeared was Princess Chu. Princess Chu looked at Nangong Xiangming and ignored him. Instead, she glanced at Su Yan. Seeing that he was not dead, she swept her gaze across the crowd and said coldly, My Eastern Palace disciples have been suppressed by the other 3 palaces for years. You dare to fight among yourselves? Although his voice wasn't loud, when it reached everyone's ears, their hearts couldn't help but tremble. One after another, they kneeled on the ground and respectfully shouted, Palace Lord, this disciple and the others know our mistake. Chu Wangfei waved her hand and didn't say anything else. Instead, she turned to Nangong Xiangming and said, Nangong Xiangming, you claim to be the second senior brother of the Eastern Palace, but you don't follow the rules of the Eastern Palace. I punish you by sending you to the Supreme Demon Ancient Prison for 3 days. Palace Master. When Nangong Xiangming heard that Chu Wangfei had been locked in the Supreme Demon Ancient Prison, his body trembled. He hurriedly knelt down to beg for mercy. Unfortunately, before he could say anything, Chu Wangfei waved her hand and shouted, Nangong Xiangming, do you dare to disobey me? I Nangong Xiangming trembled and didn't dare to say anything more. His face was no longer as arrogant as before. When he thought of the supreme demon ancient prison, there was deep fear in his eyes. When he looked at Su Yan, there was a trace of sadness in his eyes. However, when he saw that the Princess Chu was present, he didn't dare to say anything and retreated. Princess Chu saw Nangong Xiangming leave and looked back at Su Yan. She slowly said, "The Eastern Palace has always been fair in its rewards and punishments. In the past 100 years, no one has ever entered the 8th level of the glacial pond. However, Su Yan has entered the 9th level as a saint of the 5 bloodlines. He is truly a role model for the Eastern Palace." When the Princess Chu said this, the crowd immediately went into an uproar. What? The one who entered the 9th level of the glacial pond is really Su Yan? How is this possible? That's right. Su Yan is only a saint of the 4 bloodlines. Even if his cultivation speed is crazy, he is only a saint of the 7 bloodlines. How can he enter the glacial pond? What? Are you all doubting my words? Princess Chu heard the commotion and her face darkened. Everyone shut their mouths and hurriedly said, "We don't dare." Princess Chu glanced at them and ignored them. She continued, "Su Yan has done well in the glacial pond. Today, I will give the Eastern Palace Spirit Palace a place for Su Yan to cultivate." After that, the Princess Chu didn't wait for Su Yan to react. She waved her hand and a domino fell into Su Yan's hand. Spirit Palace? How is this possible? The Palace Master is giving the Spirit Palace to Su Yan. How is this possible? When everyone heard that the Princess Chu had given the Spirit Palace to Su Yan, they were shocked. Chapter 223. Among the disciples, the Princess of Chu had always been a quiet person. No one had ever seen her smile, and this time was no exception. After teaching Su Yan the Spirit Palace domino, she didn't say goodbye to the disciples. She waved her hand and left. This sudden action shocked all the disciples. They all knelt down and shouted, "Farewell, Palace Master." While they were talking, Chu Wangfei had already left the martial arts training hall 1,000 miles away. After everyone knew about the Princess of Chu, the entire martial arts palace was boiling. Of course, all the topics revolved around Su Yan. While talking, they looked at Su Yan from time to time with complicated expressions on their faces. He couldn't accept this fact at all. After all, this was too crazy for them. But they couldn't not believe it. After all, even the palace master of the monster palace said so. This matter was obviously not false at all, so they couldn't doubt it at all. Ratley also struggled for a long time in his heart. After a long time, he made up his mind. He walked in front of Su Yan and said, "Su Yan, you really didn't disappoint me. I'll wait for you." After Ratley finished speaking, he turned his head and left with Rat Sang, who was still in a daze for a long time. Ratley's action stunned Su Yan. The reason why Su Yan entered the ice-cold pond was, in fact, largely related to Ratley. After all, if it wasn't for Ratley, Su Yan probably wouldn't have entered the ice-cold pond. Ratley originally wanted to see him make a fool of himself. Now, he didn't see a joke, but he was still able to maintain this indifferent expression. This made Su Yan's view of Ratley change a little. An opponent worth challenging. Su Yan smiled and didn't stop Ratley. He planned to leave as well, but before he could leave, he was surrounded by many disciples. These disciples were all between saints and emperors. Stopping Su Yan was nothing more than trying to build a relationship with Su Yan. After all, this unacceptable fact had come true, and they didn't want to end up like Nangong Xiangming. Since that was the case, the best choice was to build a relationship with Su Yan. Since then, Su Yan had not been good with words, and he had very few friends around him. Suddenly being surrounded by so many people, he was quite unaccustomed to it. However, looking at their sincere looks, Su Yan was too embarrassed to lose his temper. He could only brace himself and sigh with them. If the 4 great palaces of the Monster Palace were not separated and combined, the disciples of the Monster Palace would number in the hundreds of thousands. Naturally, there were more than 4 people in charge of such a huge palace. In addition to the palace masters of the 4 great palaces, each palace also had an elder in charge of the disciples. Because the East Palace had always been lacking in talents except for the Princess of Chu, there was only one elder in the East Palace. Moreover, this elder was always in seclusion and rarely took care of the matters of the East Palace. As a result, very few disciples in the East Palace knew this elder. They only knew of her existence. Not only them, but even the Princess of Chu rarely disturbed this elder. This didn't mean that this elder was stronger than the Princess of Chu, but the Princess of Chu made this elder constantly cultivate in seclusion. This was because the Princess of Chu knew that if that day really came and she left, only this elder would be enough to support the entire East Palace. It could be said that this elder was the Princess of Chu's last trump card in the East Palace. It was because of this that the Princess of Chu had specially issued an order in the East Palace that all disciples were not to disturb this elder's cultivation. However, today, the Princess of Chu came to this elder's place of seclusion on her own. The Princess of Chu slowly pushed open the door and entered. She saw a person on the training platform in the palace. This person had a youthful face and looked to be in her 20s. However, between her brows, she faintly emitted the aura of a ruler similar to that of the Princess of Chu. One could vaguely sense the vicissitudes of life in her tightly closed eyes. Lu Lan. The Princess of Chu called out softly and sat down on a chair nearby. The elder of the East Palace called Lu Lan heard the Princess of Chu's call and slowly opened her eyes. When she saw the Princess of Chu, her face immediately revealed a look of excitement. She stopped cultivating and greeted the Princess of Chu, "Palace Master, why have you come to my place today?" "All right, Lu Lan, there is no need for such formalities between us." The Princess of Chu waved her hand and looked at Lu Lan. There was not the slightest bit of coldness on her face. Instead, there was a hint of melancholy. Lu Lan saw the melancholy on the Princess of Chu's face and frowned. She raised her head and said in a sorrowful voice, "Palace Master, is the promise coming soon?" "Yes." The Princess of Chu slowly nodded and said, "It is indeed so." Thinking about the date, it should be in the next few years. You also know that those people always do things without leaving a trace. We don't know when they will arrive. Palace Master, Lu Lan is useless. She has been in seclusion for several years, but she still hasn't broken through to the origin state. When Lu Lan heard the Princess of Chu's words, she immediately knelt in front of the Princess of Chu with a face full of self-blame. The Princess of Chu waved her hand and said, "Forget it, forget it. Lu Lan, don't blame yourself. Some people can't break through to the origin state even after hundreds of years. You have only been in seclusion for a few years, how can you break through so easily?" The more the Princess of Chu acted like this, the more Lu Lan blamed herself in her heart. When the Princess of Chu saw this, she smiled slightly and said, "All right, Lu Lan, I am not here to discuss cultivation with you today. I am here to discuss something with you." "Discuss." When Lu Lan heard the Princess of Chu's words, she was stunned. She looked at the Princess of Chu in confusion and said, "Palace Master, although I am an elder of the Eastern Palace, it is only because the Palace Master has done me a favor by promoting me to an elder. Furthermore, I have never paid attention to the matters of the Eastern Palace. Palace Master, why do you want to discuss with me?" When the Princess of Chu heard Lu Lan's words, she shook her head and said, "Lu Lan, you are wrong. If it weren't for the matter of being frozen, I am afraid that you would be older than me right now. Therefore, there are some things that you know better than I do." Lu Lan shook her head and said, "Palace Master, although that is the case, Lu Lan has been frozen for hundreds of years. If it weren't for the Palace Master, Lu Lan, there is no need for such pleasantries between us." The Princess of Chu didn't wait for Lu Lan to finish and immediately waved her hand to interrupt her. She looked at her and continued, "Lu Lan, you also know that the Eastern Palace has withered over the past few decades. The whereabouts of the previous elders are unknown. As such, the only person I can talk to in the entire Eastern Palace is you. If you continue to be so courteous with me, then I, the Princess of Chu, will not have anyone to talk to in the Eastern Palace." When the Princess of Chu said this, she didn't have the slightest bit of her usual aura of a queen. Instead, she seemed like a young girl with countless burdens on her shoulders. When Lu Lan heard the Princess of Chu's words, she sighed slightly and revealed a self-deprecating smile on her face. Sigh, to think that my monster palace is so powerful and can be considered invincible in the 5 counties, but when faced with those people, sigh. As she said this, Lu Lan sighed again, and a wave of helplessness appeared in her eyes. Yes. The Princess of Chu only nodded and then looked at Lu Lan and said, Lu Lan, to be honest, I came today to discuss the candidate for the position of Palace Master of the Eastern Palace after I leave. The candidate for the position of Palace Master. When Lu Lan heard this, a bright light suddenly condensed in her eyes. She looked at the Princess of Chu with a face full of excitement. Palace Master, you finally found the right person. Yes. The Princess of Chu nodded and said, it is also a genius that has been found recently. Lu Lan's personality was clearly more cheerful than the Princess of Chu's, and she was not as cold as the Princess of Chu. When she heard the Princess of Chu's words, the corners of her mouth immediately rose to a smile. Palace Master, Lu Lan would like to know who this disciple of the Eastern Palace is, to be able to receive such an evaluation from you. Is it Qin Luo or none of them? The Princess of Chu waved her hand. When she thought of Su Yan's figure, she gave a rare smile and said, Lu Lan, you don't know this person. He has only been in the Eastern Palace for a few days. A few days. When Lu Lan heard the Princess of Chu's words, she could not help but frown. Palace Master, what is this person's current strength? A 7 Meridian Saint. What, a 7 Meridian Saint? When Lu Lan heard this, she immediately jumped up from her chair with a face full of surprise. Palace Master, are you sure you are not wrong? Although the disciples of the Eastern Palace are not as good as the other 3 palaces, the top 10 disciples are all Tianxiang emperors. Why would you take a fancy to a 7 Meridian Saint? The Princess of Chu seemed to have expected Lu Lan's reaction. She smiled gently and said, Lu Lan, you can't jump to such a conclusion without hearing the whole story. Let me finish first, then you can evaluate this person. Yes. Lu Lan nodded and sat down again, but her eyebrows were slightly furrowed. Obviously, she did not believe that a 7 Meridian Saint could do anything. And it was because of this disbelief that when the Princess of Chu told her about Su Yan and what happened in the short few days after he came to the Monster Palace, the expression on her face kept fluctuating, and she was shocked. Until the Princess of Chu finished talking about what Su Yan did in the Eastern Palace, Lu Lan still could not recover from the shock. Looking at the Princess of Chu, she was even more doubtful. Palace Master, is what you said true? Of course it is true. The Princess of Chu said with a smile. How is this possible? Lu Lan kept shaking her head. I won't mention breaking through the sea dock. It is impossible for him to enter the ice-cold pool if he has some secret methods. But you said that he stepped from a 4 Meridian Saint to a 7 Meridian Saint in just a few days. How can I believe this? It's a little strange. The Princess of Chu nodded and thought for a while before saying, but I saw it with my own eyes, and now all the disciples of the Eastern Palace know about this person. How can I not believe it? From a 4 Meridian Saint to a 7 Meridian Saint in a few days, this cultivation speed. Lu Lan opened her mouth wide. She could not imagine how abnormal this cultivation speed was. The Princess of Chu saw Lu Lan's expression and said, Lu Lan, if you know his identity, I'm afraid you will be even more shocked. Chapter 224. Identity? What identity? Lu Lan looked at the Princess of Chu in shock. What was this? Breaking into the sea dock? Entering the ice-cold pool? And going from a 4 bloodline saint to a 7 bloodline saint in just a few days? This was enough to shock Lu Lan. Lu Lan couldn't imagine Su Yan's identity. How could it shock her more than this? The Princess of Chu wasn't in a hurry to reveal Su Yan's identity. Instead, she smiled mysteriously. This was the first time the Princess of Chu smiled so much in all these years. The more anxious Lu Lan was, the more amused the Princess of Chu was. She deliberately kept it in suspense and didn't say anything. Lu Lan was so anxious that she couldn't help but ask, "Palace Master, tell me. Who exactly is Su Yan?" Seeing Lu Lan's face turn red, the Princess of Chu finally said slowly, "The successor of the Buddha sword sect." "What?" Lu Lan jumped up from her chair when she heard the words, "Buddha sword sect." She looked at the Princess of Chu in disbelief. "Palace Master, you really didn't make a mistake?" "Absolutely." The Princess of Chu nodded. Thinking about the Buddha sword sect, her smile faded. She looked serious. "Lu Lan, I think you know more about the Buddha sword sect than I do." "Yes." Lu Lan nodded. "The Buddha sword sect is a great favor to the Supreme Monster Clan." "Indeed." The Princess of Chu nodded as well. If it wasn't for the Buddha sword sect, the Monster Palace wouldn't be what it is today. Chu Wangfei's face was filled with emotion as she spoke. She was silent for a long time before she spoke again. "Actually, when I rescued Su Yan from the 10,000 Ghosts cave, I already knew that this person had many secrets when I observed the situation in his body. This is also why I have always thought highly of this person, but didn't dare to trust him. After all, based on this person's current performance, I'm afraid that he may also step into that legendary level. At that time, if this person has disloyalty towards the Supreme Demon Palace, I'm afraid that the 100 years of foundation of our Supreme Demon Palace will be destroyed by his hands. That's why I didn't dare to truly nurture him. I didn't come to you until I found out he was the successor of the Buddha sword sect. That's why I came to you." The Princess of Chu explained why she came to see Lu Lan today. After listening to the Princess of Chu, Lu Lan fell silent. Although Lu Lan was only in her early 20s, her memories were from 100 years ago. She was even older than the Princess of Chu. She knew about the Buddha sword sect and the relationship between the Buddha sword sect and the Monster Palace. When she heard the Buddha sword sect, the smile on Lu Lan's face disappeared. She became serious and thought for a long time before saying, "Palace Master, the Supreme Monster Clan owes the Buddha sword sect a favor. Our Supreme Monster tribe has never helped the Buddha sword sect when it was destroyed. It can be said that our tribe owes the Buddha sword sect a lot. If the successor of the Buddha sword sect hadn't shown up, it would have been fine. But now that the successor of the Buddha sword sect has appeared, we will definitely repay the kindness of the Buddha sword sect." "Yes." Chu Wangfei's expression was serious as well. She nodded and said, "Lu Lan, we have the same idea. However, the Buddha sword sect is too sensitive after all. I'm afraid that those people will be interested if they know about the Buddha sword sect. Therefore, I don't plan on telling Su Yan about it. We'll let him grow up in the Supreme Demon Palace first. First, we'll let him take over the position of the Eastern Palace Master, which will solve the problem of the Eastern Palace Master's lack of talents. Second, we'll let him hide his identity. When he truly grows up and is able to bear the name of the Buddha Sword Master, we'll let him decide for himself. That's a good arrangement, Palace Master." Lu Lan has no objections. But does Su Yan know about the Buddha Sword Sect's burden? Lu Lan asked the Princess of Chu. "I think he does." The Princess of Chu thought for a moment. She told Lu Lan about how Su Yan was furious when he found out that she was spying on him in the glacial pond. Lu Lan only hesitated for a moment. Then she nodded and said, "Yes, it seems that he's a genius. He's so young, but he's so cunning. No wonder he's the successor of the Buddha sword sect." "Yes." The Princess of Chu nodded and said, "Lu Lan, this way, the position of the East Palace is settled. If you and him are here when those people come, I'll be relieved." As Chu Wangfei spoke, she couldn't help but have a bitter look on her face. Lu Lan felt sad when she saw the Princess of Chu's expression. She asked in a low voice, "Palace Master, are those people really unstoppable?" "Lu Lan, too many things have happened in the past 100 years. You still don't know how powerful those people are. They're not something we can imagine." The Princess of Chu frowned. She no longer had her usual kingly demeanor. When Lu Lan saw this, he fell silent. The two of them remained silent. After a long while, the Princess of Chu said, "By the way, Lu Lan, although Su Yan has a bright future, he's still young and not strong enough. So, I'm going to open the 10,000 Demons Ancient Tree." Open the 10,000 Demons Ancient Tree. Lu Lan frowned and said, "Palace Master, the 10,000 Demons Ancient Tree doesn't belong to the East Palace. If you want to open it, you must get the permission of the other 3 palaces. The relationship between the East Palace and the other 3 palaces is tense. How can the other 3 palaces agree?" When the Princess of Chu heard Lu Lan's words, she frowned and fell into deep thought. Lu Lan said, "Palace Master, even if the 3 palaces are opened, all the disciples of the Monster Palace will enter together. With Su Yan's current strength, he can't compete with the other disciples. When the time comes, I'm afraid that opening the 10,000 Demons Ancient Tree will not only fail to increase Su Yan's cultivation, but it will also backfire." Hearing Lu Lan's words, the Princess of Chu frowned even more. Since she mentioned this today, she naturally thought of these things. It was because she was worried about these things that she wanted to ask for Lu Lan's opinion. Now, she heard that Lu Lan was worried about the same thing as her. The worry in her heart inevitably increased by a lot. Especially when she thought about those people who would arrive at any time, the Princess of Chu was even more worried. It's only a few years until the agreement. Those people's tracks are strange, and I don't know when they will arrive. During this time, if Su Yan can't grow quickly, I'm afraid that Lu Lan alone won't be enough to resist the other 3 palaces. Unless, as the Princess of Chu thought, a bright light suddenly surged in her eyes. She looked at Lu Lan and said, "Lu Lan, if the 3 palaces really don't allow the 10,000 Demons Ancient Tree to be opened, then the East Palace will unify them all." Unify? Lu Lan was stunned. Yes. The Princess of Chu nodded, and her face immediately returned to its previous imposing manner. Her eyes shone brightly, and her voice was firm. "In the past 100 years, our Monster Palace has become more and more divided, and the other 3 palaces have become more and more rampant. Originally, I was still thinking about the 10,000 Demons Ancient Tree clan's face, so I didn't want to go against them. However, recently, the people from the other 3 palaces have been restless, and have been eyeing the control of the East Palace. Therefore, the best way now is to unify the Monster Palace, and abolish the other 4 palaces, leaving only the East Palace." Lu Lan looked at the Princess of Chu with a shocked expression. She really didn't think that the Princess of Chu would have such a crazy idea to unify the 4 palaces. However, she had to admit that what the Princess of Chu said was the best way. In the past few years, the East Palace's talents had withered, and it had been supported by the Princess of Chu alone. If it weren't for the Princess of Chu, the East Palace would have been merged by the other 3 palaces. If the Princess of Chu left, the East Palace would fall into the hands of the other palaces. At that time, it would be impossible to protect Su Yan. Even the people of the East Palace wouldn't have a foothold in the Monster Palace. Since that was the case, the best way was to strike first and gain the upper hand. Only by unifying the Monster Palace would these things not happen. Lu Lan admitted that this was the best way, but she was still a little confused. She looked at the Princess of Chu and said, "Palace Master, unifying the Monster Palace is naturally a solution, but have you thought about how to unify it? There are tens of thousands of disciples in the Monster Palace. It's impossible to kill all of them." When the Princess of Chu heard Lu Lan's words, she smiled coldly. "Although it's impossible to kill all of them, it's still possible to get rid of the Palace Masters. As long as we get rid of those Palace Masters, I'm sure that with you in charge, those disciples won't dare to act rashly." "Yes." Lu Lan nodded, hesitated, and said, "Even so, Palace Master, have you ever thought about how to make the other disciples obey Su Yan? After all, Su Yan's strength is too weak. How to make Su Yan obey the others?" Lu Lan's question hit the Princess of Chu's heart, and the Princess of Chu didn't know how to answer for a moment. No matter how crazy Su Yan's cultivation speed was, he was still too weak. Just like today, if it wasn't for her stopping him, Su Yan would have died at the hands of Nangong Xiangming. Strength, I have to make Su Yan quickly increase his strength. The reason why this child can rise so many levels is probably related to the mysterious ice-cold pond. If I want him to quickly increase his strength, I have to create some fortuitous encounters. But since it's a fortuitous encounter, how can I find it? He doesn't have the qualifications to enter the Great Fey Ancient Pagoda, and the 10,000 Fey Ancient Tree can't be opened for now. Where in the Monster Palace can he train? The Princess of Chu frowned as she thought, and she fell into a state of worry. Lu Lan was the same. She frowned, sat across from the Princess of Chu, and let out a sigh. Chapter 225. When the Princess of Chu thought of this, she immediately looked at Lu Lan with a burning gaze. When Lu Lan saw the Princess of Chu's gaze, she couldn't help but blush. Although Lu Lan's actual age was about the same as the Princess of Chu's, they were of the same generation. However, because Lu Lan had been sealed in ice for over 100 years, her memory and mind were only stuck at the time when she was a young girl in her 20s. When she saw the Princess of Chu's burning gaze, how could she not blush? She pursed her lips and shyly asked, "Palace Master, why are you looking at me like that?" Hee. When the Princess of Chu saw Lu Lan's reaction, she became more and more satisfied. She slightly smiled and pretended to be mysterious as she said, "Lu Lan, right now, if we want to quickly increase Su Yan's strength, I have thought of a good place in the Monster Palace." "Where?" Lu Lan slightly frowned and looked at the Princess of Chu in confusion. Just now, she was also thinking about where in the Monster Palace would be suitable for Su Yan to cultivate. However, after thinking for a long time, she couldn't think of such a place in the Monster Palace. Lu Lan even thought of finding a suitable place in the 5 counties for Su Yan to cultivate. Unfortunately, even after thinking of all the places that she was familiar with, Lu Lan still couldn't think of a place that would be suitable for Su Yan to cultivate and that would allow Su Yan to quickly grow. Now that she heard the Princess of Chu say that there was such a place in the Monster Palace, she was naturally confused. When the Princess of Chu saw the confusion in Lu Lan's eyes, she knew that she was anxious, so she didn't keep her in suspense. She turned her eyes and smiled. "Lu Lan, did you forget that our East Palace has the ancient demon pool that the other 3 palaces don't have? Supreme Fey Ancient Pond." Lu Lan's eyes lit up when she heard the name. "That's right. Why didn't I think of that place? The Supreme Demon Ancient Pond is where the essence of the Monster Palace's palace masters is gathered. Cultivating in the Supreme Demon Ancient Pond will definitely increase one's cultivation speed." When Lu Lan thought of this, she could not help but smile. However, she quickly frowned and looked at the Princess of Chu. "Palace Master, this Supreme Demon Ancient Pool can help Su Yan grow faster, but this Supreme Demon Ancient Pool..." Before Lu Lan could say anything, she saw the light in Princess Chu's eyes. She seemed to have guessed something and her face flushed red. She couldn't help but take a few steps back. With a look of surprise, she looked at Princess Chu and said, "Palace Master, you can't be thinking of making me." "That's right." When the Princess of Chu saw that Lu Lan understood, she meaningfully pulled Lu Lan's hand and said, "Lu Lan, although you're over 100 years old based on your actual birth date, you're still only 20 years old. You're about the same age as Su Yan. It's naturally the best choice for the 2 of you to enter the Supreme Demon Ancient Pond together." Although Lu Lan was usually cheerful, she was still a young girl who had never experienced love. Furthermore, she had always been focused on cultivation. She had never thought about the matters between men and women. When she heard the Princess of Chu say this, she immediately felt embarrassed. She felt a wave of shyness in her heart and her face was flushed red. She stared at Princess Consort Chu for a long time, unable to recover her senses. When the Princess of Chu saw Lu Lan like this, she said, "Lu Lan, perhaps this is a bit too much for you. After all, you've never seen Su Yan before. But don't make a decision now. When Su Yan came out of the ice-cold pond, I already gave the Spirit Palace to Su Yan. Now, there are no servants in the Spirit Palace. You can pretend to be a servant and interact with Su Yan for a few days. If you like him, it won't be too late to talk about it then." "Palace Master, that's not what I meant." Lu Lan shook her head and said, this Su Yan is the successor of the Buddha sword sect. The monster palace owes the Buddha sword sect. I, Lu Lan, am fortunate enough to enter the ancient demon pond with him. It is an honor. But. Lu Lan looked at the princess of Chu shyly. She didn't know what to say for a moment. But what? The princess of Chu asked immediately. But when she saw the princess of Chu's uncertain eyes, she understood. She smiled and said, Lu Lan, are you worried about Ling? Yes. Lu Lan nodded shyly. When the princess of Chu saw Lu Lan nod, she laughed and said, Hee Lu Lan, you don't have to worry about that. Su Yan is the successor of the Buddha sword sect. In other words, he is the successor of an emperor. The world is so big. How many emperors don't have wives and concubines? The princess of Chu's face didn't change. Aside from the vicissitudes of life on her face, she was only about the same age as Lu Lan and Chu Linger. But she had lived for 100 years. Her wisdom was not something a young girl like Lu Lan could compare to. He could see through some things more clearly than Lu Lan. When she saw that Lu Lan still couldn't let it go, she continued to persuade her, Lu Lan, to be honest, even if you don't enter the Supreme Demon Ancient Pond, if possible, I will still let you and Ling, be betrothed to Su Yan. When Lu Lan heard the princess of Chu's words, she blushed again. She didn't know how to respond. When the princess of Chu saw this, she paused and said, Lu Lan, in this huge monster palace, apart from the 1,000-year foundation of the monster palace, the people I am most worried about are you and Ling, Although you and Ling's talent is not bad, you are after all women. There should be a man standing in front of you to protect the two of you from the wind and rain. This Su Yan is clearly the best choice. If the two of you are really fated to be with Su Yan, then the three of you will be in charge of the monster palace. Even if I am not in the monster palace, I will be more at ease. When the princess of Chu said this, a sorrowful look appeared in her eyes. Just as she said, no matter how powerful the princess of Chu was in the monster palace, she was still a woman. Countless pressures and burdens were piled on her shoulders. She was willing to bear it, but she knew how tiring it was. It was also because the princess of Chu knew how tiring and painful it was that she didn't want her daughter, her best friend, to bear all of this. For so many years, the princess of Chu had been shouldering all of this by herself. She had never revealed it in front of others. Now, in front of the only person she could talk to in the East Palace, the princess of Chu didn't hide the sadness and pain in her heart. Lu Lan felt the sadness in the princess of Chu and felt uncomfortable in her heart. Although the Gone Border continent was a world of martial artists, it was a world where martial artists were respected. However, it didn't mean that in this world, all emotions were lost. Everyone lost the things they wanted to protect. It wasn't like that. In fact, in this cruel world, everyone had something that they wanted to protect. Su Yan, he persevered for the pride in his heart, worked hard for the kindness in his heart, and pursued forward for the kinship. The princess of Chu, for the sake of protecting the bloodline of the supreme monster clan, for the sake of her daughter, and for the sake of kinship, she had been bearing all of the pressure. Lu Lan was the same, she endured the boring cultivation every day. She closed herself in here every day, never taking half a step out of here. She wanted to protect the supreme monster clan and help reduce the burden on the princess of Chu. Now, seeing the sadness in the princess of Chu's eyes, all of the confusion in Lu Lan's heart was solved at this moment. She clenched her fists and said in her heart, Palace Master, you've already suffered too much for the supreme monster clan. It's time for me to share the burden. The Spirit Palace could be said to be the best palace in the entire Monster Palace other than the main palace. All of the disciples had been working hard to obtain the Spirit Palace. Unfortunately, for so many years, the Spirit Palace had been empty in the East Palace. Even the great senior brother of the East Palace, Qin Luo, had never obtained the right to use the Spirit Palace. This made everyone think that the Spirit Palace was left behind by the princess of Chu for Chu Linger. When Chu Linger got married, it would be used as the place for Chu Linger's wedding. But they never thought that the princess of Chu would suddenly reward the Spirit Palace to Su Yan. This made everyone surprised, puzzled, and shocked. Not only him, but even Su Yan himself was surprised when he found out about the Spirit Palace's position in the East Palace. Because the Monster Palace was located in the East Sea, the sea breeze whistled all day and the weather was extremely bad. This made it difficult for many plants to survive in the Monster Palace. But in the Spirit Palace, birds were singing and flowers were fragrant. The trees were shady. Before even stepping into the Spirit Palace, just by getting close to it, the unique fragrance and unique aura of the Spirit Palace made people feel relaxed and happy. This Spirit Palace is quite luxurious. Su Yan came to the door of the Spirit Palace. Looking at the palace that was emitting countless golden lights, the corners of his mouth could not help but curl into a smile. Su Yan had always known that there was a rule in the East Palace. As long as the disciples of the East Palace made contributions to the Monster Palace, they could receive special rewards from the East Palace. But Su Yan only knew this. He did not know about the Spirit Palace's existence. When he received the reward from the Princess of Chu, Su Yan's expression did not change much. Later, when he heard the people who wanted to get closer to him say this, Su Yan truly realized the Spirit Palace's position in the Monster Palace. Now that he had arrived at the Spirit Palace, Su Yan truly understood why the Spirit Palace had such a position in the East Palace. The walls were splendid, and the pavilions and buildings were decorated with colored glass and golden bricks. The Spirit Palace's layout was extremely luxurious. Looking at it, the disciples who came with Su Yan were all full of envy. Su Yan did not care. He was not a person who was greedy, vain, or extravagant. As for the Spirit Palace's luxurious appearance, Su Yan cared more about whether or not the Spirit Palace could help his cultivation. If it could not, then no matter how luxurious it was, in Su Yan's eyes, it was inferior to a straw hut. Standing in front of the palace, Su Yan could not help but take a deep breath. A burst of dense spiritual energy flowed over. Only then did Su Yan feel slightly satisfied. He thought to himself, the density of spiritual energy here is much denser than other places. Chapter 226. Feeling the spirit power of the Spirit Palace, Su Yan's anticipation for the Spirit Palace was piqued. Just as he was about to push open the door and enter, Su Yan remembered that there was a large group of people behind him. Su Yan had never been good at dealing with situations like this. Seeing a dozen or so people surrounding him and looking at him with burning eyes, Su Yan couldn't help but frown. He smiled and said, "Okay, everyone can go back now. We'll play again when we have time." Although the disciples all wanted to enter the Spirit Palace to have a look, when they heard Su Yan ask them to leave, they were too embarrassed to say anything. They looked at the beautiful Spirit Palace and reluctantly left. People are afraid of fame, and pigs are afraid of being fat. It really is like that. Seeing these people leave, Su Yan's ears finally quieted down. He couldn't help but sigh. He shook his head, took out the domino, and moved it. Suddenly, a spirit power burst out from the domino. It went straight to the Spirit Palace's door. As the spirit power moved, the Spirit Palace's door opened with a creak. The moment the Spirit Palace's door opened, a fragrance came from inside the Spirit Palace. It made people feel relaxed and happy. This made Su Yan have a good impression of the Spirit Palace. He looked forward to it. When Su Yan walked into the Spirit Palace, he was shocked by the power of the Monster Palace. The Spirit Palace was so big that it was beyond Su Yan's imagination. It was at least the size of a sword in the hidden sword tomb. Such a big palace was only enough for one disciple to live in. It showed how big the Monster Palace was. Such a big palace, and I'm the only one living here. It seems a bit lonely. Su Yan had always been alone. He didn't know why, but when he looked at the big palace, he couldn't help but feel lonely. Looking at the houses one by one, Su Yan couldn't help but think of the days in the hidden sword tomb. At that time, although he was cultivating alone, when he had free time, there was Fatty Lu, Lu Fei, that clown, and Su Yan. At that time, Lu Fei brought Su Yan a lot of fun on the boring path of cultivation. Now, facing this huge palace, Su Yan couldn't help but reminisce about his days in the Hidden Sword Tomb. At that time, Su Yan was in the Hidden Sword Tomb. He only cared about the sword well, so he did not have too many responsibilities. If he wanted to fight, he would fight. But now, it was impossible. Right now, Su Yan had too many burdens on his shoulders. The Buddha sword sect, the promise of 10 years with the 3 Seas beast, the humiliation brought upon him by the Daoist sect, and the monster palace, countless pressures were pressing down on Su Yan. Usually, when he didn't think about it, Su Yan didn't feel tired. Now that he thought about it carefully, he felt quite helpless. At the same time, he missed the carefree life in the Hidden Sword Tomb. Thinking of the happy life in the Hidden Sword Tomb, he couldn't help but think of the red-clothed figure on the fairy sword peak. That enchanting body, that face that made people yearn for, appeared in the depths of his mind. At this moment, it was all so clear. I wonder how she's doing now. Su Yan couldn't help but feel a little bitter as he thought about it. At the same time, his longing for Lin Hualu suddenly surged into his heart. He wished he could fly straight to the Hidden Sword Tomb right now to find Lin Hualu. Fortunately, Su Yan's willpower was firm. He clearly knew that he had too many burdens on his shoulders. He simply didn't allow himself to do as he pleased. Moreover, Su Yan also knew that he had to bear these secrets. These things were all extremely risky. Now, he only had the strength of a 7-meridian saint. He couldn't even compare to an ordinary disciple of the Monster Palace. Going back to the Hidden Sword Tomb to find Lin Hualu would only bring trouble to Lin Hualu. At the same time, Su Yan thought of Lin Hualu's indifference when he left at the end. He faintly felt a sense of sadness in his heart. He smiled bitterly and said, "At this moment, if I could see her from afar, wouldn't it be a kind of happiness?" As Su Yan was thinking, his eyes suddenly lit up. He saw that in the main palace of the Spirit Palace, a graceful girl in red was standing there. A gentle breeze blew, and the red dress fluttered. Her enchanting body was unmistakable. Her slender hair covered half of her face, but it still couldn't hide her devastatingly beautiful face. Senior Sister Lin. Seeing this, Su Yan felt a burst of excitement in his heart. He couldn't help but step towards her. "Young Master Su, hello." Just as Su Yan approached, the girl respectfully called out. Immediately, Su Yan was startled. This also caused Su Yan to wake up. He looked at the young lady in front of him. Although she was also beautiful and alluring, and was wearing red clothes, she was not Lin Huatu. Su Yan could not help but feel disappointed. At the same time, he couldn't help but sigh. Why did I suddenly think of these things today? Young Master Su. At this moment, the girl in front of him called out to Su Yan again. Su Yan suddenly realized. Looking at the girl's dress, he immediately understood that this girl must be a servant of this spirit palace. After all, in the Monster Palace, every disciple who had their own palace had a servant to serve them. This spirit palace was the largest palace of all the disciples in the Monster Palace. Naturally, there would be no lack of servants to serve them. Su Yan wanted to be a lone traveler, and he had a lot of secrets. Originally, he wanted to let the servant go on her own and not serve him. However, when Su Yan turned around and saw the pretty face of the servant, Su Yan changed his mind. Instead, he asked the servant, "What's your name?" Lu Lan. When the girl looked at Su Yan's handsome face, her face blushed. It turned out that this person wasn't anyone else. She was the one who had been discussing the Monster Palace with Princess Chu. She was Lu Lan, the only manager of the East Palace of the Monster Palace. Lu Lan, Lu Lan. Su Yan murmured and nodded. Not bad. It's a good name. Lu Lan had a guilty conscience and didn't know how to respond. She could only timidly stick to the side. Su Yan wasn't good with words. Moreover, he rarely interacted with girls. Now that he saw such a girl in front of him, Su Yan didn't know what to do. A man and a woman were alone in the same space. It was quite awkward. Especially Lu Lan at this moment. Her face was flushed red and her hands were helpless. She didn't know how to face Su Yan. Ahem. After a while, Su Yan saw the awkward situation and coughed a few times to break the deadlock. He said, "Miss Lu, there are so many rooms here. Do you know which one is suitable for me?" After hearing Su Yan's words, Lu Lan suddenly realized. Seeing that Su Yan was staring at her, she hurriedly pointed to the room in the middle and said, "Young Master Su, the most suitable room for cultivation in the Spirit Movement Palace is naturally this Spirit Palace. The room in the main hall has the most spirit energy. It's most suitable for cultivation." "Yes." Su Yan nodded. He wanted to go to his own room. However, when he thought about how it would be rude to leave, he felt embarrassed to leave. However, if he didn't leave, he wouldn't know what to do. For a moment, he fell into an awkward situation. However, this time, it was Lu Lan who reacted first. She looked at Su Yan and said, "Young Master Su, if you have something to do, you don't have to worry about me. If you have anything you don't know about the Spirit Palace, you can ask me." "Oh." After hearing Lu Lan's words, Su Yan felt less awkward. He nodded and said, "Miss Lu Lan, I'll go back to my room first. You don't have to think of yourself as a maid here. You can cultivate as you wish. Don't worry about me." "Yes." Lu Lan nodded and didn't say anything else. She just looked at Su Yan's back as he left. Her eyes were a little confused. This person is young and is the successor of the Buddha sword sect. His trip to the ice-cold pool has made him famous. However, he isn't arrogant. His mentality is commendable. No wonder the palace master values him so much. Apart from his identity as the successor of the Buddha sword sect, he is also a rare talent. After just meeting once, Lu Lan thought highly of Su Yan. However, when she thought about entering the Supreme Demon Ancient Pool with Su Yan in the future, Lu Lan's face flushed red. She was so embarrassed that she wanted to find a hole to hide in. Su Yan naturally didn't know that Lu Lan was pretending to be a maid in this spiritual palace. He only thought that Lu Lan was a maid in this spiritual palace. The moment he left, thinking about Lu Lan's gentle face, Su Yan couldn't help but feel a little bitter. Why am I so emotional today? Su Yan couldn't understand why he, who was always decisive, would have such a sentimental side. Seeing that he was already in front of the spiritual palace's main hall, Su Yan shook his head. He threw away all the confusion and emotions in his heart. Su Yan, you have so many things on your shoulders. How can a mere 7 bloodline saint rest? As Su Yan thought about it, the melancholy in his heart disappeared. His slightly lonely eyes suddenly flashed and a bright light condensed in them again. At the moment when the light surged, Su Yan sealed away all his emotions and desires. In exchange, he only had a determined expression on his face. The cultivation technique in his body surged and he instantly started to absorb the abundant spiritual energy in this spiritual palace. However, after absorbing for a while, Su Yan stopped and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. This spiritual palace is indeed the disciples' #1 spiritual palace. The abundant spiritual energy is probably comparable to that of the East Palace's main hall. It's a pity that I belong to one bloodline. This spiritual energy is useless to me for the time being. I am now a 7 bloodline saint and only have 2 more bloodlines to reach the peak of the saint realm. But where can I go to comprehend these 2 bloodlines? Su Yan frowned. What he experienced in the ice-cold pool had made Su Yan understand that if he wanted to comprehend the power of his saint bloodline, he had to have the strongest power in the world, such as the power of heavenly fire, the power of 10,000 poisons, the power of 10,000 ghosts. These were all the strongest parts of the wall of heaven and earth. Chapter 227. Although there is a lot of spiritual energy in this world, how many of them are the strongest? Not only that, but I also don't know what can condense my saint bloodline power. It's obviously even harder to find. Su Yan frowned again as he thought about it. In fact, if someone were to step into the 7 bloodline saint realm from a 4 bloodline saint realm in a few days, they would definitely be excited for a long time. However, Su Yan didn't because Su Yan knew very well that he was too weak. Just like today, if it wasn't for the Princess of Chu's appearance, Su Yan would have died in the hands of Nangong Xiangming. During this period of time, Su Yan had experienced too many deaths and was on the brink of death countless times. Su Yan knew that it wasn't because he was reckless or stupid, but because he wasn't strong enough. If he didn't want to be on the brink of death, he had to constantly improve his strength. Unfortunately, how could it be so easy to find the strongest item in the world and the element that was suitable for Su Yan to condense his saint bloodline power? If it was so easy to find, Su Yan wouldn't have remained in the saint bloodline realm. Forget it, forget it. More haste, less speed. During this period of time, I've been focused on pursuing the realm and neglected many things. Now that I'm free, why don't I take this time to sort things out? Su Yan shook his head and stopped thinking about finding the saint bloodline power. Instead, he calmed down and thought about what had happened during this period of time. Su Yan patted his storage bag and instantly, an ancient seal and a small cauldron appeared in Su Yan's hands. He looked at the ordinary ancient seal and small cauldron. If Su Yan hadn't seen the power of these two items with his own eyes, anyone else would have thought that they were just trash. The Princess of Chu mentioned the Supreme Demon Ancient Seal, Supreme Demon Ancient Cauldron, Supreme Demon Ancient Bell, and Supreme Demon Ancient Pearl. Clearly, these four items are of the same origin. Furthermore, the Princess of Chu can activate the Supreme Demon Ancient Cauldron on her own. Clearly, these four items can be used separately. Su Yan looked at the Supreme Fei Ancient Seal and Supreme Fei Ancient Cauldron and analyzed them. At the same time, he activated his cultivation method and poured his spirit qi into it. The square seal and ancient cauldron immediately trembled and exploded with a powerful force. Even though Su Yan's two items were not ordinary items, Su Yan's heart couldn't help but tremble when he personally released such a powerful force. These two items are indeed extraordinary. However, as Su Yan thought about it, he was troubled. This thing has such great power, but why didn't the Princess of Chu ask me for it? Thinking about the Princess of Chu, Su Yan's eyebrows suddenly froze. He hurriedly looked around and didn't feel anything. However, he was still worried, so he put away the Supreme Demon Ancient Seal and Supreme Demon Ancient Cauldron. Even after putting them into the storage bag, Su Yan still felt a little uneasy. He muttered to himself, the Princess of Chu can use her spirit qi to observe me under the ice-cold pool. In this spirit palace, if the Princess of Chu wants to spy on me, I have no secrets to hide from her. Su Yan thought about it. Although he felt a burst of anger, he was also helpless. After all, the Princess of Chu was the palace master of the Monster Palace. She was not someone he could fight against. Furthermore, he didn't know if the Princess of Chu was spying on him. Sigh. Su Yan couldn't help but sigh. However, after thinking about it, he felt that something was wrong. That's not right. Although the Princess of Chu is in the area realm and her spirit qi is shocking, I am in the ice-cold pool and far away from the East Palace main hall. Even if the Princess of Chu's spirit qi can reach into the ice-cold pool and feel my existence, how can she see me and hear me? I'm afraid that even the legendary dragon realm can't do that. As Su Yan thought about it, he immediately felt that something was wrong. Although he knew how strong the Princess of Chu was, he also knew that with the power of the area realm, it was not enough for her to spy on him. Because someone with such power had definitely entered the legendary realm. They were no longer mortals, but gods. Could it be that the Princess of Chu is using some kind of treasure to spy on me? As Su Yan thought about it, his eyes suddenly lit up. He mumbled to himself, the ancient demon pearl. Could it be the effect of the ancient demon pearl? Although Su Yan had a guess, he couldn't verify it. In the end, he could only give up on it. Whatever. With my current power, I can't compete with the Princess of Chu. Now that the Princess of Chu hasn't done anything to harm me, and she has allowed me to quickly increase my power, I might as well wait until then and see what she has planned. I just have to be careful during this time. As Su Yan spoke, he stopped thinking about the Princess of Chu spying on him. Soon, the question returned to his own cultivation. Su Yan couldn't help but bitterly smile. Looking at the extremely luxurious spirit palace, he felt helpless. This is the disciples' first hall. It is the best place to cultivate, but it is useless to me. It seems that I can't stay here. I have to go out and search. As Su Yan spoke, he stood up and walked out of the spirit palace. Not long after he walked out, he bumped into Lu Lan. "Mr. Su, are you going out?" Lu Lan whispered to Su Yan. "Yes." Su Yan had a good impression of Lu Lan. Seeing that she had asked him, he didn't hide it. He nodded and said, "I have always been restless. So, I went to the martial arts training hall." Su Yan had just thought about it. In the entire Monster Palace, other than the martial arts training hall, he really didn't know where to go. When Lu Lan heard Su Yan's words, she couldn't help but laugh. "Mr. Su, you are the master of the Spirit Palace. Why do you still want to go to the martial arts training hall?" When Su Yan heard Lu Lan's words, he couldn't help but be stunned. When Lu Lan saw Su Yan's expression, she didn't keep him in suspense. She smiled sweetly and said, "Mr. Su, there is something you don't know. This Spirit Palace is actually a small version of the East Palace. Not only does it have the martial arts training hall, but it also has the scripture pavilion, the elixir hall, and the weapon forging hall." "What?" When Su Yan heard Lu Lan say this, his eyes suddenly widened. He looked around and couldn't believe that in this Spirit Palace, there were things that the entire Monster Palace had gathered. When Lu Lan saw Su Yan's shocked expression, she laughed again and said, "Mr. Su, don't be too excited. Although there are all kinds of halls in this Spirit Palace, the Elixir Hall and the Weapon Forging Hall don't have anyone refining in them. If Mr. Su wants to get elixirs, other than refining them yourself, you still have to go to the halls in the East Palace to exchange for them." When he heard this, Su Yan was a little disappointed. Just now, he thought that the Spirit Palace had the Elixir Hall and the Weapon Forging Hall. He thought that it would be the same as the halls in the East Palace. If that was the case, Su Yan would really be rich. If he could get all the elixirs, he wouldn't have to worry about not being able to improve his strength quickly. Now that he heard that he had to refine these things himself, Su Yan couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. However, he quickly calmed down and said with a smile, "Even if there are no elixirs or utensils in here, it's still convenient for me to refine weapons. Originally, I was worried about not knowing where I could refine weapons. Now that there is a weapon forging hall in this Spirit Palace, it's a good place for me to refine weapons." As Su Yan muttered to himself, his eyes couldn't help but light up. However, he wasn't in a hurry to ask Lu Lan where the weapon forging hall was. Other than the fact that Su Yan didn't purchase any materials for refining weapons, he was even more embarrassed. After all, refining weapons and elixirs required spiritual stones. Of course, Su Yan was more worried that Lu Lan was the Princess of Chu's spy. How could Lu Lan not know what Su Yan was thinking? However, she didn't expose him. Instead, she continued, "Young Master Su, actually, you just entered the Monster Palace not long ago. Although you received some of the Palace Master's memories, the Palace Master couldn't have passed on all the memories of the Monster Palace to you. Therefore, I suggest that you go to the Scripture Hall to take a look." Scripture Hall. Su Yan frowned. "Yes." When Lu Lan saw Su Yan's expression, she nodded and continued, "It's the Scripture Hall. Although the Pill Hall and the Spirit Palace and the Weapon Forging Hall are just decorations, the Scripture Hall isn't any less than the Scripture Hall in the East Palace. There are all kinds of ancient books stored there. There are also historical records about the Monster Palace." When Su Yan heard what Lu Lan said, he felt that it made sense. He nodded and thought to himself, "During this period of time, I've been chasing after my strength and neglected too many things. Because I advanced too quickly, I didn't properly feel the power of the Saint Realm. This makes it quite inconvenient when fighting with others. Why don't I take advantage of this time to train the power in my body? I can also take a look at the scriptures in the Spirit Palace and see if I can find anything useful." Su Yan immediately made up his mind. Because he was excited that the Spirit Palace had these things, he forgot to be polite with Lu Lan. He directly said to Lu Lan, "Miss Lu Lan, if that's the case, then quickly take me to the Scripture Hall." Lu Lan looked at Su Yan's excited expression and smiled. Then she nodded and led the way for Su Yan. Su Yan followed closely behind. He didn't think too much. In fact, if Lu Lan was just a servant girl, she wouldn't dare to do these things and wouldn't know so many things. It was because Su Yan neglected these things that Su Yan didn't expect that Lu Lan was actually teaching him to cultivate. Although the spirit palace was big, because all the main halls were combined, the scripture hall was only behind the hall where Su Yan lived. The two of them didn't walk for long before they arrived in front of the scripture hall. Lu Lan pushed the door open and entered. Su Yan saw that in this huge hall, there were countless scriptures and ancient books. Su Yan's eyes suddenly lit up. He didn't even greet Lu Lan and directly went in. With the benefits he gained from reading the scriptures on the heavenly sword peak of the sword burial mound, Su Yan naturally knew the importance of these scriptures. Familiarizing himself with the records of an ancient book was likely to give him an extra way to protect himself in his future cultivation. Looking at the countless ancient books and scriptures placed in the room, Su Yan dove in. Chapter 228. The hidden scripture hall was definitely the most important place in every sect. The number of scriptures and ancient books stored in a powerful sect was definitely proportional to the strength of the sect. Scriptures, ancient books, and memories were essential to the growth of every warrior. For example, if a person knew of the existence of a miracle, they could search for the miracle and obtain the inheritance from the miracle. And these memories, these records all came from a scripture, an ancient record. Su Yan had a deep understanding of this. For example, if Su Yan hadn't stayed in the hidden scripture hall of the immortal sword peak for so long, then Su Yan wouldn't have known about the monster palace. If Su Yan wanted to enter the monster palace, he would undoubtedly have to spend a lot of effort. Therefore, Su Yan had always held a high yearning for these scriptures and ancient records. Now that he had entered the hidden scripture hall and looked at the different books on the shelves, he was like a fish in water. He dove into the books and immersed himself in reading. Su Yan was very clear that he hadn't taken on a master yet. These scriptures and ancient books were his masters. Of course, in the world of warriors, reading books was different from ordinary people. Every scripture and ancient book was recorded using ancestral spiritual energy. A good scripture and ancient book was priceless. As Su Yan read again, several days passed unknowingly. Because he constantly used the spirit qi in his body to read these books, he was too focused on studying. After a few days, Su Yan actually slept in the hidden scripture hall because his spirit qi was exhausted. In the world of warriors, every realm was a new beginning. The spirit realm was the beginning of exploring the world of warriors. Once one entered the spirit realm, they could feel the rhythm of all living things in the world. They could feel the spirit qi of heaven and earth and cultivate. And when one reached the 9th level of the spirit realm, they could use the spirit qi of heaven and earth to comprehend their own path of life and path of soul. They could feel their own fate and cultivate their own fate. When one reached the 9th level of life soul, they could comprehend the power of the saint veins of heaven and earth and use the power of the saint veins of heaven and earth. One bloodline was sacred, and 9 bloodlines were revered. When one reached the 9th meridian, they would be able to pry into the power of all things in the world. From there, they would be able to condense the power of the heavens and step into the celestial phenomenon stage. Every time he crossed a level, he would cross a huge chasm. Only by crossing this chasm would one be able to rise above others. Only with a 9th level life spirit and the power of the holy veins could one become a saint. After becoming a saint, the 9 meridians were revered, and they could pry into the power of all things in the world. It could also be said that a new era of cultivation had truly begun. Because after reaching the celestial phase, one would be able to control the energy of heaven and earth, cultivate the power of celestial phenomenon, and use celestial phenomenon techniques. This was also why Su Yan, a 4-meridian saint, was able to surpass 3 levels in a row. Now, a 7-meridian saint could not even withstand a single blow from Tianxiang sage. This was because Emperor Tianxiang had comprehended the power of nature. This wasn't just a difference of 1 level. It was a leap of a whole new era. No matter how powerful Su Yan was among the saints, he was still no match for Emperor Tianxiang. At the same time, ever since Su Yan entered the monster palace, he had been constantly pursuing power and strength. Because of the strength of the disciples of the monster palace, Su Yan saw the gap between them. No matter how strong Su Yan's heart was. After all, he was only a young man in his 20s. Even though he had been a human for 2 lifetimes, he still couldn't become a god. He still couldn't be without desires. The strength of the disciples of the monster palace made Su Yan feel the pressure. It also stimulated the pride in Su Yan's heart. This was also why Su Yan didn't dare to stop for a moment after entering the monster palace. He was constantly pursuing power. Su Yan didn't even have the chance to properly feel the power of a saint. This time, the reading, the relaxation, and the deep sleep made Su Yan wake up from this obsession. Su Yan slept for a long, long time. A full month had passed. Only then did Su Yan slowly open his eyes. Although saints didn't need to sleep and eat like ordinary people, they didn't need to. However, this did not mean that saints were invincible. Similarly, saints could feel fatigue and fatigue. For such a long time, Su Yan had been pursuing strength day and night. Although Su Yan was still glowing, his entire body had already reached a state of fatigue. In this deep sleep, Su Yan suddenly woke up. Senior brother Mu Zijian once said that haste makes waste. I was so impatient. I was really stupid. Su Yan understood the reason behind it. He couldn't help but feel bitter. The endless desire for strength in his heart was sealed. This wasn't because Su Yan had lost his pursuit of strength. It was because Su Yan understood that one mustn't be impatient in cultivation and abandon the desire in one's heart. As the saying goes, one can be strong without desires. Although Su Yan couldn't truly be without desires, the strength of his heart was obviously much stronger than before. Spirit guidance, life soul, saint bloodline. How much do I understand? Su Yan muttered to himself. He recalled the contents of the books he had read during this period of time and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. He sat cross-legged and the cultivation method in his body also followed. All the power of the saint bloodline through the rotation of the great sun-colored glazed sword scripture. At the moment when the spiritual power flowed, Su Yan's body emitted a layer of light blue light. The light blue light gathered and instantly emitted a powerful force. The explosive force instantly wrapped around Su Yan's body. At this moment, Su Yan's eyes suddenly widened as they emitted a bright glow. He rejoiced in his heart. During this period of time, I have blindly pursued the realm and forgot to cultivate my own strength. During this period of time, I even felt distressed about comprehending the bloodline, but I didn't know the benefits of comprehending the bloodline. With that, Su Yan immediately smiled. He suddenly opened his hands and shouted, "Power of the saint bloodline, open." There was a loud bang. The light blue light suddenly emitted and turned into a 7-colored light. The power of the sword essence was white. The power of the heavenly fire was red. The power of the myriad poison was green. The power of the lonely soul was black. The power of the hurricane was gray. The power of the chill was blue. In the end, the power of the remnant soul that Chu Tianxiong had used up the last bit of remnant soul power to condense was black. The power of the 7 bloodlines spread out and wandered around Su Yan's body like countless little dragons, constantly entangling and stirring up a storm of energy. When Su Yan saw this, he activated the cultivation method in his body again. The 7-colored small dragon immediately gathered together and burst out. Immediately, it charged forward. With a bang, the entire scripture depository hall suddenly exploded with a loud bang. I see. Su Yan looked at the huge pit in front of him and laughed excitedly. All this time, I only thought that comprehending the bloodline was a burden. I didn't expect to be able to use the different powers to burst out such energy. Su Yan carefully savored and his eyes once again condensed a ray of light. He thought to himself, in this way, doesn't it mean that if I condense the 9 bloodlines together, I can release 9 different powers? And the 9 powers can not only attack individually, but also together to burst out such a huge amount of energy. Su Yan had this discovery and could not help but nod. He muttered to himself again, it seems that in the future, I really can't blindly pursue the realm and neglect the cultivation of my own strength. Su Yan had always wondered why some martial artists in the same realm were stronger than others, while others were at a disadvantage. Now Su Yan truly understood that everyone's cultivation and realm had different powers. In addition to the realm and some martial skills, the cultivation of one's own strength was also very important. With this discovery, Su Yan was no longer in a hurry to improve his realm. Instead, he constantly honed his 7 bloodline powers in the scripture depository. Continuous running in and continuous testing. In the end, Su Yan was able to easily control the 7 bloodline powers in his body. Not only could he control one saint bloodline to attack, but he could also make the 7 saint bloodlines attack together. The power of the 7 saint bloodlines combined together was no less than the celestial phenomenon skill cultivated by Emperor Tianxiang. This made Su Yan ecstatic. Looking at his hands, he smiled. The 7 bloodlines attack together is not the celestial phenomenon skill of Emperor Tianxiang. It can be considered a divine skill. Since it's a divine skill, it naturally needs a name. Su Yan muttered to himself and immediately fell into deep thought. Looking at the power that was faintly jumping between his palms, he was delighted. This 7 bloodline attack is like the shape of a dragon. In the future, when I condense the 9 bloodlines, it will definitely be a 9 bloodline attack. Then I'll call it 9 Dragon Seas Soul. 9 Dragon Seas Soul, 9 Dragon Seas Soul. Su Yan muttered a few times and couldn't help but laugh with satisfaction. With this 9 Dragon Seas Soul, I think that even if I face a 9 bloodline saint now, I'll be in an invincible position. The martial arts realm was divided into different levels. The higher the level, the harder it was to cultivate and the stronger it was. In the world of saints, Su Yan could fight a 7 bloodline saint to a draw with a 4 bloodline saint. However, he couldn't fight a 9 bloodline saint with the strength of a 7 bloodline saint. But now that Su Yan had comprehended the 9 Dragon Seas Soul, Su Yan was confident that he could fight a 9 bloodline saint. Of course, if he faced a Saint Tianxiang, Su Yan knew that he couldn't win. After all, a Saint Tianxiang had already comprehended the power of Tianxiang. At the same time, he could cultivate the celestial phenomenon skill. Whether it was spiritual qi or power, he was much stronger than a saint bloodline. Just like a saint bloodline cultivator who could cultivate the power of the saint bloodline, he was stronger than a life soul cultivator. Every stage of the realm was an insurmountable gap. This was also why there were tens of thousands of disciples in the Eastern Palace. There were as many saint bloodline cultivators as there were hairs on a cow, but there were only a few Saint Tianxiang emperors. Not to mention the spiritual sea realm, that was even rarer. Chapter 229. Su Yan now knew the importance of cultivating one's own strength, and had less desire for that realm. Now he could really calm down and think about some things. Thinking of his 9 dragon soul stealing ability, Su Yan couldn't help but smile. I've been pursuing the realm all this time. Apart from cultivating the ghost howl sword art, I've forgotten to cultivate other saint skills. But with this 9 dragon soul stealing ability, it makes up for this shortcoming. Saint skills and celestial phenomenon divine skill were similar. They were both combat martial skills, but saint skills were released through the power of the saint bloodline. Celestial phenomenon divine skill, after reaching the celestial phenomenon realm, spies on the power of heaven and earth, and the power released was much stronger than saint skills. Of course, if a martial artist wanted to cultivate saint skills and celestial phenomenon divine skill, they couldn't just casually cultivate. They needed the book of saint skills to cultivate. Su Yan could be said to have entered 2 sections. First, it was the hidden sword tomb, and then it was the monster palace. However, Su Yan didn't get the book of saint skills. In addition, Su Yan was blindly pursuing the improvement of the realm, and forgot to cultivate saint skills. Now that he had calmed down, Su Yan remembered that he had some regrets. But when he thought that the 9 dragon soul stealing ability he cultivated was not a saint skill, and was even comparable to the celestial phenomenon divine skill, Su Yan felt a little comforted in his heart. I just don't know if the 9 dragon soul stealing ability can be used with the sword. Su Yan thought, and immediately patted the storage pouch, took out the ghost howl sword, and the sun-colored glazed sword art in his body suddenly began to operate quickly. The powerful spiritual chi burst out from the saint bloodline, and immediately rushed into the ghost howl sword. Break! Su Yan roared as his body suddenly leaped up. The ghost howl sword in his hand chopped down horizontally. Suddenly, a powerful spiritual chi condensed on the blade of the ghost howl sword and burst out. It showed an arc of light, and directly exploded on the ground. Bang! With a loud bang, the entire floor of the scripture hall seemed to tremble. Its power was even stronger than when Su Yan had unleashed the 9-dragon seizing soul with his bare hands. Even though the 9-dragon seizing soul was created by Su Yan was still able to control the 9-dragon seizing soul. But now, Su Yan couldn't help but be shocked when he saw such a powerful burst of power. Looking at the deep crater in the ground, Su Yan recovered after a long time. The corner of his mouth revealed a trace of excitement. Haha, I didn't expect that this 9-dragon seizing soul can not only be used with bare hands, but also with a sword. Its power is even stronger than before. Looks like coming to the scripture depository these days was indeed a wise choice. Su Yan smiled, but he didn't get carried away. He looked at the bookshelves again and saw that there were still countless scriptures and ancient texts that Su Yan hadn't read yet. He couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. I've been reading for a few days, and there are still so many of them. This monster palace is worthy of being one of the 3 major sects in the 5 counties. There are so many scriptures and ancient texts, more than 10 times more than the sword depository tomb. Su Yan sighed, looking at so many scriptures and ancient texts, he couldn't help but frown. Because there were so many scriptures, not all of them were useful. Many of them were records of useless things, and such scriptures weren't worth reading. Unfortunately, there was no classification of books. This undoubtedly brought a lot of uncertainties to Su Yan's reading. Sigh, why aren't these scriptures categorized? Su Yan smiled bitterly and shook his head. Forget it, forget it. Since I'm free now, I'll help categorize these scriptures. It'll be easier for me to read them in the future. Su Yan didn't hesitate. He didn't read the scriptures one by one like he did on the first day. Instead, he just looked at the records and used his own understanding to categorize the scriptures. This took a few hours. Even though Su Yan's mind was always better than ordinary people, when faced with such a boring task, he couldn't help but feel bored. He couldn't help but sigh, with so many scriptures, how long will it take for me to finish? If only I had someone to help me. Young Master Su. At this moment, a gentle and beautiful voice suddenly sounded from outside the palace. Su Yan was just thinking of finding someone to help. When he heard this voice, he couldn't help but feel happy. He hurriedly walked to the entrance of the hall. Because of the excitement in his heart, he forgot that it was the first time he met Lu Lan. He directly pulled Lu Lan's hand and said, "Miss Lu Lan, you came at the right time." Su Yan said and was about to pull Lu Lan inside. However, just as he walked, Su Yan felt that something was wrong. When he turned around, he saw Lu Lan standing there with a red face and a shy expression. Su Yan was stunned. Only then did he realize something. He hurriedly let go of Lu Lan's hand and apologized. "Miss Lu Lan, I didn't mean to offend you." Young Master Su, it's fine." When Lu Lan heard Su Yan's words, her already red face became even redder. Coupled with her devastatingly beautiful face, her elegant hair, and her seductive body, Su Yan couldn't help but stare at her. When Su Yan saw this, he couldn't help but be stunned. As his heart thumped, the figure in red appeared in his mind again. He laughed at himself and no longer looked at Lu Lan. He suppressed the distracting thoughts in his heart and said, "Miss Lu Lan, I saw that the scripture depository hall was too messy and I wanted to tidy it up." Tidy it up? When Lu Lan heard Su Yan's words, she looked at the messy scripture depository hall and couldn't help but blush again. When she saw Su Yan going in alone to tidy up, she hurriedly followed him in. When she saw Su Yan tidying up, she didn't think much of it and laughed. "Young Master Su, actually you don't need to go through so much trouble. Lu Lan can help you find whatever scripture you want to read." As Lu Lan spoke, she didn't wait for Su Yan's reply and walked forward. She casually pulled out a dark green scripture from the pile of scriptures and handed it to Su Yan. "Look, this book contains records about the Monster Palace. I think it should be useful to you." As Lu Lan spoke, she saw that Su Yan didn't take it and couldn't help but be stunned. She then saw Su Yan looking at her with a strange expression and immediately understood something. She hurriedly explained, "Young Master Su, don't misunderstand. Actually, as a servant of the Spirit Palace, Lu Lan has always been here." Lu Lan naturally came to the scripture depository hall before, so she naturally knows where these scriptures are placed. "Young Master Su, don't misunderstand." "Oh." Su Yan nodded. Although he took the ancient scripture from Lu Lan, he still had doubts in his heart. This Lu Lan is just an ordinary servant. How could she be so familiar with the scripture depository hall of the Spirit Palace? How could she find what she was looking for as soon as she came in? D****, how could I forget that I am just an ordinary servant now? Lu Lan's heart was filled with self-blame. She didn't dare face Su Yan again. She hurriedly said, "Young Master Su, I just remembered that I haven't cleaned the palace today. I'll leave first." After speaking, Lu Lan didn't wait for Su Yan to respond and quickly ran out. Seeing Lu Lan's back as she ran away, Su Yan looked at the ancient scripture in his hand and suddenly frowned. Is this Lu Lan really just an ordinary servant? If she is, why is she so familiar with the scripture depository hall? Su Yan didn't believe what Lu Lan said. Just because she was a servant of the Spirit Palace, how could she know all these things? What kind of place was the Spirit Palace? It was the first palace of a disciple. For 100 years, no disciple had stayed in it. And how could the Monster Palace allow a servant to come in and out as she pleased, let alone go into the scripture depository hall to read the books? Could it be that this woman was sent by the Princess of Chu to spy on me? Su Yan thought about it and couldn't help but feel a burst of anger. He didn't want to continue tidying up, so he put down the book in his hand and walked out. Why am I so stupid? Now Su Yan must be suspicious. What should I do? Lu Lan didn't know how to face Su Yan, so she found an excuse to come out. Thinking about Su Yan's suspicious eyes, Lu Lan's heart was in a mess. How am I going to explain this to Su Yan? Do I have to confess to him directly? Lu Lan thought about it and couldn't help but blush. She felt ashamed. At this moment, Lu Lan suddenly felt a powerful force coming from behind her. Who is it? Lu Lan shouted in her heart. She subconsciously used the technique in her body. With a shout, she waved her hand. A powerful force suddenly surged out from her arm and attacked. This is... Su Yan felt this powerful force and couldn't help but be shocked. It was too late to dodge. That's right, the person who suddenly attacked Lu Lan was Su Yan. The moment he saw Lu Lan obtain the ancient book, plus the fact that the Princess of Chu was spying on him, Su Yan's heart was filled with anger. He wanted to test Lu Lan. Su Yan never thought that this Lu Lan was actually a spiritual Sea Realm expert. Spiritual Sea Realm, that level of strength was definitely not something Su Yan could compare to. When Lu Lan waved her hand, Su Yan was immediately sent flying by this powerful force. His body immediately surged and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Young Master Su. When Lu Lan saw that it was Su Yan, her eyes suddenly froze. When she saw the direction that Su Yan was sent flying, her heart trembled. She thought to herself, not good. She hurriedly circulated her qi to catch Su Yan. Unfortunately, she used too much of her qi just now. Su Yan had already flown dozens of meters away. How could she make it in time? With a splash, Su Yan directly fell into a pool. The moment Su Yan fell into the pool, the water in the pool started to burn like a raging fire. It was like countless sharp blades piercing through Su Yan. He couldn't help but let out a low roar. Young Master Su. Lu Lan rushed over and saw the ferocious Su Yan in the pool. She frowned and didn't know what to do. Why is this happening? Where is this? In the pool, Su Yan continuously circulated his qi to resist. Unfortunately, the more Su Yan resisted, the more pain he felt. Seeing this, Lu Lan hurriedly shouted, "Young Master Su, don't resist. This is the Supreme Demon Ancient Pool. The more you resist, the more pain you will feel." In the intense pain, how could Su Yan hear Lu Lan's words? He continued to circulate his qi to resist, but the pain didn't decrease. Instead, it increased. Why is this happening? Why is this happening? Chapter 230. The Supreme Demon Ancient Pond contained the cultivation experiences of the previous Monster Palace masters. Because of the Supreme Demon clan's bloodline inheritance, the Supreme Demon Ancient Pond could only be cultivated by a man and a woman together. If only one person entered, they would definitely be burned to death by the pond water and 10,000 flames. Only 2 people could enter the Supreme Demon Ancient Pond together and activate the secret technique left behind by the previous Monster Palace masters. Only by cultivating together could they avoid this torment. Lu Lan looked at Su Yan, who was struggling in the pond. Her eyes were filled with confusion. When the Princess of Chu told her these things that day, Lu Lan had already prepared herself. At that time, she had already made up her mind before she even met Su Yan. No matter what, for the sake of Monster Palace and the East Palace, so what if she gave up herself? But at that time, she was calm. Now that she was about to face it, Lu Lan's heart sank into a moment of hesitation. Yes, she did not dislike Su Yan, but it had only been a few days, so it was hard to say if they had any feelings for each other. Moreover, Lu Lan was only a young girl at the age of her youth. She had never experienced the affairs of a man and a woman. Now, how could she dual cultivate with a man she had only known for a few days? Lu Lan was conflicted. She looked at Su Yan, who was struggling in the pond water. She looked at the pain on his handsome face. Lu Lan did not know why, but her heart moved. A self-deprecating smile appeared on her face. Forget it, forget it. I, Lu Lan, have always lived for the East Palace. For the sake of Monster Palace and the East Palace, would even sacrifice my life. Why should I be conflicted? With that, Lu Lan made up her mind and slowly walked into the Supreme Demon Ancient Pond. But some things were easy to say, but difficult to do. As she walked step by step, thinking about what would happen next, Lu Lan's face flushed red. Her whole body trembled slightly. Looking at Su Yan, a trace of tears fell from her eyes. She bit her lip lightly. Su Yan, I hope you will not let me down in the future. Thump. After Lu Lan finished speaking, she dived into the pool without any hesitation and swam towards Su Yan. Lu Lan looked at Su Yan's muscular body and bit her lip. She reached out and hugged him. She suppressed the excitement in her heart and began to tremble. She slowly channeled the chant of the Supreme Demon Ancient Pool. As the chant was activated, the scorching heat of the Supreme Demon Ancient Pool immediately turned icy cold, turning into countless streams of spiritual qi that surged into their bodies. Su Yan couldn't help but let out a low roar under the turbulence of countless spiritual qis. His entire body fell into a state of confusion. Lu Lan could not help but let out a low growl as the spiritual qi surged into her body. A powerful force erupted from her body, and Lu Lan's eyes flashed with excitement. Realm of Radius. The realm of Radius that I have been unable to comprehend for so long has actually made a breakthrough in the Supreme Demon Ancient Pool. Feeling the power of the realm of Radius, Lu Lan no longer had the restraint and shyness from before. The cultivation technique in her body began to circulate faster and faster. The surrounding water of the Supreme Demon Ancient Pool began to boil, turning into countless streams of spiritual qi that surged into Su Yan's body. The spiritual qi exploded within Su Yan's body. Su Yan's face flushed red, and a demonic fire surged through his body. His eyes were bloodshot. Looking at Lu Lan's alluring body in his arms, the red figure that had been sealed in his mind for so long immediately appeared. The desire in his heart exploded at this moment. Looking at those seductive red lips, Su Yan kissed them without hesitation. His actions were rough and domineering. Lu Lan was shocked by Su Yan's sudden actions, and her face flushed red. Facing Su Yan's domineering kiss, Lu Lan was anxious and angry. She wanted to push Su Yan away, but she was dumbfounded. Her eyes widened as she looked at Su Yan, not knowing what to do. Junior brother Su, junior brother Su. Just as Su Yan was about to ask, a voice rang out from outside the spiritual palace. The two people in the pool were shocked. Just as they were about to get up, it was too late. An alluring figure appeared beside the supreme demon ancient pool. This person was none other than Chu Linger. When Chu Linger saw Su Yan and Lu Lan kissing in the supreme demon ancient pool, she was stunned. For some reason, Chu Linger's heart felt terrible. Junior brother Su, looking at Su Yan, Chu Linger pouted. Her entire body trembled slightly. Even though she had not known Su Yan for long, at this moment, all the scenes of her time with Su Yan appeared in her mind. The scene of Su Yan risking his life to save her in the myriad ghosts cave was like yesterday. Why am I like this? Why? Chu Ling asked herself repeatedly, but she still felt terrible in her heart. She had always been carefree, but when she saw this scene, she could not help but cry. When she looked at Lu Lan, she could not help but feel a wave of anger surge up in her heart. Sister Lu Lan, didn't you say that junior brother Su was in seclusion? Could it be that he is in seclusion like this? It turned out that Chu Linger had come to the spiritual palace to look for Su Yan more than once. However, Lu Lan was afraid that Chu Linger's arrival would expose her identity. She told Chu Linger that Su Yan was in seclusion. Chu Linger did not think much of it. However, she was bored today and decided to come to the spiritual palace to look for Su Yan. How could she have expected to see this scene? Sister Lu Lan, I hate you. I hate you. And you, Su Yan. Su Yan, I hate you. Chu Linger suddenly shouted agitatedly. She turned around and left. When Lu Lan saw Chu Linger leave, she suddenly came to her senses. When she entered the supreme demon ancient pool, she never expected that someone would suddenly appear. After all, the spiritual palace was the first palace of the disciples. In this palace, other than Su Yan, Princess Chu, and Lu Lan, no other disciples could enter. Unfortunately, Lu Lan had neglected Chu Linger. Chu Linger also had the authority to enter the spiritual palace. When Lu Lan learned that the Princess Chu had chosen Su Yan to be the next palace master of the Monster Palace, Lu Lan knew that Chu Linger would be betrothed to Su Yan. This was also the first time that the Princess Chu had talked to her about dual cultivation. Lu Lan had been in a difficult situation. Because of the Princess Chu's persuasion, Lu Lan had agreed. However, she still felt guilty toward Chu Linger. Now that Chu Linger had encountered such a situation, Lu Lan felt even more guilty when she saw Chu Linger's teary eyes. She hurriedly jumped up from the supreme demon ancient pool and chased after Chu Linger. What's wrong with me? Su Yan also woke up at this moment. Thinking about how he had gone berserk, he was stunned. Thinking about that kiss, thinking about that beautiful body, Su Yan felt bitter. Of course, more than that, he felt guilty and blamed himself. Why am I like this? Why, Lu Lan and Su Yan had only known each other for a day. Although Su Yan had been in the spiritual palace for some time, Su Yan had been in the scripture hall all this time. He had never come in contact with Lu Lan. Although Su Yan didn't dislike Lu Lan, he didn't have any feelings for her. Even if he did, it was just a little bit of love for her. It definitely couldn't be compared to the feelings he had for Lin Hualu. Not to mention that Su Yan had discovered that Lu Lan was very likely sent by Princess Chu to spy on him. That little bit of affection in his heart was destroyed at that moment. That was why Su Yan thought of testing Lu Lan. How could Su Yan have thought that his test would end up in such a state? What's wrong with me? What's wrong? Su Yan smiled bitterly. In his mind, the image of Chu Linger's clear eyes and that sweet smile appeared once again. But that sentence, I hate you, yet, she was so compassionate and heartbroken. Senior Chu. Su Yan fell into a daze. Bang! At that moment, a bright light exploded in the sky. Su Yan couldn't help but frown when he saw it. Su Yan had been in the monster palace for some time. He had inherited many memories. Naturally, he knew what this light represented. This light represented a signal that an enemy had invaded the monster palace. Assemble. Su Yan, whose heart was already in a mess, furrowed his brows when he saw the sudden gathering signal. He couldn't think of anyone who dared to invade the Supreme Demon Palace given their strength. Forget it, forget it. After all, I'm a member of the Monster Palace. I'd better go take a look. Su Yan smiled bitterly. He stood up from the Supreme Demon Ancient Pond and rushed to the East Palace main hall. Not long after, he arrived at the East Palace main hall. The East Palace main hall was already filled with countless disciples. At this time, Su Yan saw that, aside from the East Palace disciples, there were also disciples from the other palaces. Su Yan immediately understood that it wasn't an invasion. It was another palace that had invaded the East Palace. The East Palace main hall was big. Even if all 4 palaces gathered here, it wouldn't be crowded. Su Yan stood in the crowd, and no one noticed him. But with Su Yan's eyesight, he could clearly see everyone in the main hall. In the middle of all the disciples, there was an old man with red hair and a white beard. He was holding a walking stick. His face was kind, and he smiled faintly. At first glance, he gave off an amiable feeling. However, Su Yan wasn't fooled by this smile. This was because Su Yan knew who this person was. This was the Monster Palace's palace master, Xia Wuchang. He was a sinister and ruthless person. Standing beside him was an old man with a gloomy face. Su Yan wasn't unfamiliar with him. This was the West Palace master, Zhu Tian Demon King. Beside the two of them was an old woman with a face full of vicissitudes. This was the North Palace master, Luo Yaofeng. She looked at the Princess of Chu with a hint of anger in her eyes. Behind him were the elders of the 3 great palaces, as well as the disciples of their respective palaces. Su Yan couldn't help but frown when he saw that so many people from the 3 great palaces had gathered here. Normally, although the 4 great palaces often have internal conflicts, they have never gathered here on such a large scale. Now that all 3 great palaces have suddenly come to the Eastern Palace, what is the matter? At this moment, the voice of the Princess of Chu, who was sitting on the throne in the main hall, rang out in the main hall. Xia Wuchang, why did you 3 palaces suddenly come to my East Palace today? The Princess of Chu's face was as cold as ice. Her expression didn't change at all. She looked at the experts gathered by the 3 palaces without fear. Instead, there was a hint of mockery in her eyes. Huh, Princess of Chu, you're wrong. We Monster Palace are one family. The East Palace is also a Monster Palace. We're here today to travel. Why should we come here for a reason? Xia Wuchang said with a kind smile. Who would have guessed that this person was a sinister and ruthless person? Chapter 231. Chu Wangfei looked at the 3 palace lords of the 3 great palaces without a trace of fear on her face. Instead, her expression became even colder. The moment her eyes focused, it was as if the surrounding air had dropped a few degrees. As Princess Chu spoke, she suddenly stood up from her chair. A majestic aura burst out from her body. The powerful force attacked everyone in the main palace. Everyone couldn't help but take a step back. Looking at the 3 palace masters, Princess Chu said in a low voice, "You can come, but you have to report first." Chu Wangfei's last 2 words were obviously infused with spiritual energy. As her words rang in everyone's ears, everyone could not help but tremble. Especially the 3 palace masters. Their faces darkened, and all the laughter from before stopped abruptly. The 3 of them were shocked at the same time. However, it was obvious that they had come prepared today. They quickly recovered. Palace Master Xia Wuchang of the South Palace opened his mouth again. He smiled and said, "Palace Master Chu, why are you so angry? We are all part of Monster Palace. We are here today to pay a visit. Why are you so angry?" That's right, that's right. Palace Master Zhu Tian of the West Palace also said, "Palace Master Chu, our 4 palaces are all part of Monster Palace. There is no need to report. Princess Chu didn't believe that the 3 palaces had come today just to pay a visit to her East Palace. Originally, Princess Chu wanted to get rid of the 3 palaces, but she couldn't find a suitable reason. Now that the 3 palaces have gathered in my East Palace, it has given me a chance. Princess Chu sneered in her heart. She still maintained her arrogant attitude, looking down at them with the demeanor of a ruler. Looking down at them, she waved her hand and pointed at the 3 of them. She said coldly, although I am part of Monster Palace, my East Palace is the palace of the Palace Master. If you want to pay a visit, you have to report. Palace Master Chu. Wu Chang wanted to say something, but before he could speak, Chu Wangfei shouted coldly, "Guards, the people of the 3 great palaces are here today for no reason. Take them down with me." Yes. A loud voice echoed. The disciples of the Eastern Palace immediately took out their weapons and magical treasures and surrounded the people from the 3 palaces. The reason why Xia Wuchang and the others came to the Eastern Palace today was to find out about the recent strength of the Eastern Palace. But who would have thought that the Princess of Chu would make a move? Although they were afraid of the Princess of Chu, she was still the palace master of the 3 great palaces. Seeing this, Luo Yaofeng was the first to say angrily, "Princess of Chu, we are only here to visit the Eastern Palace today. You dare to use force against us? Visit?" The Princess of Chu didn't even look at Luo Yaofeng. She smiled wickedly and said, "The 3 of you are the masters of the 3 palaces, but you didn't follow the rules. You brought your disciples to offend my East Palace. If I don't punish you, where is the dignity of my East Palace? Where is the dignity of my Monster Palace?" As the Princess of Chu spoke, a majestic aura suddenly erupted from her body. The powerful force swept across the entire palace. Everyone couldn't help but tremble. The 3 palace masters looked at each other in dismay. Their faces were filled with shock. Zhu Tian and Luo Yaofeng both glanced at Xia Wuchang. Clearly, Xia Wuchang was the leader this time. Although the 2 of them had only glanced at each other, how could this glance escape Chu Wangfei's eyes? "Xia Wuchang, I'll start with you today." Having said that, the Princess of Chu suddenly leaped forward. Her speed was too fast for the naked eye to catch. Only a shadow could be seen flashing by. The Princess of Chu's figure was already in front of Xia Wuchang. So fast. All the disciples, including Celestial Pig Demon King and Luo Yufeng, were shocked. Xia Wuchang, on the other hand, still had a faint gloomy smile on his face. Su Yan looked at Xia Wuchang's smile and couldn't help but frown. Why is he smiling like this? Has he already planned everything? Today, so many people from the 3 palaces have come. Obviously, things won't be so simple. However, the 3 palace masters have always been weaker than the Princess of Chu. With the Princess of Chu here, although the 3 palaces have a slight advantage in terms of disciples, they wouldn't dare to offend the Eastern Palace. There must be something fishy about the 3 palaces coming here today. As Su Yan thought about it, he noticed a faint evil aura surging from Xia Wuchang's body. He suddenly realized something and hurriedly shouted, "Palace Master Chu, be careful." Unfortunately, it was too late. The Princess of Chu was too fast. She reached out and punched at Xia Wuchang. Asterisk bang, asterisk with a loud bang, a huge energy storm swept out. The surrounding disciples all retreated dozens of steps. Seeing the Princess of Chu launch such a powerful attack, everyone frowned. This was especially true for Luo Yaofeng and Celestial Pig Demon King. Their faces were pale because they had come here because they believed in Xia Wuchang. If it wasn't for Xia Wuchang, they wouldn't have accepted Chu Wangfei. Even so, they didn't dare to casually attack. Xia Wuchang was their guarantee today. If Xia Wuchang was killed by the Princess of Chu, they wouldn't have an easy time either. The 2 looked at each other and immediately jumped up to help Xia Wuchang. However, the moment they jumped up and saw the scene in front of them, all of them were stunned. Not only them, but even the cold and arrogant face of the Princess of Chu changed. How can this be? The princess of Chu cursed in her heart. Suddenly, she spat out a mouthful of blood. Princess of Chu, you didn't expect this, did you? The corner of Xia Wuchang's mouth immediately surged into a sneer. He reached out to grab the princess of Chu. Fortunately, Consort Chu reacted quickly. With a leap, she suddenly retreated dozens of steps back, avoiding Xia Wuchang's attack. Although she avoided it, the princess of Chu felt a surge in her body and spat out another mouthful of blood. Palace Lord, Palace Lord. The guards of the East Palace came forward to support the princess of Chu. Princess of Chu, you didn't expect this, did you? Ha ha ha. Seeing the princess of Chu's pale face, Xia Wuchang suddenly laughed. Princess of Chu, you have occupied the Monster Palace's East Palace for so long, I think you are going to change hands. Humph, although the princess of Chu was injured, her expression didn't change. She faintly emitted the aura of a king. She coldly looked at Xia Wuchang and said, Xia Wuchang, you are really sinister. You dare to cultivate 100 poisons. Ha ha ha, I am sinister. Xia Wuchang was not the slightest bit angry because Consort Chu called him sinister. Instead, he felt quite proud. He smiled coldly and said, Consort Chu, let's stop here today. I'll tell you the truth. I've been waiting for this day for a very long time. Humph, the Monster Palace has always been guarded by the East Palace. Today, it seems that the position will change. Let me, the Nangong Palace, sit. While speaking, Xia Wuchang's body suddenly leaped up and floated in the air. A faint black light appeared around his body and rotated. Perimeter State. The princess of Chu saw the rhythmic light on Xia Wuchang's body and couldn't help but be stunned. Her face was no longer calm, and there was a trace of worry in her eyes. She looked at Xia Wuchang with surprise. Xia Wuchang, when did you enter the perimeter state? Do I have to report to the princess of Chu when I enter the perimeter state? Xia Wuchang looked at the princess of Chu and sneered. When his eyes fell on the princess of Chu, there was a trace of greed in his eyes. He licked his lips and said, Princess of Chu, 100 years ago, I, Xia Wuchang, had been coveting you for a long time. Unfortunately, Yu Longzi beat me to it. Humph, the princess of Chu heard Xia Wuchang and coldly shouted, Xia Wuchang, let me tell you, even without Yu Longzi, I, the princess of Chu, will never be with you. Ha ha ha. Xia Wuchang heard the princess of Chu and laughed, so what? Princess of Chu, let me tell you, today, not only will I destroy the East Palace, I will also make you submit to my bed and let you have a taste of my, Xia Wuchang's, skill in bed. In your dreams. No matter what kind of person the princess of Chu was, she was still a woman. Hearing Xia Wuchang's obscene words, she immediately became angry and wanted to stand up. Unfortunately, she was hit by Xia Wuchang's 100 poisons. Just as the spiritual qi in her body surged, she spat out another mouthful of blood. Xia Wuchang saw this and laughed again. It's useless, Princess of Chu. Let me tell you, after being hit by my 100 poisons, you can forget about using your spiritual qi. Just wait for your death. Damn it. The Princess of Chu cursed in her heart, but her expression didn't change. She looked at the crowd and calmed down. Because the Princess of Chu knew very well that if she let her emotions affect her decision, today would really be the doomsday of the East Palace. Xia Wuchang looked at the Princess of Chu and wasn't in a hurry to make a move. Instead, he turned to Luo Yaofeng and Tian Zhu and said slowly, the two of you, go and find Elder Lu Lan of the East Palace. Oh. Although Luo Jiaofeng and Celestial Pig Demon King were unhappy with Wu Changxia's direct order, they didn't dare to disobey because of Wu Changxia's strength. They waved their hands and called for the disciples they had brought today and left. When Su Yan heard Xia Wuchang mention Elder Lu Lan, he was surprised. Elder Lu Lan? Lu Lan is an elder of our East Palace. Then, he thought about the kiss he had with Lu Lan in the Supreme Demon Ancient Pool. Thinking of all these things, Su Yan felt a wave of panic in his mind. Even though the disciples of the East Palace weren't as strong as the other three palaces, because of the Princess of Chu, the East Palace had always been the leader of the Monster Palace and was in charge of the Monster Palace. But now, they were suddenly attacked by Xia Wuchang. This was enough to make Su Yan suspicious. Now, with the addition of Lu Lan's identity, Su Yan was even more confused. What's going on? Why did things turn out like this? What are these people doing? Su Yan looked at everyone in the main hall and felt more confused than ever. More importantly, there was a sense of oppression. Chapter 232. Su Yan came to the Monster Palace only to investigate the Supreme Demon Ancient Seal and his father. Su Yan only wanted to use the Princess of Chu to protect her. Because of Princess Chu's snooping on him and her cold and arrogant attitude, Su Yan still felt a trace of hatred towards Princess Chu. But now, Su Yan knew that if the Princess of Chu was defeated today, the entire East Palace would be finished, and he would also be implicated. Only when the Princess of Chu stood up, and only when the Princess of Chu protected the East Palace could he accomplish what he wanted to do in the Monster Palace. Looking at that face, Xia Wuchang had a sinister look on his face. Su Yan couldn't help but feel a burst of anger. At the moment of anger, he also felt a sense of helplessness. Circumference realm, how can I block it? Su Yan was only a 7-meridian saint. Even Emperor Tian Xiang could not resist it, let alone Fang Yuan state. Power, when will I be able to reach this level? Su Yan's desire for strength surged in his heart. Looking at Xia Wuchang's gloomy face, he felt more helpless. What can I do to save this situation? Su Yan frowned. Looking at the weak Princess of Chu, he suddenly thought of something. His eyes lit up, and he slowly approached the Princess of Chu without anyone noticing. Xia Wuchang noticed Su Yan's action, but seeing that Su Yan was only a 7-meridian saint, he did not pay attention to him at all. Instead, he looked at the Princess of Chu and continued, Princess of Chu, you must have never thought that you would have such a day. Ha ha ha. Xia Wuchang said and laughed. He did not care what the Princess of Chu thought. He just vented the joy in his heart. Princess of Chu, I'm afraid to tell you today. Do you think Yulongzi died in the 10,000 demon ancient tree? Let me tell you, you're wrong. I killed Yulongzi. What? Hearing this, the Princess of Chu's eyes suddenly surged with hostility. She endured the pain in her heart, stood up, looked at Xia Wuchang and shouted, Xia Wuchang, what are you talking about? You killed Yulongzi. You didn't expect this, did you? Xia Wuchang saw that the angrier the Princess of Chu was, the prouder he was. Impossible, the Princess of Chu immediately shouted, Xia Wuchang, how can you kill Yulongzi with your strength? Of course I can't, but what if I have the ancient Taiyao ancient bell? What about the demonic power of the 10,000 demons ancient tree when it was sealed? Do you think Yulongzi, who was only an Emperor Tian Xiang back then, could withstand it? The more Wuchang Xia spoke, the gloomier his expression became. Chu Wangfei, I'm telling you, all these years, I've been enduring, waiting for this opportunity. Chu Wangfei, I'm telling you, you forced me to do all this, do you understand? The more Xia Wuchang spoke, the more agitated he became. The muscles on his face kept twitching. How deeply did I love you back then? But what about you? You only had Yulongzi in your eyes. I, Xia Wuchang, didn't even have the chance to confess. Xia Wuchang said. There was a hint of sadness in his eyes, but it was gone in a flash. In return, Impermanence Xia smiled darkly. That being said, Consort Chu, I have to thank you for all of this. If you hadn't married Yulongzi, I wouldn't have been so disheartened. I wouldn't have cultivated the power of 100 poisons, and I wouldn't have become the Nangong Palace Lord. And I wouldn't be able to stand in front of you today, surpassing you. Xia Wuchang suddenly burst into laughter. The Princess of Chu frowned at Xia Wuchang's words. Killing intent surged in her eyes. She had never had any relationship with Xia Wuchang. If he hadn't become Nangong Palace Lord, even the Princess of Chu wouldn't know him. How would she know that Xia Wuchang was hiding so many things in his heart? She couldn't help but be surprised by Xia Wuchang's forbearance and insidiousness. He had actually been able to keep it a secret for 100 years without saying anything at all. Of course, no matter what, Chu Wangfei would not pity such a person, nor would she sympathize with such a person. This was because he had killed her husband, and now he was trying to usurp the throne. Looking at him, Chu Wangfei only felt anger. Xia Wuchang saw the Princess of Chu and laughed. Princess of Chu, now that you know the truth, are you regretting it? Yes. The Princess of Chu sneered and shouted. Xia Wuchang, let me tell you, there is no such thing as regret in my eyes. Also, marrying you Longzi was the best decision I made in my life. You. Xia Wuchang, even if I have 10 or 100 lifetimes, I, the Princess of Chu, won't like you. Princess of Chu. Xia Wuchang's chest surged with anger when he heard the Princess of Chu's words. He shouted sternly. You dare to be so arrogant in front of me? Do you really think you are still the high and mighty Princess of Chu? Let me tell you, Consort Chu, you are now my prisoner. As long as I want to, I can kill you at any time. Kill me. The Princess of Chu sneered. Her arrogant attitude didn't change at all. She felt the poison in her body slowly dissolving. Her face became even colder. She looked at Xia Wuchang and said coldly. Xia Wuchang, let me tell you, as long as I, the Princess of Chu, am here, you can forget about seizing control of the monster palace. Bang! While speaking, the Princess of Chu suddenly spread her hands and a majestic spirit chi burst out. What? Xia Wuchang was stunned when he saw this scene. He looked at the Princess of Chu in surprise. How is this possible? Princess of Chu, how did you dispel my poison? Poison of 100 powers. The Princess of Chu sneered and looked back at Su Yan. Although she didn't know how Su Yan dispelled the poison, her eyes were full of praise for Su Yan. At the same time, she was convinced that she had made the right choice by choosing Su Yan to be the next palace master of the monster palace. Xia Wuchang saw the Princess of Chu looking at Su Yan's eyes and suddenly understood something. But he still felt incredulous. He kept shaking his head and said, how is it possible? That boy is only a 7-meridian saint. How can he dispel my poison? That's right, Su Yan was the one who dispelled the poison in the Princess of Chu's body. Su Yan had been thinking when he saw the Princess of Chu injured. Thinking that the Princess of Chu was only poisoned, he immediately came up with an idea. His 100-poison saint bloodline could absorb any poison in the world. And the Princess of Chu was poisoned. Would he be able to absorb the poisonous gas with his special saint bloodline? This was the reason why Su Yan approached the Princess of Chu. Su Yan was afraid that Xia Wuchang would stop him, so he had been hiding behind the Princess of Chu. The Princess of Chu was surprised when she felt Su Yan's ability to absorb the poison. However, Chu Wangfei quickly regained her senses and continued talking with Xia Wuchang. Only when the 100 poison power was completely removed did they erupt. Xia Wuchang, you killed my husband. Come to the East Palace and die. Chu Wangfei shouted. She didn't waste any more words and directly attacked Xia Wuchang. But this time, Chu Wangfei stayed behind. She did not attack with her bare hands, but took out her sword, the fish dragon sword. When Wuchang saw Chu Wangfei's attack, he was stunned at first, but then he laughed and said, Chu Wangfei, I really didn't expect your Eastern Palace to have someone who can detoxify my 100 poison power. But do you think you can use it just because you detoxified it? Do you think you can deal with me? Chu Wangfei, you're wrong. I, Xia Wuchang, in order to obtain the position of Supreme Demon Palace's leader, I didn't hesitate to use my own body to cultivate and enter the boundary state. Do you think you can defeat me? Xia Wuchang suddenly shouted, and the black gas on his body suddenly filled the air. The Princess of Chu and Xia Wuchang immediately wrestled. Kill! At this moment, someone shouted, and the disciples below also recovered from the shock of Su Yan being able to detoxify hundreds of poisons. The disciples of the Nangong Palace and the East Palace immediately wrestled. The battle of the century in the 4 great palaces of the Monster Palace was finally triggered at this moment. All the disciples of the East Palace, no matter what grudges they had, gathered together to fight against the foreign enemy. The two sides fought fiercely, and people were constantly injured and killed. After a short while, the entire main hall of the Monster Palace was stained with blood. Kill that boy. He is the one who ruined our palace master's plan. In the midst of the battle, someone pointed at Su Yan and shouted. Countless disciples of the Nangong Palace cast a hostile look at Su Yan. Without Su Yan, the Nangong Palace would have replaced the East Palace and become the new leader of the Monster Palace. Unfortunately, all of this was ruined by Su Yan. The disciples of the Nangong Palace naturally hated Su Yan. With a shout, countless disciples rushed toward Su Yan. Su Yan couldn't help but frown when he saw this. Looking at the disciples who kept rushing toward him, he couldn't help but feel a burst of anger in his chest. Su Yan came to the East Palace only for his own business. He didn't even really want to join the Monster Palace. However, during this period of time, Su Yan had also built up some feelings for the East Palace. Now that these people wanted to invade the East Palace, Su Yan was naturally angry. 7 Bloodline Saint, Humph, lowly weakling. A disciple of the Nangong Palace, an 8 Bloodline Saint, came in front of Su Yan and looked at Su Yan. He couldn't help but sneer and then shouted, "Boy, if you know what's good for you, you should obediently kill yourself, lest I..." Bang! Before this person could finish speaking, his eyes widened abruptly. Su Yan's sword had already pierced through his throat. When the person looked at Su Yan, his eyes were filled with unwillingness, but there was even more astonishment in them. The people around who saw this scene were completely shocked. A 7 Bloodline Saint had actually killed an 8 Bloodline Saint in seconds. Everyone couldn't help but feel their scalps tingle. Chapter 233. How could a 7 Meridian Saint kill an 8 Meridian Saint in seconds? Everyone who saw this scene felt a wave of doubt in their hearts. However, while they were in a daze, the Ghost Howl's sword in Su Yan's hand flashed and another person fell under the sword. Only then did the disciples come to their senses. Kill this brat for me. Kill this boy. The Nangong disciples did not know whether it was because of fear or not, but they kept shouting. Countless disciples rushed towards Su Yan, and among them, there was no lack of Emperor Tianxiang. Good. When Su Yan saw these people coming, there was not a trace of fear in his eyes. Instead, there was a gleam of excitement. He didn't like killing, and even more so, he didn't like killing without a purpose. However, in the short few months since he entered the Monster Palace, Su Yan was constantly suppressed and humiliated because of his strength. Su Yan had had enough. The 8 Meridian Saint's words about the lowly weakling aroused the anger in Su Yan's heart. Su Yan admitted that his strength was indeed lowly at the moment. This was an indisputable fact. Su Yan didn't want to quibble, but Su Yan wanted to tell these people that even though he was lowly, he wasn't someone who could be casually trampled on and casually manipulated by others. He knew very well that the final decision of this battle was still in the hands of the Princess of Chu and Wuxia Xianxia. The Princess of Chu and Wuxia Xianxia were the key to victory. They were the masters of this battle. Therefore, Su Yan's massacre this time was not for the Eastern Palace, nor was it for fame or fortune. He only wanted to kill his way out of the pride and arrogance in his heart. Bang! Under the encirclement of the Nangong disciples, Su Yan unleashed an unprecedented amount of fighting strength. His speed was so fast that he was like a ghost in the middle of the battlefield. Countless people fell under his Ghost Howl sword. Fresh blood dyed his white robe. His blood-red eyes emitted a sharp light. Though he was not the strongest here, he was like the god of death. Even the emperors of the Eastern Palace couldn't help but feel fear when they saw Su Yan's current appearance. And it was precisely because of this fear. More and more people surrounded Su Yan. This was because they had long been afraid of Su Yan. This fear was the same as the worry that Princess of Chu felt when she first met Su Yan. The Princess of Chu wanted Su Yan to inherit her position as the Eastern Palace head, so she didn't kill him. Therefore, she chose to plant a restriction in Su Yan's body. However, none of these people wanted anything from Su Yan. They only wanted to get rid of Su Yan. Only when Su Yan disappeared from this world would the fear in their hearts disappear. Die! Die! There were constant shouts and attacks coming at Su Yan. No matter how strong Su Yan was, he was only a 7 saint. He couldn't even defeat an emperor of Tianxiang. At this moment, under the encirclement of many Nangong disciples, Su Yan still gritted his teeth and persevered. However, he also fell into a state of fatigue, and his speed became slower and slower. However, the light in his eyes did not dissipate. Instead, it became brighter and brighter. Life and death were magnanimous, from the Su family to the hidden sword tomb, and then to the monster palace. Su Yan had experienced countless hardships and pain along the way. He had even wandered around the gates of hell countless times. Between life and death, Su Yan had long been numb. At this moment, Su Yan didn't want to die. He only wanted to kill out the pride in his heart. Therefore, he had nothing to fear. Do you think there's no one in the Eastern Palace? At this moment, an Eastern Palace disciple suddenly shouted and jumped to Su Yan's side. Bang! With a wave of his hand, a majestic spirit chi surged out and blocked an attack for Su Yan. Su Yan glanced at that person. This person was not unfamiliar to Su Yan. He was one of the top 10 disciples of the Eastern Palace, ranked 3rd, Ma Chao. Su Yan looked at him gratefully. Ma Chao returned a smile and rejoined the battlefield. With someone's help, Su Yan naturally became more and more courageous. He jumped up and was once again engaged in a fierce battle. Because of Ma Chao's help, more and more Eastern Palace disciples began to help Su Yan. What was originally a chaotic battle suddenly became a battle to protect Su Yan. The Nangong disciples kept breaking out of the encirclement, wanting to kill Su Yan. The Eastern Palace disciples united to protect Su Yan. Although the Nangong disciples were stronger than the Eastern Palace disciples, today was still the Eastern Palace's territory. Some of the Nangong disciples had not come, and the Eastern Palace disciples had always been the most numerous among the 4 palaces. Now, the disciples of the 2 palaces were locked in a stalemate. Only blood continued to splatter, dyeing the entire Eastern Palace's main hall red. At the same time, the battle between the Princess of Chu and Wuchang also entered a white-hot state. The boundary of circumference comprehended the power of circumference. The so-called Emperor of Sky Form learned the power of Sky Form and cultivated the 10,000 elephant divine skill. 1 star was Emperor, 9 stars was Venerable. At the peak of 9 stars Sky Form, one expanded their dantian, turned it into a spiritual sea, and condensed it into a spiritual sea. Absorbed the power of heaven and earth into their dantian. 1 spiritual pulse, 9 spiritual pulses. At the peak of 9 spiritual pulses, one fused with the Saint Pulse, comprehended the power of circumference, stepped into the boundary of circumference, and used the power of heaven and earth for one's own use. 1 direction, 1 form, 9 directions, 9 directions, 9 directions, 9 directions. The spiritual energy in the body combined with the power of heaven and earth. It was fine if it didn't move, but once it moved, it affected heaven and earth. Both the Princess of Chu and Wuchang were in the boundary of circumference. With just a wave of his hand, he was able to manipulate the power of heaven and earth. The battle between the 2 of them was enough to destroy heaven and earth. Just now, the 2 were worried that their power would be too strong and blow up the Eastern Palace. However, at this moment, the 2 of them no longer restrained their strength. Wuchang's body emitted a black light. Princess of Chu's body emitted a dark green light. The 2 were locked in a stalemate. Clearly, they were going to fight to the death today. Die! Chu Wangfei shouted and swung her sword. The fish dragon sword in her hands suddenly shined brightly and transformed into countless sword images. They were like dragons and phoenixes that intertwined with each other. With a roar, they quickly attacked Xia Wuchang. Wuchang maintained his sneer when he saw this. He waved his hand and a small black goo appeared in front of him. As soon as the small black goo appeared, it emitted a burst of black chi. The black chi quickly erupted and collided with Princess of Chu's light. Bang! When the two collided, there was a loud explosion. The powerful energy swept out, and the disciples of the eastern and southern palaces who were fighting at the bottom were attacked by this wave of energy. They instantly screamed and were forced to retreat. What a powerful force! Everyone's attention returned to the two of them. Just now, they had only noticed Su Yan. Even Nangong's disciples had thought that as long as they killed Su Yan, they would be able to win this battle. But now, they suddenly realized. Princess of Chu and Wu Chang were the masters of this battle. All the disciples looked up at the two and saw the powerful spiritual energy erupting from them. They were so shocked that they forgot about the battle and retreated hundreds of meters. They carefully looked at the Princess of Chu and Wu Chang in the air. Princess of Chu, it's useless. You and I are both in the square sphere realm. It's impossible for you to kill me. Wu Chang blocked Princess of Chu's attack and immediately showed his signature smirk. Princess of Chu's face was still cold. Facing Wu Chang, there was no change in her expression. The only thing that changed was the killing intent in her eyes. Princess of Chu had long planned to unify the Monster Palace. But this was only for the future of the Monster Palace. However, facing Wu Chang now was not only for the future of the Monster Palace, but also for the hatred in her heart. Wu Chang killed her husband. How could she not avenge him? Princess of Chu thought of the tragedy of her husband's death, and a murderous aura immediately surged in her chest. She looked at Wu Chang, shouted coldly, and raised her sword to attack Wu Chang again. As he swung his sword and moved his body, a gust of wind swept out. A huge amount of power burst forth, and some of the decorations in the surroundings instantly emitted clear and crisp sounds as they cracked. This showed the power of this force. When Wu Chang saw this, there was no fear in his eyes. For him, today's Princess of Chu was no longer the former master of the Monster Palace, but a plaything on his bed. Because Wu Chang knew very well that no matter how hard Princess of Chu tried, it was impossible to defeat him. As for him, as long as he waited for Zhu Tian Monster King and Luo Yaofeng, the two masters of the North Palace and the West Palace, the one who would be defeated would be Princess of Chu. Therefore, Wu Chang was not in a hurry at all. Compared to every killing move of the Princess of Chu, Wu Chang just avoided it and did not rush to counterattack. He was delaying time, waiting for the two masters to come back. Whether it was the disciples of the East Palace or the disciples of the East Palace, they would no longer have the power to fight back at that time. Wu Chang thought about it, and the corner of his mouth could not help but float a gloomy smile. Of course, how could the Princess of Chu not know about this plan in his heart? Although the killing intent in the Princess of Chu's eyes surged, she was not blinded by this killing intent. The Princess of Chu knew very well that if she did not kill Wu Chang now, it would be more difficult to kill him when Luo Yaofeng and Zhu Tian Monster King came back. Therefore, the Princess of Chu used all her strength in every move. Unfortunately, after all, both of them were in the first order boundary, so it was difficult to determine the winner in a short time. The longer the battle dragged on, the more complacent Wu Chang's face became. He looked at the Princess of Chu and sneered, "Princess of Chu, I tell you, the East Palace will lose today. Surrender obediently and don't make unnecessary struggles." "Humph, Wu Chang, don't be so complacent. I, the Princess of Chu, will kill you today even if I have to exhaust my last trace of spirit power." The Princess of Chu shouted coldly and once again attacked Wu Chang with her sword. Peng, but at this moment, a loud noise suddenly came from outside the palace. The smile on Wu Chang's face became even more brilliant and he laughed. Princess of Chu, Zhu Tian Monster King and the others are back. You should surrender obediently. Chapter 234. Princess of Chu, I have to admit that you're very strong. However, now that Zhu Tian and Luo Yaofeng are back, I'd like to see how you're going to win if the three of us work together. Wu Xianxia's smile grew brighter as he thought about how he was about to counterattack the East Palace and obtain the Princess of Chu. Princess of Chu frowned slightly when she heard Wu Xianxia's words. Just as Wu Xianxia said, if Zhu Tian and Luo Yaofeng were to come back, she wouldn't be their match if the three palace masters worked together. After all, Wuxia Xianxia was at the Radius realm like her. Zhu Tian and Luo Yaofeng were both at the peak of the spiritual sea realm. Their strength couldn't be underestimated. If the three of them worked together, the Princess of Chu would naturally be wary. Of course, Princess of Chu wasn't worried about these. She was worried about Lu Lan. Celestial Pig Demon King and Luo Yaofeng had gone to look for Lu Lan. If the two of them came back, wouldn't that mean that Lu Lan was already? Princess of Chu's heart trembled at the thought. Princess of Chu, I advise you to surrender obediently. Don't make such a pointless struggle. Wuxia Xianxia laughed proudly when he saw the Princess of Chu's worried expression. At this moment, the disciples of the West Palace and North Palace who had just left rushed in. Seeing this, Xia Wuchang laughed even more wildly. Ha ha ha, Consort Chu, surrender. Ha ha ha, surrender obediently. As long as you are obedient, perhaps I can be gentler to you in bed tonight. Princess of Chu saw the disciples of the two palaces come in and thought that Lu Lan might have died. Sadness welled up in her heart. When she heard Wuxia Xianxia's obscene words, the Princess of Chu was instantly enraged. She shouted coldly, Wuxia Xianxia, even if I, Princess of Chu, die today, I'll take you down with me. After saying that, Chu Wangfei's body suddenly leaped forward. Her entire body burst out with countless rays of light. The fish dragon sword in her hand also rotated and became bigger and bigger. It quickly attacked Xia Wuchang. Although Wuxia Xianxia was laughing wildly, he didn't dare to underestimate the Princess of Chu's attack. He hurriedly circulated his qi to block. Countless black qi condensed around his body, and the small black qi cup in his hand also jumped up. Asterisk Pudong, asterisk with a loud bang, the two collided together. Countless rays of light burst forth, and the huge amount of energy swept out like a wave. The entire palace shook with a loud bang. All the disciples in the main hall retreated one after another. Their faces were filled with horror. Asterisk Puchi asterisk both Chu Wangfei and Xia Wuchang spurted out a mouthful of blood at the same time. Obviously, both sides were injured by this powerful move. Fall Xia and Wuxia Xianxia. Asterisk Puchi, Wuxia Xianxia couldn't help but spit out another mouthful of blood. Huh, Princess of Chu, we've both suffered heavy injuries. Let's see how you're going to deal with Heavenly Pig Demon King and Luo Yaofeng when they return. Wuxia Xianxia wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at Princess of Chu with a smug smile. He wasn't worried about his injuries at all. Compared to Wuxia Xianxia, the Princess of Chu was frowning. If Heavenly Pig Demon King and Luo Yaofeng really returned, she wouldn't be able to resist them with her current strength. The more Wuxia Xianxia saw the Princess of Chu's expression, the more smug and excited he became. Princess of Chu, I've already told you not to struggle. Look at you, why do you have to suffer? But don't worry, Princess of Chu. When Heavenly Pig Demon King and Luo Yaofeng return, I won't hurt you. I'll only treat you well. What can they do when they return? At this moment, a cold but sweet voice came from outside the main Luo Yaofeng. Then, two beautiful figures appeared in the East Palace main hall. One of them was holding Heavenly Pig Demon King and Luo Yaofeng. The person who appeared threw the two of them aside and flew to Chu Wangfei's side. Lu Lan, Ling, Princess of Chu's eyes shone with excitement when she saw the two figures. She held Lu Lan's hand and asked excitedly, Lu Lan, are you all right? I'm fine. Lu Lan shook her head. Then, she saw the blood at the corner of Princess of Chu's mouth and asked worriedly, Palace Master, are you all right? When Chu Ling, saw her mother's appearance, she also had a worried expression. Mother, how are you? Are you okay? I'm fine. Princess of Chu shook her head and looked at the unconscious Heavenly Pig Demon King and Luo Yaofeng on the ground. She was stunned and asked Lu Lan in surprise, Lu Lan, this. Lu Lan naturally knew what Princess of Chu was thinking. She smiled and said, Palace Master, I've already comprehended my power of circumference and entered the state of circumference. What? You've already comprehended the state of circumference? Princess of Chu was pleasantly surprised when she heard this. Then, she saw Wuxia Xianxia and said coldly, Wuxia Xianxia, the heavenly pig demon king and Luo Yaofeng you've been waiting for have returned. How is this possible? How is this possible? Wuxia Xianxia was no longer as calm as before. He looked at the unconscious Luo Yaofeng and heavenly pig demon king on the ground and said frantically, how is this possible? How is this possible? How is it not possible? Princess of Chu sneered and said to Lu Lan, kill Wuxia Xianxia. Yes, Palace Master. Lu Lan nodded. His eyes suddenly turned cold as he approached Xia Wuchang. Wuxia Xianxia and Princess of Chu were both injured. How could he be a match for Lu Lan, who was in the state of circumference? Lu Lan waved her hand and a majestic spirit energy surged out. She slapped Wuxia Xianxia's face. Asterisk bang, asterisk under the assault of that tremendous power, Xia Wuchang was sent flying, coughing up another mouthful of blood. No, impossible. Wuxia Xianxia slowly stood up from the ground and roared, impossible. Princess of Chu, you're mine. You're mine. The entire monster palace is mine. How can Lu Lan be in the state of circumference? How is this possible? Ah, Wuxia Xianxia shouted. His blood and qi surged. He was unwilling to accept the fact that a state of circumference had fallen. When the surrounding disciples saw this scene, they were all stunned on the spot. They couldn't believe this sudden change. They all thought that the East Palace was finished, but they didn't expect the situation to reverse so quickly. Especially when the disciples of the Nangong Palace saw Wu Chang's body fall, they couldn't believe it, but more than that, they felt fear. The state of circumference. The East Palace had 2 state of circumference experts. As they thought about it, they couldn't help but tremble. At the same time, they seemed to have realized something. No one knew who reacted first, but that person immediately knelt on the ground and shouted, Palace Master Chu is mighty, Palace Master Chu is mighty. This shout woke all the disciples up. Whether it was the Nangong Palace, the North Palace, or the West Palace, they knew that the 3 palaces had lost. They knelt on the ground and shouted. They were afraid that this matter would affect them. Princess of Chu heard these people shouting. She waved her hand and said, okay, get up. When these people heard Princess of Chu's words, they stood up, trembling. Princess of Chu looked at these people expressionlessly. When she saw Lu Lan, a rare smile appeared on her face. She asked Lu Lan, how did you comprehend the state of circumference? Princess of Chu had thought about the future of Monster Palace. Princess of Chu had asked Lu Lan to go into seclusion a long time ago. She wanted Lu Lan to step into the state of circumference one day. Unfortunately, Lu Lan had been in seclusion all these years. She couldn't comprehend the state of circumference. Princess of Chu didn't expect that Lu Lan would comprehend the state of circumference at such an important time. Naturally, she was astonished. Lu Lan looked at Princess of Chu and thought about how she comprehended the state of circumference. Her face couldn't help but flush. At the same time, she happened to see Su Yan standing in the crowd. Her face became even redder. For a moment, she didn't know how to explain it to Princess of Chu. Lu Lan's gaze couldn't escape Princess of Chu's eyes. Seeing this, Princess of Chu looked at Su Yan standing in the distance. She suddenly understood something and laughed. Her usual coldness was gone. Su Yan naturally saw Lu Lan looking at him. Looking at Lu Lan's enchanting body, Su Yan couldn't help but smile bitterly. He kept shaking his head. For a moment, he didn't know how to face it. Especially when he saw Chu linger next to him, he didn't dare to walk in that direction. Fortunately, Lu Lan and Princess of Chu had things to deal with, so they didn't come up to ask Su Yan anything. Lu Lan looked at the heavenly pig demon king and Luo Yaofeng on the ground and said to Princess of Chu, Palace Lord, these 2 originally wanted to kill me, but they didn't expect that I had already reached the state of circumference. I defeated them and knocked them unconscious. Now, how do you want to deal with this? After a brief moment of joy, Princess of Chu immediately returned to her usual coldness. She looked at Luo Yaofeng and the Heavenly Pig Demon King on the ground before turning to the disciples in the main hall. The Heavenly Pig Demon King and Luo Yaofeng led disciples to break into the Eastern Palace and broke the rules of the Monster Palace. Today, they will be executed on the spot. Who has any objections? Palace Lord's prestige, Palace Lord's prestige. The disciples all knelt down and shouted. In fact, Princess of Chu was just going through the procedure. After all, at this time, no disciple would dare to say no. That was the same as courting death. This was especially true for the southern, northern, and western palaces. They were even more afraid. As long as they weren't implicated, they could pray for Buddha. The reason why Chu Wangfei did this was because she wanted to build up the hearts of the people in the future. After all, in the entire Supreme Demon Palace, while they could eliminate the 3 palace masters, they could not kill all the disciples of the Supreme Demon Palace. Chapter 235. Yes, Palace Master. Lu Lan nodded. Just as she was about to step forward to carry out her orders, there was a loud explosion in the sky. With a loud bang, the entire roof of the East Palace's main hall was blasted open. Everyone was stunned. Lu Lan and the Princess of Chu also looked up at the sky at the same time. When the Princess of Chu saw a few people floating down from the sky, her entire body suddenly stiffened. Princess of Chu, Monster Palace Palace Master, come with me. A voice sounded. At the same time, a few black figures appeared above the East Palace's main hall. These people who appeared were all dressed in black. Even their faces were covered by a black cloth, making it impossible to see their faces clearly. The Princess of Chu saw these people fall to the ground. Lu Lan did not understand the reason. She wanted to go forward and ask, but she was pulled back by the Princess of Chu. Lu Lan, don't. These people are the ones I told you about. Don't, what? When Lu Lan heard the Princess of Chu say this, she could not help but be stunned. All these years, this was not the first time the Princess of Chu had told her about this matter. Lu Lan naturally understood the hidden strength behind this and what it meant. Chu Linger did not know what the two of them were talking about. She could not help but wonder, Mother, Sister Lu Lan, what are you talking about? The Princess of Chu looked at her daughter and felt a wave of sadness in her heart. However, she still could not bear to tell her daughter the truth. She waved her hand and said, it's nothing. These people need Mother to do something. You have to take good care of yourself in the future, okay? Although Chu Linger was usually carefree, it did not mean that she was not smart. Seeing the Princess of Chu's appearance, how could Chu Linger not see that things were not so simple? Looking at her mother's sad appearance, tears immediately fell from her eyes. Mother, no, I don't want you to leave me. I don't want you to leave me, Linger, be good. Princess Chu patted Chu Linger's head, then turned to Lu Lan and said, Lu Lan, I'll leave the Monster Palace to you. Asgard Master. Lu Lan looked at the Princess of Chu and couldn't help but tear up. Lu Lan, it's fine. I didn't say that I wouldn't be coming back. Now that the Monster Palace is unified, and you've comprehended the realm of square and circle, it's enough for you to shoulder the burden of the Monster Palace. In the future. When the Princess of Chu said this, she glanced at Su Yan who was standing in the distance and didn't say anything else. Instead, she changed the topic and said, Lu Lan, I won't say anything unnecessary. You've grown up, you know what to do. Asgard Master. Lu Lan heard the Princess of Chu's words, which sounded like she was saying her last words, and her entire body was covered in tears. Chu Linger also kept wiping her tears. At that moment, the black-clothed man standing there said, All right, Princess of Chu, it's time to go. After saying this, those people were about to come forward and capture the Princess of Chu. No. I can't. Chu Linger actually heard about this from her mother. Even though she now knew how strong the other party was, even if the other party was not someone she could match up to, Chu Linger still couldn't watch her mother be taken away like this. Chu Linger shouted loudly, took out her sword, and attacked the black-clothed man. How dare you go against the Devil Sect? You're courting death. When the black-clothed men saw that Chu Linger dared to attack them, they immediately shouted. In an instant, a powerful spiritual energy surged out, and Chu Linger was directly sent flying. Ling-er. Ling-er. When the Princess of Chu and Lu Lan saw Chu Linger flying out, both of them were stunned. Lu Lan directly leaped up and caught Chu Linger. When Lu Lan saw that Chu Linger was injured, a surge of anger immediately surged from her chest. Looking at the black-clothed men, she channeled her cultivation technique, and a majestic spiritual energy instantly burst out. Today, all of you will die. When the Princess of Chu saw this, she was shocked and wanted to stop her. Unfortunately, she was seriously injured in the fight with Wuxia Xianxia. How could she stop Lu Lan, who was also in the radius state? Lu Lan leaped up and waved her hand, and a powerful force suddenly burst out. The black-clothed men were shocked and hurriedly retreated. Unfortunately, it was still too late. Several black-clothed men screamed at the same time and were sent flying. Die. Lu Lan did not intend to let them go so easily. With a shout, she charged forward again. Humph! At this moment, a cold snort suddenly came from midair. In the snort, a powerful spiritual energy suddenly exploded. Everyone in the main hall felt their eardrums vibrate, and they all took a step back. Lu Lan's body shook, and under the powerful force, she was sent flying. Following that, a purple-clothed figure descended from the sky. This person had a cold expression and his eyes were dim and lifeless. Between his brows, there was a faint murderous aura that could cause anyone who looked at him to tremble in fear. I didn't expect that the Monster Palace would have another radius state expert, and such a young one. This person glanced at Lu Lan, and his coquettish red lips slightly opened, revealing a cold smile. This person is stronger than the Princess of Chu. Let's take this person with us today. After the person finished speaking, without asking for anyone's opinion, he opened his hand, and Lu Lan's body flew in his direction. Protector. The black-clothed men also followed up, and called out to the purple-clothed man with cupped hands. Yes. The purple-clothed man nodded, and threw Lu Lan's body to the black-clothed men like a commodity, and said, "Take this person back today. The Princess of Chu will let him stay in the East Palace. Let's go." Yes. The black-clothed men followed the purple-clothed man, and flew into midair. Lu Lan. This sudden change made the Princess of Chu unable to react. Seeing Lu Lan being taken away by the purple-clothed man, the Princess of Chu suddenly came to her senses, and cried out in grief, "The person you want is not me. Why did you take Lu Lan away?" When the purple-clothed man heard the Princess of Chu's words, he paused for a moment, and revealed a devilish smile. "Princess of Chu, this person's qualifications will always surpass yours. Naturally, I will take this person. Today, I am in a good mood, and will not bicker with you. You and the Monster Palace have offended me, a protector, otherwise, humph." The purple-clothed man suddenly snorted, and a majestic spiritual aura suddenly burst out. The entire palace trembled, and the Princess of Chu fell into a state of despair. These people's strength was always beyond her belief. With her current strength, she could not resist at all. The Princess of Chu even blamed the heavens. She had guarded the Monster Palace all her life, but at the last moment, she still could not protect it. She could only watch as the elder of the Monster Palace, the person she had watched grow up, was taken away. But she did not have the strength to fight back at all. Despair, the Princess of Chu felt unprecedented despair. The Princess of Chu, who had always been above others, who had always exuded the aura of a ruler, could not help but shed tears that she had not shed for many years at this moment. "Leave Lu Lan for me." And just as the Princess of Chu was in despair, suddenly a loud shout echoed in the void. "Su Yan." The Princess of Chu looked over, and could not help but be stunned. Then, she suddenly panicked, and hurriedly shouted, "Su Yan, no, quickly retreat. Retreat." Su Yan sneered, looking at the purple-robed man in front of him, his eyes emitting a sharp light. He was already angry when he saw Chu Linger being repelled by the black-robed man. If it were not for Lu Lan, Su Yan would have already attacked. Now that these people wanted to take away Lu Lan, how could Su Yan endure? Although Su Yan did not know how to face Lu Lan, Su Yan absolutely could not allow others to hurt her. 7 Meridian Saint. When the purple-robed man heard that someone dared to block him, a burst of anger surged in his body. However, when he saw the spiritual power surging in Su Yan, he could not help but laugh. 7 Meridian Saint, a little 7 Meridian Saint dares to block this protector. When the princess of Chu heard the purple-robed man's words, she panicked again and shouted to Su Yan, "Su Yan, quickly retreat, you are not their match." When Su Yan heard the princess of Chu's words, he could not help but laugh. So what if I am not their match? Even if I die today, I will not allow the person I am supposed to protect to be taken away. Su Yan knew that he might not be a match for these people. However, Su Yan still chose to attack. For no particular reason, it was merely because as a man in this world, he should know what to do and what not to do. If he couldn't protect the people he wanted to protect, then what was the point of living in this world? Ha ha ha, I want to see how you are going to stop me. The purple-robed man could not help but laugh when he heard Su Yan's words. Die. When Su Yan heard the purple-robed man's words, he did not waste any more words. With a roar, he immediately attacked the purple-robed man with the Ghost Howl sword in his hand. The moment the Ghost Howl sword attacked, there was a burst of dazzling light. It was the power of 10,000 poisons in the 9 dragon soul-snatching technique that Su Yan had created. You overestimate yourself. The purple-robed man could not help but laugh when he saw this. He waved his hand to block Su Yan's attack and reached out to seal Su Yan's throat. The powerful force directly imprisoned Su Yan, making Su Yan unable to move. 7 Meridian Saint, how dare a 7 Meridian Saint hoot in front of this protector? Ridiculous, ridiculous. The purple-robed man looked at Su Yan and laughed again. You. If you have the ability, then kill me. Otherwise, Su Yan will definitely crush you into pieces one day. Su Yan clenched his teeth and said. Oh, when the purple-robed man heard Su Yan's words, he laughed again. With a wave of his hand, Su Yan was sent flying. Chapter 236. Stay here. Su Yan roared angrily as he watched the purple-robed man leave. He had only just met Lu Lan, and even Su Yan didn't know how to face her. However, Su Yan knew that he had to protect Lu Lan. But now that the purple-robed man had left, Su Yan couldn't do anything. That feeling of helplessness and loneliness filled him. Looking at the blasted roof of the palace and the blue sky, Su Yan sat on the ground, paralyzed. Not only him, but Chu Linger and the princess of Chu also fell into sadness. Lu Lan's departure was too big of a blow to them. They couldn't face the pain and helplessness of watching their loved one being taken away. For a long time, they stared blankly in the direction that the purple-robed man had left. Although the other disciples didn't have any feelings for Lu Lan, they were stunned. However, this sudden change also caused them to be stunned. Of course, what they felt more was fear. In the perimeter state, the princess of Chu had always been a supreme existence in their hearts. But even the princess of Chu couldn't resist in front of that person. How strong was that person? And what kind of sect was the demonic sect? Why did they feel so unfamiliar with it? Everyone was puzzled and shocked, and the East Palace fell into a dead silence. No one noticed Luo Jiaofeng and the Celestial Pig Demon King in the corner. The Celestial Pig Demon King and Luo Jiaofeng were originally going to capture Lu Lan. But the two of them didn't expect that Lu Lan had also entered the perimeter state. And because Lu Lan didn't know what had happened, she didn't do anything to the two of them. She only knocked them out. Now that the two of them woke up, they were completely shocked by the sudden scene before them. But when they saw the Princess of Chu, they quickly reacted. The two of them knew that if the Princess of Chu recovered, they wouldn't be able to escape the fate of death. Death, the more powerful a person was, the more fear they would feel. Seeing Lu Lan being taken away, they were not sad at all. Instead, they were happy. Because Lu Lan had left the monster palace, it meant that they had a chance. The Celestial Pig Demon Monarch and Luo Yaofeng exchanged a glance before nodding toward each other. Both of them began to circulate their cultivation arts, and a burst of majestic power erupted from their bodies. Princess of Chu, die! Zhu Tian and Luo Yaofeng both roared and attacked Princess Chu at the same time. Their eyes were filled with killing intent. They were very clear that as long as they killed the Princess of Chu today, they would be able to kill her. Then everything would change. Not only did the two of them not have to die, but they could also become the leaders of the entire monster palace. The two of them attacked so suddenly that all of the disciples were stunned. The Princess of Chu was still in grief when she suddenly saw the celestial pig demon monarch and Luo Yaofeng attacking her. She was also stunned. Then, she realized something and hurriedly used her qi to resist. Unfortunately, the Princess of Chu was seriously injured in the confrontation with Wu Chang and had not recovered yet. In addition, Luo Yaofeng and the celestial pig demon monarch attacked suddenly. Suddenly, the Princess of Chu could not resist. Bang! With a loud bang, she was directly hit by the two of them and flew dozens of meters away. Mother! Seeing this, Chu Linger suddenly woke up from the sadness of Lu Lan being taken away. She hurriedly walked in the direction of the Princess of Chu. She supported the Princess of Chu and looked at the blood overflowing from the Princess of Chu's mouth. Chu Linger was furious. She took out her sword and was about to attack Luo Yaofeng and the celestial pig demon monarch. Seeing this, the Princess of Chu was shocked. She hurriedly stopped Chu Linger. Linger, don't. You are not their match. Mother. Chu Linger was about to say something, but she was stopped by the Princess of Chu. The Princess of Chu wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and took a step forward. Looking at the celestial pig demon monarch and Luo Yaofeng, her face was cold. Her eyes were surging with a murderous intent. Although she was injured, she was still domineering and majestic. Looking at the two of them, she said coldly, "Celestial pig demon monarch, Luo Yaofeng, are you two trying to rebel?" The celestial pig demon monarch and Luo Yaofeng already knew that the Princess of Chu was injured. But after all, the Princess of Chu was still dignified. If they didn't know that if they didn't kill the Princess of Chu today, they would be the ones to die. The two of them didn't have the guts to attack the Princess of Chu. After testing, the two of them immediately knew that the Princess of Chu was seriously injured this time. Seeing the blood at the corner of the Princess of Chu's mouth, the two of them no longer felt the slightest fear. Instead, they felt a sense of excitement. The celestial pig demon monarch looked at the Princess of Chu's enchanting body with a hint of greed in his eyes. Looking at the Princess of Chu, he sneered, "Princess of Chu, you're already seriously injured. You're just an arrow at the end of its flight. Why are you still putting on airs? Hurry up and surrender." Luo Yaofeng also said, "That's right, Princess of Chu. You're already seriously injured. Even if you're at the circumference realm, it won't be the two of us who will attack you. If you know what's good for you, surrender obediently. Don't ask for trouble." Ha ha ha, hilarious, hilarious. Hearing the two of them, the Princess of Chu laughed out loud. Then, her face darkened. Looking at the two of them, she snorted and shouted, "Celestial pig demon monarch, Luo Yaofeng, the two of you are only at the spiritual sea realm. How dare you act so arrogantly in front of me? You're courting death." As she spoke, the Princess of Chu's body suddenly moved. Her body turned into a rainbow as she rushed towards the two of them. That speed was as fast as lightning. Especially the fish dragon sword in Chu Wangfei's hand. It was like a flood dragon of the eastern sea. Golden light flickered, and that majestic aura was like a hurricane that violently swept forth. Seeing this, the hearts of Luo Yaofeng and celestial pig demon monarch couldn't help but tremble. The Princess of Chu is injured, but she's still able to erupt with such powerful strength. Luo Yaofeng and celestial pig demon monarch thought to themselves. However, the two of them didn't retreat because they knew very well that they had no choice today. Only by killing the Princess of Chu would they have a chance to survive. The two of them looked at each other, then leaped up at the same time. They each took out their own Dharma treasure and attacked the Princess of Chu. Although the Princess of Chu's move was majestic, the Princess of Chu was still seriously injured. She didn't have enough spirit qi. The moment she swung her sword, the qi and blood in her body surged. Luo Yaofeng and Celestial Pig Demon Monarch weren't as strong as the Princess of Chu. However, the two of them were also palace masters of the two great palaces of the Monster Palace. Their strength was also in the spiritual sea realm. With the two of them working together, the power increased by a few points. Bang, for a moment, under the pincer attack of the two, the Princess of Chu was actually struggling. Her body was suddenly hit by the two of them. With a loud bang, the Princess of Chu's entire body was suddenly sent flying. Hahaha. Celestial Pig Demon Monarch and Luo Yaofeng saw this scene and no longer had any scruples. They looked at the Princess of Chu and couldn't help but laugh. Princess of Chu, I already said that you're injured and no longer a match for me. Quickly capture me. The Princess of Chu coldly snorted. Looking at the two of them, her expression didn't change. She shouted, Celestial Pig Demon Monarch, Luo Yaofeng, don't be smug. With your strength, you want me to surrender? No way. Although she said this, the moment the Princess of Chu finished speaking, her body surged. A flash of hesitation appeared in the Princess of Chu's eyes. She thought to herself, Wu Chang and I are both injured. Our injuries are too serious. Now, the qi and blood in my body are flowing backward. If I force my qi, I'm afraid that before the two of them do anything, I'll die from the qi and blood in my body. I didn't think that I, the Princess of Chu, would be forced to this point by a mere spiritual sea realm cultivator. Thinking about this, the Princess of Chu smiled bitterly. Similarly, the Princess of Chu knew that she was no longer a match for the two of them in her current situation. Is my East Palace really going to suffer this calamity? Lu Lan has been captured. Am I going to die in the hands of these two? The Princess of Chu thought, and a burst of anger suddenly surged in her body. No, absolutely not. I, the Princess of Chu, am the Palace Master of the East Palace. How can I let the East Palace fall into the hands of these two? Today, even if I burn the last bit of blood in my body, I can't let these two get away with it. The Princess of Chu thought to herself. She silently chanted the incantation and suddenly shouted, Tai Yao's secret technique, open. Bang, with a loud explosion, the Princess of Chu's entire body suddenly jumped up. Her face was as cold as ice. The cold air emitted seemed to condense the surrounding air. This is, Luo Yaofeng and Celestial Pig Demon Monarch saw this scene and couldn't help but be stunned. At the same time, seeing the powerful force that erupted from the Princess of Chu, the two of them couldn't help but feel a burst of fear in their hearts. Celestial Pig Demon Monarch, Luo Yaofeng, you two dare to rebel. Today, I will get rid of you two scum for the Monster Palace. The Princess of Chu said coldly. Her eyes emitted a sharp light. She waved the fish dragon sword in her hand and instantly closed in on Luo Yaofeng and Celestial Pig Demon Monarch. The fish dragon sword swept horizontally. The powerful force was like a hurricane, invading. Celestial Pig Demon Monarch and Luo Yaofeng were both shocked. But at this point, the two of them were also very clear that now they could only brace themselves. The two of them looked at each other and shouted at the same time, go to hell. At the same time, the two of them joined forces and attacked the Princess of Chu. You overestimate yourselves. Seeing that the two of them dared to resist, the Princess of Chu coldly snorted. She raised her sword with one hand, and with a wave of her hand, a powerful force suddenly surged. Bang! Celestial Pig Demon Monarch and Luo Yaofeng were both in the spiritual sea realm, but they were also the strongest people here. It was a pity that the two of them were so weak in front of Chu Wangfei's great power. Chapter 237. Luo Jiaofeng, Zhu Tian Demon King, you two are merely in the spiritual sea realm. How dare you offend me? Die. Princess Chu leaped up, her body emitting a dazzling light. Her majestic aura skyrocketed, and the powerful force directly suppressed everyone in the main hall, making them unable to raise their heads. as the spiritual power surged. Zhu Tian Demon King and Luo Jiaofeng felt a wave of qi and blood surging in their bodies. They had no strength to resist at all. The hearts of the two trembled. Only now did they truly understand that Chu Wangfei's strength was not something the two of them could compare to. Looking at the light in Princess Chu's eyes, they trembled. They knelt on the ground and hurriedly begged for mercy. "Palace Master Chu, spare our lives, spare our lives." Seeing this, Chu Wangfei also stopped in front of them. She looked at the two of them arrogantly and said, "The two of you dare to offend my eastern palace and still want to live? Palace Master Chu, spare our lives, spare our lives. Considering what we have done for the Monster Palace for so many years, please spare our lives." Zhu Tian Demon King kept kowtowing and begging for mercy. He no longer had the majesty from before. Luo Jiaofeng was not much better than the others. Her body kept trembling as she knelt and begged for mercy. "I can spare your lives, but you have to swear a blood oath that you will not offend the East Palace from now on." Seeing the sincerity of the two, the anger on Princess Chu's face eased a little. Faced with the choice of life and death, the two of them could not refuse and swore a blood oath. Seeing this, Princess Chu nodded with satisfaction. "Very good, very good. From now on, the two of you are no longer the palace masters of the Monster Palace. You will become the guardian elders of the Monster Palace. In the future, you can only guard the Monster Palace and cannot participate in any matters of the Monster Palace. Do you understand?" Understood. Although Zhu Tian Demon King and Luo Jiaofeng were somewhat unwilling, they had no choice in front of Princess Chu. After all, if they did not agree to Princess Chu's request, they would most likely face the misfortune of death. "Understood, now get out of here." Princess Chu saw this and waved her hand and shouted. Zhu Tian Demon King and Luo Jiaofeng's hearts trembled again, and they hurriedly ran out of the Monster Palace's main hall. When Chu Wangfei saw the two of them leave, her gaze swept across all the disciples present. She opened her mouth and said, "From today onwards, our Supreme Demon Palace will officially remove the 4 great palaces and merge them together. The disciples of the other 3 great palaces will also join our Eastern Palace. In the future, the 4 great palaces will no longer be divided into different palaces, and the disciples of the Supreme Demon Palace will not be divided into different palaces. They will belong to the Supreme Demon Palace." After the Princess Chu finished speaking, all the disciples came to their senses. Of course, the happiest were the disciples of the other 3 monster palaces. After all, they had broken into the East Palace today. According to the Monster Palace's rules, none of them could escape punishment. Now that the Princess Chu had unified the Monster Palace, there was no doubt that she had spared them this time. They were naturally happy. Looking at the majestic and domineering aura on the Princess Chu's cold face, they were all subdued and shocked. They all knelt on the ground and shouted, "Palace Master Chu, you're mighty." When the Princess Chu saw this, she nodded in satisfaction. At the same time, she waved her hand and said, "All right, that's all for today. You may all leave. When I think about the unification of the Monster Palace, I will issue a new order." Yes. This time, no one dared to disobey the Princess Chu's orders. They all nodded. All the disciples gathered in the main hall left in a few breaths of time. When Chu Linger saw these people leave, she thought about how the Heavenly Pig Monster King and Luo Yaofeng dared to harm her mother. She was still angry. She walked in front of the Princess Chu and asked, "Mother, why did you spare the Heavenly Pig Monster King and Luo Yaofeng?" Pfft! At this moment, the Princess Chu suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Chu Linger was shocked. She hurriedly supported the Princess Chu. Her face was full of anxiety. "Mother, what happened to you?" Mother can't take it anymore." The Princess Chu's face was pale. She no longer had the majesty and domineering aura from before. No. Mother, why can't you?" "That's impossible." When Chu Linger heard the Princess Chu's words, her dry eyes became wet again. She looked at the Princess Chu, who was getting weaker and weaker. She choked and said, "Mother, you can do it. Ling, or must save you. Save you. The Princess Chu saw Chu Linger's sad appearance and felt pain in her heart. However, the Princess Chu was very clear about the condition of her body. She was already seriously injured in the battle with Wuxia Xianxia. In addition, she was also attacked by the Heavenly Pig Monster King and Luo Yaofeng. This made things worse for the Princess Chu. The Princess Chu knew very well that with such injuries, she was no match for the Heavenly Pig Monster King and Luo Yaofeng. Therefore, at the last moment, the Princess Chu activated the Supreme Demon's secret technique and ignited the essence in her body. It allowed her to temporarily recover her strength. However, because the Princess Chu's injuries were too serious, she couldn't hold on for too long even if she ignited her essence. This was also the reason why the Princess Chu spared the Heavenly Pig Monster King and Luo Yaofeng. After the Princess Chu explained this to Chu Linger understood and immediately burst into tears. She growled, "Why? Why is it like this? Mother, Sister Lu Lan has already left. Are you going to leave me too?" The Princess Chu's heart ached when she saw her daughter's sad appearance. Tears fell from her eyes. Her face was pale and she no longer had the majesty of a palace lord. Princess Consort Chu was also very unwilling to let all of this happen, but at this point, she had no other choice. Seeing Su Yan beside her, the Princess Chu shouted, "Su Yan." Just now, all the disciples had left, but Su Yan hadn't. It wasn't that Su Yan didn't want to leave, but Su Yan had too many questions in his heart to ask the Princess Chu. What kind of people were the Devil's sect? Where was it? Although Su Yan was very sad about Lu Lan's departure, he didn't feel depressed because he was a man. He was Su Yan. Thinking about the Devil's sect, Su Yan only felt anger in his heart. And because of this anger, Su Yan had an unprecedented desire for power, which also aroused Su Yan's fighting spirit. Su Yan secretly swore in his heart that he would definitely flatten the Devil's sect and save Lu Lan. Su Yan originally wanted to ask the Princess Chu about these things. But how could he have thought that he would suddenly face such a scene? For a moment, he didn't know what to do and just stood there in a daze. Now that he heard the Princess Chu call him, Su Yan saw that she didn't have a trace of her usual majesty and couldn't help but feel sour in his heart. He took a step forward and said, "Palace Master, I'm here." And the Princess Chu saw that Su Yan didn't lose his will because of what happened just now and nodded in relief. But at this moment, the blood in her body suddenly surged. Asterisk Pucci, asterisk she spat out another mouthful of blood. "Mother. Palace Master." Chu Linger and Su Yan looked at the Princess Chu and felt a burst of worry in their hearts. Especially Su Yan, seeing Chu Linger's sad appearance, his heart felt a burst of pain. He went forward to support the Princess Chu and said, "Palace Master Chu, don't speak first, I'll help you heal your injuries." "It's no use." The Princess Chu shook her head and rejected Su Yan. At the same time, when she looked at Su Yan, her expression suddenly became extremely serious. She suppressed the surging emotions in her heart and shouted, "Su Yan, listen to my order." Su Yan was stunned by the Princess Chu's sudden serious expression, but he still knelt, clasped his fist and said, "This disciple is here. Su Yan, from today onwards, I will confer you the position of the East Palace of the Monster Palace, and you will be in charge of the entire Monster Palace." The Princess Chu said word by word. What? What? As soon as she said this, Su Yan and Chu Linger were both stunned. The two of them were dumbfounded and couldn't react for a long time. "Palace Master." Su Yan came to the Monster Palace only to investigate the matter of the Supreme Demon Ancient Seal and his father. Su Yan didn't even think about staying in the Monster Palace. He didn't expect that the Princess Chu would suddenly order him to take over the position of Monster Palace Palace Master. Su Yan was stunned when he thought about it. When the Princess Chu saw this, she smiled slightly and said, "Su Yan, I know that you have some doubts in your heart, but when you see the memories in this domino, you will understand everything." After saying this, the Princess Chu forced herself to take a breath and passed a domino to Su Yan. Su Yan hurriedly caught the domino. Although the Princess Chu said that all the doubts were in this domino, Su Yan looked at the Princess Chu in surprise. Palace Master Chu, Su Yan, I don't have much time. There's no need to explain anything. The Princess Chu didn't let Su Yan speak. Instead, she turned to Chu Linger and said, Linger, I know that you have a good impression of Su Yan. When Chu Linger heard her mother's words, she couldn't help but blush. Chu Linger and Su Yan hadn't known each other for long. At that time, Chu Linger only felt that Su Yan had saved her, and the feeling of being with Su Yan was very strange and very happy. Therefore, Chu Linger was willing to stay with Su Yan. However, Chu Linger had never thought about the relationship between a man and a woman. When Chu Linger saw the matter between Lu Lan and Su Yan, the pain in her heart made Chu Linger truly understand that she had fallen in love with Su Yan. When the Princess Chu saw Chu Linger's blushing face, she smiled with relief. Then, she turned to Su Yan and said, Su Yan, after I die, Linger will be in your care. Me. Su Yan still hadn't recovered from the matter of the Monster Palace Master. When he heard the Princess Chu say this, he didn't know how to respond. When the Princess Chu saw Su Yan's appearance, she asked anxiously, What, Su Yan, are you not willing? Cough cough cough, the Princess Chu was afraid that Su Yan wouldn't be willing. Then, all her previous efforts would be in vain. She felt a burst of excitement in her heart. She coughed and spat out a mouthful of blood. When Su Yan saw this, he glanced at Chu Linger. He gritted his teeth and said, Palace Master Chu, don't worry. I will take good care of Linger. Chapter 238. The Princess of Chu's face became paler and paler, and her body became weaker and weaker. She could die at any time. Seeing this, Chu Linger was already sobbing uncontrollably. When Su Yan saw the Princess of Chu's appearance, he also felt a burst of sadness in his heart. Although he and the Princess of Chu didn't have much feelings for each other, when he thought of the time he had been in the Monster Palace, the Princess of Chu had actually saved Su Yan many times. Not only had she saved Su Yan, but she had also continuously promoted Su Yan. However, all of this was because the Princess of Chu had placed a restriction in Su Yan's body. In addition, the Princess of Chu was still spying on him. Because of this, Su Yan ignored it. Now that he saw the sadness in the Princess of Chu's eyes, Su Yan truly understood that everything the Princess of Chu had done was to cultivate him. Su Yan, I can't hold on for much longer. Everything is in the domino's memory. I only have one last request. When the Princess of Chu said this, she kept coughing. When Su Yan saw this, he hurriedly went forward and passed a burst of spirit energy into the Princess of Chu's body. It's useless. The Princess of Chu smiled. Then, she looked at Su Yan with pity in her eyes. Su Yan, promise me that no matter where you go in the future, don't let down the Monster Palace. Don't let down Linger. Palace Master, don't worry. As long as I, Su Yan, am here, I will never let anything happen to the Monster Palace. Su Yan nodded. His eyes emitted a light of determination. Seeing this, the Princess of Chu smiled and slowly closed her eyes. A king of a generation had fallen. Chu Linger immediately began to cry bitterly. She hugged the Princess of Chu and kept shouting. Unfortunately, no matter how sad she was already dead. There was no way to bring her back. When Su Yan saw this scene, his heart sank into a wave of sadness. In the end, Su Yan and Chu Linger secretly buried the Princess of Chu. Even after 3 days, Chu Linger still couldn't recover from her grief. Su Yan, on the other hand, was much better. After all, this was not the first time that Su Yan had experienced life and death. During these 3 days, Su Yan had been accompanying Chu Linger. However, Su Yan didn't do nothing. He digested the memory of the domino that Princess of Chu gave him. This domino's memory was obviously the one that Su Yan encountered the most. After consuming all of the domino's memory, Su Yan finally understood the Princess of Chu's good intentions. Some of the barriers that had been left in his heart for the Princess of Chu were all resolved. Su Yan also truly realized that everything that the Princess of Chu had done for him was to train him to become the new generation of the Eastern Palace Master. Thinking about the Princess of Chu's intentions, thinking about the misunderstandings he had with the Princess of Chu, there was even a moment when Su Yan wanted to kill the Princess of Chu. Thinking of this, Su Yan couldn't help but feel bitter in his heart. Of course, in addition to these, Su Yan also had a better understanding of the Monster Palace. He also knew about the Supreme Demon Ancient Seal. It turned out that the Supreme Demon Ancient Seal, Supreme Demon Ancient Bell, Supreme Demon Ancient Cauldron, and Supreme Demon Ancient Pearl were the 4 great godly items of the Monster Palace. They were Monster Palace's most precious treasures. Of course, the Domino's memory would never be limited to these. Obviously, the Domino's memory had been prepared by the Princess of Chu in advance. In addition to the 4 great godly items, Su Yan also understood the relationship between the Buddha Sword Sect and the Monster Palace. Su Yan never expected that the Monster Palace had such a history with the Buddha Sword Sect. This surprised Su Yan, but at the same time, it also comforted Su Yan a little. After all, Su Yan was the successor of the Buddha Sword Sect, and Su Yan had vowed to revive the Buddha Sword Sect. If he took over the position of the Monster Palace Master, it would obviously be disloyal. However, since the Buddha Sword Sect was related to the Buddha Sword Sect, everything was much easier to say. Through the Domino's memory, Su Yan also understood why the Princess of Chu had placed a restriction in his body. It turned out that all of this was because of the fear in the Princess of Chu's heart. Fear. Su Yan could not help but smile bitterly when he thought of how the dignified Monster Palace Master, Princess of Chu, a dignified almighty of the Radius realm, actually feared him. However, Su Yan also had some regrets. This was because the Princess of Chu did not say how to remove the restriction that the Princess of Chu had placed on his body. This made Su Yan feel rather regretful. Apart from telling Su Yan these things, the Princess of Chu did not only tell Su Yan these things. She also made arrangements for Su Yan's subsequent matters. She wanted Su Yan to work hard to grow as soon as possible, cultivate in the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda, and then open the 10,000 Fei Ancient Tree. Su Yan had already understood about the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda. He was not too confused. However, when he learned about the Great Fei Ancient Tree, he could not help but be startled. When he heard the name, he suddenly felt a force pulling him. This was exactly the same as when Su Yan learned about the Sword Well and the Sword Collection Tomb. Su Yan's heart trembled again, and his eyes fell into a daze. The 10,000 Fei Ancient Tree, the 10,000 Fei Ancient Tree. In this short daze, Su Yan's eyes immediately condensed a resplendent light. He secretly swore, "I will definitely open the 10,000 Fei Ancient Tree." Of course, regarding the Monster Palace, there was one thing that Su Yan was most concerned about. The Devil Sect. Although Princess Chu had left behind memories of the Devil Sect, unfortunately, there were too few memories of the Devil Sect. After combing through his memories, Su Yan only knew that the Devil Sect was a mysterious sect. Furthermore, he did not know where it existed. This made Su Yan rather disappointed. Forget it, forget it. With my current strength, I can't compete with the Devil Sect. Su Yan smiled bitterly and shook his head. He did not dwell on this matter. After all, Su Yan knew very well that he had too many things to deal with now. Too many. After combing through all his memories, Su Yan stood up and looked at Chu Linger, who was still sad. Su Yan smiled bitterly and shook his head. Thinking that 3 days had passed, he sighed and said, "I also have to start making some preparations for the Monster Palace." After all, the Monster Palace had just been unified. The 4 great palaces had removed all the differences between the palaces. There were still many things to deal with. There were only 2 people in charge of the entire East Palace. One was Lu Lan, who had been taken away by the mysterious person. The other was Princess Chu, who had fallen. Since Su Yan had taken over the position of Monster Palace Master, he naturally had to consider the future of Monster Palace. In fact, Su Yan had to admire Princess Chu's strategy and her painstaking efforts for the Monster Palace. Princess Chu knew that she was going to die, so she had already planned it. She had let Su Yan conceal the fact that she had fallen as a deterrent. This made the other disciples not dare to cause trouble. More importantly, the celestial pig monster king and Luo Yaofeng did not dare to cause trouble. Not only that, at the end of the domino's memory, Princess Chu also told Su Yan about the arrangements for the monster palace. After all, the monster palace was a large sect. Now that the 4 great palaces had been removed and combined, they naturally needed some disciplinarians. Otherwise, with so many disciples, the entire monster palace would be in chaos in a few days. On this point, Su Yan did not have to worry about it because Princess Chu had already arranged it. Apart from the East Palace Master, the other 3 palaces no longer had palace masters. Instead, they had appointed disciplinarian elders. Princess Chu had already thought of these people for Su Yan. Every person and every position had been properly arranged by Princess Consort Chu. All Su Yan needed to do was to announce it. Now, Su Yan only needed to think about how to announce it. After all, Su Yan's current strength was too weak. If he were to announce that he was appointed as palace master, the entire monster palace would probably immediately fall into chaos. Now that Palace Master Chu has fallen, I can say to the outside world that she is in seclusion. I can hide it from everyone, but it will be more troublesome to deal with things in the future. After all, my strength is too weak. Su Yan thought about the monster palace and frowned. He wished that he could immediately become a powerful person of the square sphere realm at this moment. Then, everything would become simple. However, Su Yan knew that strength would not allow one to ascend to the heavens in one step. This was just a thought. Junior brother Su. At this moment, Chu Linger, who had been immersed in sadness for the past few days, suddenly walked in front of Su Yan. Su Yan could not help but be stunned. Then, he saw that Chu Linger had walked out of her sadness. He could not help but feel happy. He nodded and quickly replied, "Senior sister, what can I do for you?" Chu Linger shook her head and blushed. She was stunned and seemed to hesitate for a long time. Then, she slowly opened her mouth and said, "Junior brother Su, my mother asked you to take care of me. You don't have to worry about it because of my mother's request." When Su Yan heard Chu Linger's words, he did not know why he suddenly felt a pain in his heart. For a moment, the figures of Lu Lan and Lin Hualu appeared in his mind. He did not know how to face Chu Linger. When Chu Linger saw Su Yan's expression, she suddenly smiled bitterly and slowly walked away. There was an obvious look of loneliness in her eyes. When Su Yan saw this, he could not help but pat himself and scold, "Su Yan, what are you doing? Why are you hesitating? Why can't you say that you were not asked to take care of me by the Princess of Chu?" Even when Chu Linger's figure disappeared in front of him, Su Yan still could not let it go. After a long time, he shook his head and smiled bitterly. Forget it, forget it. Let's think about how to deal with the monster palace first." Although this matter was difficult to deal with, Su Yan quickly found a solution. Using the exclusive seal of the monster palace East Palace Palace Master, he posted on the East Palace bulletin about all the changes in the monster palace, as well as the appointment of some elders. There were temporarily 5 elders in the monster palace. The number 1 disciple of the East Palace, Qin Luo, was an elder among the disciples. As for the original elder of the West Palace, he was appointed as the enforcement elder. This made the elder very excited, and he was very grateful to the Princess of Chu for recognizing his worth. After all, this elder was now appointed as the enforcement elder. His status was much higher than before. The other 3 elders were also chosen from the original elders of the other palaces. Chapter 239. The Monster Palace was one of the 3 major sects in the 5 counties. Being able to become the palace master of the Monster Palace was something that many people dreamed of. However, at this moment, Su Yan was at his wit's end. If it weren't for the Princess of Chu's dying wish, Su Yan definitely wouldn't have become the Monster Palace palace master. This was because Su Yan's goal wasn't the Monster Palace, but the mysterious Jojo continent. If he took over the Monster Palace now, it would only make the Monster Palace a hindrance on Su Yan's path forward. Therefore, if he had a choice, Su Yan would rather not be the Monster Palace master. Forget it, forget it. I've already taken on this heavy responsibility. What's the point of thinking about this? Su Yan stood on top of the East Palace building and looked at the Monster Palace that had returned to normal. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. He was no longer entangled in the matter of whether or not he should be the Monster Palace master. Looking at the enormous Supreme Demon Palace, looking at this flourishing expanse, who could see the hidden sorrow behind this, and who could see the murderous intent hidden in the darkness? Su Yan looked at all of this. He was no longer entangled in the matter of taking over the palace master's position. Instead, his eyes shone brightly. This was because Su Yan was very clear that he had no other choice but to take over the Monster Palace master's position. Since he had no other choice, he didn't want the Monster Palace to become a hindrance in his future progress. The only way was to make the Monster Palace strong enough that no one in the 5 counties could contend against it. Although Su Yan was forced to take over the Monster Palace master's position, he had no other choice. However, Su Yan had to admit that because of the position of the Monster Palace master, he was able to obtain a lot of resources from the Monster Palace. At the same time, because of the memories left behind by Princess Chu, Su Yan had a better understanding of the Monster Palace. In this Monster Palace, other than the Martial Arts Palace and the Ancient Demon Pagoda, which could provide good places for disciples to cultivate, the most mysterious existence in the Monster Palace was the 10,000 Demon Ancient Tree. Thinking of the 10,000 Demons Ancient Tree, Su Yan's eyes suddenly emitted a bright light. The desire, pursuit, and perseverance in his heart were exactly the same as when Su Yan first stepped into the hidden sword tomb. It seems like the 10,000 Fiend Ancient Tree must have something related to me. Although Su Yan did not know why he was so excited when he heard about the 10,000 Demon Ancient Tree, Su Yan knew that there was definitely something he wanted in the 10,000 Demon Ancient Tree. Just like when he was in the Sword Well, because his father's mark and the heaven-destroying ancient sword were inside, they were mysteriously attracting him. As Su Yan thought about it, he looked in the direction of the 10,000 Demon Ancient Tree. His eyes surged with enthusiasm, and he could not wait to immediately enter the 10,000 Demon Ancient Tree to investigate. However, Su Yan knew very well that now was not the best time for him to enter the 10,000 Demon Ancient Tree. It was not a problem of Su Yan's strength. Along the way, Su Yan had always known that there was a tiger in the mountain, but he had always walked towards the tiger's mountain. Of course, this was not Su Yan's recklessness. It was because Su Yan knew that a warrior had to have a challenging heart. Otherwise, how could he be above ordinary people? However, the 10,000 Demon Ancient Tree could not be done. This was because the opening of the 10,000 Demon Ancient Tree was not as easy as the Sword Well. In order to open the 10,000 Demon Ancient Tree, many preparations had to be made. If the Princess of Chu was in charge, everything would naturally be much easier. However, at this moment, the Princess of Chu had already passed away. Su Yan had taken over the position of the Monster Palace master, so everything naturally fell on Su Yan's head. The 10,000 Demon Ancient Tree can only be opened when 3 stars orbit the moon and combined with the marks of the 4 great palaces. These 3 stars orbit the moon because the Monster Palace is located in the East Sea. It is empty everywhere. 3 stars orbit the moon every month, so it is not difficult to wait. The difficult part is the mark of the 4 great palaces. To open the 10,000 Demon Ancient Tree, one needs the Spring and Autumn Ancient Wood, the Mystic Ice Cold Iron, the Buddha's Golden Silkworm, and the Milky Way Turtle Shell. But how do I find these 4 items? Su Yan combed through the memories given by the Princess of Chu. He frowned as he thought about the 4 items to open the 10,000 Demon Ancient Tree. Su Yan had never heard of these 4 items before he obtained the Princess of Chu's memories. Palace Master Chu clearly planned to open the 10,000 Demon Ancient Tree before, so she must have these 4 items. But why didn't she leave any information about these 4 items? Su Yan frowned. He also combed through the memories of the domino left by the Princess of Chu. The domino's memories were prepared by the Princess of Chu a long time ago. The memories contained in it contained too much. Clearly, the Princess of Chu had already planned to pass it to Su Yan. Moreover, in the memories, the Princess of Chu had also mentioned the importance of the 10,000 demon ancient tree, so that Su Yan had to enter the 10,000 demon ancient tree to explore. But why didn't the Princess of Chu mention these 4 items at all? Su Yan combed through the memories again, but he still could not find any information about these 4 items. Su Yan was very disappointed. Of course, Su Yan was more puzzled than disappointed. This was because Su Yan had sorted through the memories left by the Princess of Chu. It was obvious that the Princess of Chu supported his cultivation unconditionally. The Princess of Chu had wanted to open the 10,000 demon ancient tree before, so she definitely knew about the existence of these 4 items. However, there was no introduction or location of these 4 items in her memories. How could Su Yan not be puzzled? Forget it, forget it. Since she didn't leave anything behind, I can only search for it myself. Su Yan combed through the memories several times, but he still could not find any information about the 4 items. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. Just as he was about to leave the main hall. Bang! Suddenly, a loud sound came from the martial arts training hall. Su Yan could not help but frown. Then, he quickly circulated the cultivation method in his body. He rode the sword dragon and stepped in the direction of the martial arts training hall. Normally, Su Yan would not get involved in these things that did not concern him. Su Yan would definitely not get involved. However, this was different because Su Yan's true identity was the palace master of the monster palace. Moreover, Su Yan had now promised the Princess of Chu that he would take this responsibility. Su Yan would definitely not leave the monster palace alone unless he died. This was not just a matter of integrity. It was the pride and backbone of a man. There were things that a man could do and things that he could not do. Since he had promised, he naturally had to take responsibility. Of course, Su Yan did not dare to face this with his identity as the palace master of the monster palace. After all, Su Yan's current strength was still too weak. Moreover, in the entire monster palace, other than Su Yan, only Chu Linger knew that the Princess of Chu had died. More importantly, the other disciples could not know about the Princess of Chu's death, especially Luo Yaofeng and the Heavenly Pig Demon King. They still needed to use the reputation left behind by the Princess of Chu to deter them. Therefore, Su Yan could not face this with his true identity. Fortunately, because of Su Yan's shocking act of entering the profound ice-cold pond, Su Yan could be considered a famous person in the entire Eastern Palace, and even in the entire Monster Palace. In the entire Monster Palace, not many people dared to provoke Su Yan. Similarly, Su Yan could freely enter and leave the martial arts training halls of the same level. Su Yan could also enter and leave at will. After all, Ratley had already slapped him in the face once on this matter, so no one would ask for trouble again. Although Su Yan was only using his status as a 7 Meridian Saint to enter the Sky Realm's martial arts training hall. On the way, he met some disciples who only glanced at Su Yan and did not say anything. Su Yan smoothly arrived at the Sky Realm's martial arts training hall. Bang! Just as Su Yan took a step forward, another loud sound was heard. Amidst this, there were a few shouts. Junior Sister Chu, quickly retreat. You can't enter. Come out. That's right, Junior Sister Chu, quickly come out. Junior Sister Chu. When Su Yan heard this shout, she couldn't help but frown. She quickly reacted and rushed forward, arriving at a place called the Blood Soul Hall. This place was already filled with many disciples. Worried about Chu Linger, Su Yan didn't care about this. She pushed through the crowd and rushed in. This attracted the dissatisfaction of countless people. Unfortunately, when everyone saw that it was Su Yan, they all shut their mouths and didn't dare to say a word. The ice-cold pond and Su Yan only relied on the strength of a 7 Meridian Saint to fight against the image of the devil sect. In the hearts of these disciples, the image of a madman had been established. Think about it, who would dare to rely on the strength of a 7 Meridian Saint to clamor with someone who was even stronger than Fang Yuan? Presumably, in the entire Monster Palace, other than Su Yan, there would be no one else. Therefore, Su Yan had a nickname in the hearts of all the disciples, Madman Su. Even those who were stronger than Su Yan were not willing to provoke Su Yan. Not to mention that Nangong Xiangming was still locked in the prison of the Monster Palace because he wanted to deal with Su Yan. As long as people knew about this, they were not willing to provoke Su Yan. Of course, Su Yan didn't know about this situation. At this moment, he only cared about Chu Linger. He didn't care about the eyes of those people. He went directly to the center of the Blood Soul Hall and saw a bloody scene in a mirror. Su Yan couldn't help but tremble. At the same time, memories of the Blood Soul Hall appeared in his mind. The Blood Soul Hall was similar to the ice-cold pond. They were both extreme places. The ice-cold pond had a fatal chill. The Blood Soul Hall had countless blood demons. These blood demons were sealed here in order to let the disciples of the Monster Palace enter the trial. If the martial arts training hall was divided according to the celestial realm, the Blood Soul Hall could be said to be the last level of the celestial realm martial arts training hall. It was also the strongest level. Disciples who could pass the trial of the Blood Soul Hall would definitely become the best disciples of the Monster Palace. Su Yan thought about the memory of the Blood Soul Hall. Although he was shocked, after all, it existed in his memory. He had never seen it before, so he couldn't feel the horror of it. However, now that he looked at the mirror of the Blood Soul Hall, that bloody and horrifying scene caused Su Yan's heart to involuntarily freeze. Senior Chu. Especially when he saw Chu Linger's figure in the mirror, Su Yan was even more shocked. Looking at Chu Linger surrounded by countless blood demons, Su Yan gritted his teeth and flew into the Blood Soul Cave of the Blood Soul Hall. You're courting death. Chapter 240. The person who stopped Su Yan was wearing a purplish-red long robe. His hair was tied up high and was draped over his shoulders, fluttering in the wind. In addition, he had a face that was even more enchanting than a woman. He was cold and emotionless, appearing valiant and formidable. Why did you stop me? Su Yan recognized this person. He was Macario Ice, ranked 3rd among the top 10 disciples of the Eastern Palace. Among the top 10 disciples of the Eastern Palace, he was the only one who had not been marked yet. Of course, Su Yan was worried about Chu Linger's safety, so he did not think too much about it. He just looked at the face that was even more beautiful than a woman's, and a murderous intent surged in his eyes. Macario Ice saw this and sneered, "You overestimate yourself. A mere 7-vein emperor wants to enter the Blood Soul Cave? What does my business have to do with you?" Su Yan looked at Macario Ice's cold expression and thought about Chu Linger's safety. He snorted and did not want to talk to him anymore. He bypassed Macario Ice and was about to enter the Blood Soul Cave. Ignorant. Macario Ice saw this and shook his head. He moved the spiritual energy in his body and immediately grabbed Su Yan. You're courting death. Su Yan saw that Macario Ice dared to stop him and was furious. He patted his storage bag and took out the Ghost Howl sword. He waved his hand and swept the sword at Macario Ice. Stupid. Macario Ice saw this and was still expressionless. When he saw Su Yan's sword coming back, he pointed with one hand and neutralized Su Yan's attack. Seeing this, Su Yan couldn't help but stare blankly for a moment. Then, he recovered from his rage and said, although I don't know how strong this Macario Ice is, he is one of the top 10 disciples of the Eastern Palace. Although Nangong Xiangming is called second senior brother, he is only ranked 7th, and only has a 5-star strength. Now, this Macario Ice is actually ranked 3rd. Clearly, he is stronger than Nangong Xiangming. If this brat wants to stop me, I definitely won't be able to enter today. Immediately after, he saw the image transmitted from the mirror in the demonic blood cave. Clearly, he could see that Chu Ling had already fallen into a tight encirclement. Su Yan felt anxious in his heart. What should I do? At this moment, Macario Ice, who was standing in front of Su Yan, moved and stepped into the Blood Devil Cave. The moment he entered, Macario Ice's disdainful voice could be heard. Su Yan, you want to save people with your strength? Reach the sky realm first. When Su Yan heard this, he couldn't help but be stunned. Then, the arrogance in his body surged. He clenched his fists and said, Macario Ice, I'll remember you. Since senior brother Macario Ice has made his move, then senior sister Chu will definitely be fine. That's right. Although Macario Ice is usually in closed-door training, his strength is even stronger than senior brother Nangong's. What? Stronger than senior brother Nangong? How is that possible? Senior brother Nangong is our Eastern Palace's eldest senior brother. What do you know? Actually, there are many powerful disciples in our Eastern Palace. There are many things that you don't know. When Macario Ice entered the Blood Devil Cave, the disciples below began to discuss. Su Yan didn't pay attention to their words. Instead, he stared at the image from the Blood Devil Cave. He clenched his fists and thought to himself, Macario Ice, I hope you can save senior sister Chu. Bang! At this moment, a loud explosion suddenly rang out. The mirror at the entrance of the Blood Devil Cave shattered with a loud bang. Everyone who was gathered here was stunned. All of a sudden, someone shouted, "Not good. The image is disappearing. The Blood Sky Demon has appeared." What? Blood Devil Cave? Impossible. How is this possible? Wasn't the Blood Devil Cave killed by Palace Master Chu long ago? That's right. How is this possible? Blood Devil Cave. When Su Yan heard the surrounding crowd, he couldn't help but be startled. Thinking about Chu Linger's safety, Su Yan quickly turned to those people and asked, "What's going on?" Because he was worried about Chu Linger's safety, Su Yan did not have his usual courtesy. Although many of these disciples wanted to curry favor with Su Yan on a daily basis. However, today, they were in the Sky Realm Martial Arts Training Hall. Among the disciples here, other than the Sky Realm, the lowest was the Quasi-Sky Realm. They were all stronger than Su Yan, so they naturally didn't have a good impression of Su Yan. Hearing Su Yan's words, they all turned their heads and ignored Su Yan. Seeing everyone's attitude, Su Yan couldn't help but feel a burst of anger in his chest. He shouted sternly, "Hurry up and tell me what's going on." These people were stronger than Su Yan to begin with, and they had been in the Monster Palace longer than Su Yan. Su Yan was only a saint of the 7 bloodlines. He had only been in the Monster Palace for less than a month, but he had already been in the limelight. He had even been rewarded by the Princess of Chu several times and obtained the First Disciple Palace. They had long been jealous in their hearts. It was just that Su Yan was a madman, and he still lived in the First Disciple Palace, so they didn't want to provoke Su Yan. However, this didn't mean that they were afraid of Su Yan. Hearing Su Yan's attitude, 2 Sky Realm Emperors immediately jumped out, pointed at Su Yan and shouted, "Arrogant person, Su Yan, don't think that you can make a scene in front of us just because you're favored by the Palace Master." The other person also nodded and looked at Su Yan with disdain. He shouted, "Su Yan, don't think that we usually give you face because we're afraid of you." Hearing their words, Su Yan couldn't help but be stunned. He didn't understand why these people would have such an impression of him. Thinking of Chu Linger's safety, Su Yan shook his head. Forget it, forget it. No matter what, I'll enter the Blood Demon Cave and naturally find out the reason. With that, Su Yan was about to enter the Blood Demon Cave. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from the horizon. The Blood Sky Demon is a great demon beast born in the Blood Demon Cave. It's said that its strength is comparable to an expert at the peak of the spiritual sea realm. It was killed by Palace Master Chu 100 years ago. As the voice came, Qin Luo's figure appeared in front of everyone. Elder Qin. Qin Luo's current identity was an elder. As soon as he appeared, all the disciples greeted him. Qin Luo ignored those people and turned to look at Su Yan. He revealed an evil smile and said, "Junior brother Su, you've only been in the Monster Palace for a short time. Naturally, there are some things you don't know. This Blood Demon Cave is not something you can help with. Quickly retreat and cultivate." In fact, Su Yan and Qin Luo had known each other for a long time. It could be said that Su Yan's first impression of Qin Luo was very bad. Now that Qin Luo said this, he suddenly felt uncomfortable. "Elder Qin, is there a rule that only Emperor Tianxiang can enter the Blood Demon Cave to cultivate?" Hearing Su Yan's words, Qin Luo couldn't help but be stunned. He then smiled and said, "Of course there is no such rule. But junior brother Su, if you want to seek your own death, then blame no one." As Qin Luo spoke, his body floated and he took the lead to enter the blood demon cave. Seeing this, Su Yan couldn't help but frown. At this moment, the people below also laughed and said, "Overconfident boy, a mere 7 Meridian saint wants to enter the blood demon cave. That's right, I think he's just seeking his own death. He wants to save junior sister. I think this boy is a toad who wants to eat swan meat." "I think so too." Hearing these words, Su Yan smiled but didn't say anything. He just looked at the entrance of the blood demon cave and thought to himself, blood demon cave, I'd like to see how strong you are." After saying that, Su Yan's body moved and entered the blood devil cave. When the disciples saw this, they were stunned at first, then their faces were all filled with horror. "Hey, this boy really dares to go in." That's right, the disciples of Tianxiang usually don't dare to enter the blood demon cave. He's just a 7 Meridian saint, isn't he courting death by entering? That's right, not to mention that the blood sky demon might appear now. Isn't entering a dead end? God knows what this kid is thinking. Madman Su is indeed Madman Su. What a bunch of cowards. All they can do is gossip again. Just as everyone was discussing, a voice suddenly came from the horizon, and a figure landed in front of them. When these people saw this person's face, their bodies couldn't help but tremble. They hurriedly shouted respectfully, "Senior brother Shu." That's right, the person who came was Ratli. This was the disciple who was ranked last in the top 10, Ratli. Although Ratli was only a 1-star Ratli, and the strength of several disciples here was similar to Ratli, everyone was clear about Ratli's methods. When they saw the coldness on Ratli's face, they all lowered their heads and kept quiet out of fear. Even a 7 Meridian saint dared to enter the blood demon cave to save junior sister Chu. You are all Tianxiang emperors, yet you dare to gossip here. You still have the nerve to judge others. Normally, you still dare to talk about how much you love junior sister Chu. Ratli looked at them with a trace of coldness on his face. Everyone's hearts trembled. When they heard his words, their faces became even redder. As Ratli spoke, he didn't care about these people anymore. Looking at the blood demon cave, his eyes narrowed, and he also entered the blood demon cave. The Tianxiang emperors looked at each other in dismay. Thinking about Ratli's words, they all felt ashamed in their hearts. Looking at the entrance of the blood demon cave, they all felt an impulse in their hearts. However, when they thought about the possibility of a blood sky demon appearing inside, they couldn't muster up the courage. At the same time, another figure slid past and entered the blood demon cave. When the onlookers saw this scene, they were all shocked. They suddenly cried out, "It's senior brother Dong Qinghao. Senior brother Dong Qinghao is here too. Yeah, it's so lively today. The strongest disciples of our Eastern Palace are all here." What strongest disciple? They are the top 10 disciples of our Eastern Palace. Because of the excitement in his heart, someone who knew the details forgot that ordinary disciples didn't know the ranking of the top 10 disciples and directly said it out loud. What top 10 ranking? As soon as he said this, it immediately attracted countless questions. That person was helpless and took a deep breath in his heart. So be it. He began to explain the situation of the top 10 disciples to everyone. While they were talking, another figure suddenly flew into the blood demon cave. Look, that's senior brother Ming Ruofeng, who is ranked 2nd. Chapter 241. The demonic blood cave is going to be lively now. The experts from our East Palace have all come. Senior brother Qin Luo, senior brother Ming Ruofeng, Macario Ice, junior sister Chu Linger, senior brother Ratli, and Dong Qinghao. 6 experts have come. That's right. Looks like the bloody sky demon is real. Blood sky demon, just thinking about it is terrifying. This is a ferocious beast comparable to the spiritual sea realm. I wonder if the seniors can resist it. Why not? These senior brothers are the strongest in our Eastern Palace. Yeah, they can definitely do it. Right, you guys seem to be missing one person. That Madman Su also went in. Madman Su, thinking of Su Yan, everyone's lips curled into a contemptuous smile. However, when they thought of Rat Li's words, their faces couldn't help but heat up. The demonic blood cave is so rich in spirit chi and countless blood demons. It's a good place to train. Su Yan entered the demonic blood cave and immediately felt the strength of the cave. Although it was only a cave, it was extremely large and vast. Moreover, there were countless blood demons hidden everywhere. It could be said that danger lurked everywhere. In addition, the entire demonic blood cave was covered in a layer of demonic crimson. Whether it was the ground or the ceiling, it was filled with the smell of blood. This made the demonic blood cave look even more sinister and bloody. Looking at this and thinking of Chu Linger's face, which could make people want to protect her, Su Yan's heart couldn't help but ache. Su Yan couldn't imagine that a girl in her prime, a girl in the prime of her youth, would enter the demonic blood cave alone and have to face such a sinister scene. She had to face the blood demons that could appear at any time. Die. Thinking of this scene, Su Yan's chest suddenly surged with a vicious aura. Looking at the blood demon in front of him, Su Yan's spirit energy quickly surged. He raised the ghost howl sword in his hand and directly chopped down on the blood demon's head. Roar! The blood demon instantly let out a miserable cry and fell down. It instantly turned into a pool of blood and flowed into the ground. Awoo! Awoo! Just as the blood demon fell, another eerie cry sounded from the surrounding stone walls beneath the ground. A few blood demons once again stood in front of Su Yan to block him. Damn it! Su Yan was in a hurry to find Chu Linger. When he saw the blood demon appear again, he couldn't help but curse in his heart. He then gripped the ghost howl sword in his hand. His eyes narrowed and his body suddenly rushed forward. Whoosh! The ghost howl sword let out a shrill cry as it swept across. The powerful spirit chi immediately erupted, and the few blood devils were instantly repelled. Is this all the blood demons can do? When Su Yan saw that there were no more blood demons in front of him, the corner of his mouth rose into a smile. He didn't stay here any longer and quickly jumped into the cave. Roar! Unfortunately, after a few steps, more blood demons rushed out from all directions. Moreover, these blood demons' bodies grew bigger and bigger. Some even took shape. When Su Yan encountered the blood demon outside, it was like a large water droplet in the shape of a round water droplet. This blood demon wasn't like that. In the shape of a water droplet, there were long tentacles on its body. When Su Yan saw these blood demons, he couldn't help but frown. However, he didn't stop. He raised the ghost howl sword in his hand and jumped forward. His eyes flashed and the ghost howl sword in his hand swept across. It was originally a move that worked 100% of the time. However, at this moment, just as Su Yan's ghost howl sword was about to move, a blood demon suddenly extended its feeler and blocked Su Yan's attack with a bang. When Su Yan saw this, he couldn't help but be stunned. He was no longer in a hurry to attack. Instead, he stopped and looked at the blood demons in front of him. He muttered to himself, it seems that these blood demons are much stronger than the ones before. Roar! Just as Su Yan was observing, the blood demons suddenly let out a low roar and instantly pounced on Su Yan. Their speed was much faster than the blood demons before. Good, I want to see how strong you all are. Su Yan shouted coldly. His eyes instantly narrowed and a ray of red light burst out. Then, his body suddenly closed in on one of the blood demons. Su Yan knew that these blood demons were so strong that he couldn't kill them with a single strike. Since I can't kill you all with one strike, I'll kill you all one by one. As Su Yan spoke, a domineering aura suddenly surged. The ghost howl sword in his hand quickly struck out, and a powerful spiritual energy burst out. Suddenly, the ghost howl sword burst out with countless whistling sounds, accompanied by bursts of black light. When the sword struck out, it was as if the Ghost King had descended. Bang! With a loud sound, one of the blood demons was immediately hacked down by Su Yan and turned into a pool of blood. At the moment when Su Yan attacked, A blood demon had already pounced on Su Yan. This blood demon was as fast as lightning. It was originally dozens of meters away from Su Yan, but it arrived in front of Su Yan in a single leap. Seeing this, Su Yan sneered, "Competing with me in speed?" As he spoke, Su Yan's eyes suddenly turned. He jumped up and quickly took a step back. At the same time, he raised the ghost howl sword in his hand and slashed down. Bang! With a loud sound, the blood demon suddenly turned into a pool of blood. Woo! Several other blood demons were obviously enraged by Su Yan. They let out a low roar and surrounded Su Yan. Good timing. Su Yan immediately roared again. In an instant, he patted his storage bag and stepped onto the sword dragon. With a turn of his eyes, his body suddenly flew a few steps forward. At the moment when he flew out, Su Yan waved the ghost howl sword in his hand at the same time. With a bang, another blood demon turned into a pool of blood. Two more. At this moment, Su Yan's white robes had long been dyed red by the blood of the blood demon. His entire body was emitting a bright light. The blood-dyed white robes were exceptionally dazzling. His eyes were surging with a red light, making him look like a killing god. Bang! With a thought, the ghost howl sword instantly flew out from Su Yan's hand and directly exploded on the body of a blood demon. With a loud bang, the blood demon suddenly turned into a pool of blood. Another blood demon surrounded Su Yan. Su Yan could not help but smile. With a wave of his hand, the ghost howl sword that flew out suddenly turned around. With a bang, it fell from the sky and directly landed on the blood demon's body. The blood demon was only half a step away from Su Yan. Seeing the blood demon unwillingly roar, it turned into a pool of blood. Seeing this, Su Yan sneered. He pulled out the ghost howl sword from the ground and did not stop there. He continued to run forward. Bang! Su Yan did not walk more than 10 meters. With a loud bang, several more blood demons appeared in front of Su Yan. These blood devils were even bigger than the previous one. Moreover, these blood demons not only had antennae on their heads, but they also had hands and feet. Seeing this, Su Yan's eyes turned. Suddenly, his body rushed forward. Clenching the ghost howl sword in his hand, he attacked one of the blood demons. Bang! At this moment, the blood demon suddenly waved its hand and directly blocked Su Yan's attack. Su Yan could not help but frown. At the same time, the surrounding blood demons instantly surrounded Su Yan. Su Yan was shocked. His eyes turned and hurriedly moved back, narrowly avoiding the attack of the blood demons. It seems that the blood demons here are much stronger than the previous one. Su Yan looked at the blood demons here and knew that these blood demons were probably stronger than him. However, there was no trace of fear in Su Yan's eyes. Instead, they emitted a bright light. He had no intention of retreating. It was not because of anything else. It was simply because he was Su Yan, a man. A man should know what to do and what not to do. Su Yan came here today to save Chu Linger. In order to save Chu Linger, how could he have any thoughts of retreating? Bang! As Su Yan thought, he slapped his storage bag. Suddenly, there was a loud explosion. Several spiritual swords instantly flew out from Su Yan's storage bag and attacked one of the blood demons. When the blood demon saw Su Yan's flying swords, it growled and reached out to block them. Then, with a wave of its hand, the spiritual swords fell. The blood demon instantly let out a provocative roar. When Su Yan saw this, a cold smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Do you think that's the case? As he spoke, Su Yan waved his hands. Suddenly, a flying sword pierced through the blood demon's back. The blood demon revealed a look of horror and turned into a pool of blood. Howl! The other blood demons growled at the same time and all surrounded Su Yan. They were so fast and powerful that the whole ground trembled with each step. Su Yan was shocked. Then, he gritted his teeth and shouted, "Nine dragons seize soul." In an instant, 7 rays of light burst out from Su Yan's body and surged along the ghost howl sword. Countless rays of light burst out. At the same time, Su Yan's body moved. Bang! A huge force swept out. Howl! After a few growls, they turned into pools of blood in an instant. After several battles, Su Yan was so tired that he was panting, not to mention that he had used the 9-Dragon Sea's soul. The 9-Dragon Sea's soul could be said to be the strongest attack that Su Yan could unleash now. Although this attack was powerful, it also consumed a huge amount of spiritual energy. Just now, Su Yan was worried that there would be a lack of spiritual energy, so he did not even activate the ice-cold shield. But now, he was still panting from exhaustion. It seems that this blood demon cave is really something. Su Yan whispered to himself. At the same time, he looked into the depths of the blood demon cave. His eyes suddenly narrowed and he stepped forward again. Howl! At this moment, a growl suddenly came from behind Su Yan.